The arrogant human king knelt before the vampire. It seemed like an outcome that could not be allowed to happen, but things don't always go according to plan. Holding out his crowns to him, he begged for mercy. He apologized for the mistakes of his ancestors and offered him the throne, the land, and everything he wanted. But the man was not going to spare him. Everyone understood and expected the vampires to win. Humans would live under their control and obey them like cattle. The vampire with the blood-soaked face signaled to everyone that humans had no place here. He believed that their glorious era would last forever because no one would defeat them. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, his wars had driven several humans to a stalemate. They noted that it was over quickly. There were few survivors left, but they were no problem. Looking at the people who tried to seem fearless, the vampires tried to reassure them that there was no need to fear death. After all, pain is a temporary feeling. The girl hugging her 3 children called her enemies arrogant. She believed that the days of enslaving mankind had come to an end. God spoke to her in a dream. She was sure that they would not perish because God had promised her that he would send them a hero who would save mankind. That gave her hope that she would be saved. The vampires looked at her and didn't understand why she was saying that. But in any case, they decided not to bother, because in any case, they would not live till tomorrow. In general, they decided to stop delaying this moment to finally finish with these guys. But they were not going to give up so easily because they had children. How the man was surprised when no sooner had he swung at the enemy than he instantly found himself in front of another of his comrades. The girl took matters into her own hands. At that moment, the vampire managed to dodge her blow and send one warrior to the other world. It was then that the grandfather decided to act. He couldn't let it go, and he almost succeeded. But the vampire was much faster than him. He had time to turn around and use his hand to prevent the sword blade from touching his body. In the end, he twisted it so the grandfather couldn't survive either. After that, he approached the girl and the children. He guaranteed them a painless death. Just as he swung to finish him off, he heard someone call out behind him. Everyone turned their attention to the man in armor who was walking straight towards them. They didn't understand where the knight had come from. One of the vampires noted that he didn't smell like a human. It was clear that the body in front of them was lifeless. When they saw that his walking had changed to running, they rejoiced. They were eager to deal with him, for it was not often that they met those who were so bold as to attack them. They were amazed at how he had managed to cover a distance of 10 meters in one leap. In their entire lives, they had never encountered such a thing. Naturally, no one expected it, so he quickly dealt with one of them. He didn't plan to stop there. He had to kill them all. The last vampire didn't want to say goodbye to his life, but when he saw how easily he dealt with the others, he plunged his sword into his heart. He didn't even duck. They stood there looking at each other. The vampire didn't know how to react to that because no one could have survived such a wound. He was special. The knight didn't care that there was something sticking out of his body. He grabbed his enemy's head with one hand and lifted him up. He wondered how it was possible. But he didn't have to think long. Slightly clenching his hand into a fist, the knight dealt with him. Though the children were shocked, the girl was delighted by his heroism. He noticed that they were the only ones left and advised them to go ahead 5 kilometers to the Holy Land. He couldn't help any further. However, she did not calm down. The girl wanted to know for sure if the hero had saved them. She remembered her dream and that God had promised in it to send a savior. She wanted to believe it was him. To avoid throwing around such big words, he simply decided to take off his mask and ask them once again if they still considered him their hero. It was expected that they would be horrified and consider him a common monster already, especially when his nose fell off his iron face. They rushed to escape rather quickly. In this world of despair, there was a very strange rumor. According to it, there was one immortal knight who was able to fight back even the vampires themselves. Some time ago, the plague doctors entered the training field. They were disappointed that the gladiator they had high hopes for had died. They were amazed that he didn't just fall, he died in his fighting stance. It was so commendable that they couldn't believe he was gone. They looked at Gunther and marveled at how it happened. He had survived 228 battles of which there was not a single defeat. That's the bottom line. He was the greatest warrior of his time, the last gladiator. Until now, the best fighters from the human world have defeated the vampires. How sad. One of the doctors began to doubt the words of Arian, who was sure that Gunther was the one who could save them without letting their enemies win. She still wanted to give him a chance. They assessed his condition and concluded that his body had already begun to decompose but could still be saved. Ariane took off her mask and looking directly into the eyes of Gunther's lifeless body, noted that he, as their future savior, must live forever, and they would help him. In desperate times, heroes became immortal. They informed him that even this time he managed to survive defeating all his opponents. It was a good job. They were very happy to find that Gunther had opened his eyes. It meant that their efforts were not in vain, and they managed to achieve this success. They were waiting for him. He was very surprised because it seemed to him that it was the end for him. Arian confirmed his words, but explained to him that they had resurrected him for the sake of humanity. But Gunther had no idea how it was possible how it looked from the outside. After all, he had never heard of such a possibility before. The man asked him for a mirror. Seeing himself in the reflection, Gunther was amazed. He thought he was a monster, a piece of iron that had no limbs, only the upper body. The doctors hastened to reassure him that he was not a monster, but the last hope of mankind. There is a life-sustaining device in his brain. The man added that it could not be recreated, and as long as it's in his head, he'll live. Even if his body falls apart, it doesn't matter. Aryan talked about the modified body parts that were created using artificial muscles, 10 times more powerful than those of a normal human. Gunther was upset that he was brought back to life only to be sent to fight vampires. They explained that he was the most suitable candidate. They needed him. The girl wanted him to help them, because without him, humanity could not exist. She screamed and asked him to fight them for the humans. He lowered his head. Of course, he realized that it was cool to be a hero who would do such a feat to save the whole mankind. But he had one condition for them. After he asked the man to come closer, he would do so. He was ready to fulfill absolutely any of his requests as long as he agreed to help. In the end, Gunther wrapped his remaining legs around him and with an evil laugh, advised them to stop talking and get him out of there. Aryan wanted to help Reno, but he pointed out that it wasn't that simple after all. He didn't get the title of the best warrior for the pretty eyes. He'd achieved it one way. He just sent people to the other side. He didn't even have to hesitate to think about anything. He acted swiftly, and that's why he succeeded. Even though Gunther thought vampires were disgusting, he thought humans were even worse, selfish and narrow-minded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been strung up and forced to fight. He asked them to knock it off. With a wild laughter, he declared that he didn't care about the lives of the others, only his own. He wasn't even going to help them. Only threatened that if they didn't immediately reattach his limbs and let go, he would flatten Reno's head. That wouldn't be a problem for him. That's when Aryan pulled out her watch. He joked about whether she had decided to time her comrade's death, but in fact she was looking at how long Gunther had left. He didn't know what she was talking about, but the time was approaching, and when the last second came, an incredible pain pierced his body. Reno was finally free. Gunther was surprised that he could still hear them. He heard the mustachioed man talking about how he barely survived after being squeezed. They realized that this hero was dangerous. When he finally regained full consciousness, they asked him not to rage anymore, but it hurt. But he didn't understand what had happened. It was explained to him that an animal or mechanism, anything that moves, needs energy. But in his case, there was a different force driving his body into motion, namely human life energy. When he turned around, he saw Aryan holding some kind of hose to his body. She was probably keeping him alive. She explained to him that it was literal. He needs to be connected to her to receive life force. So without her, he can't exist. And if the connection to her is severed, he can still move, but not for more than 2 hours. This will allow them to control all his movements and actions. He was furious when he heard that. Reno had expected such a reaction. He noticed that it all sounded as implausible as possible, but it did. The man told him that they had been working on this project for a very long time to save humanity. They've put all their time and effort into it. People with devices transplanted into their bodies are life energy stores. Out of hundreds of volunteers, only Aryan has successfully implanted a device. It's difficult to create such a device, so she's likely to remain the only one. So they need to act now, and then they won't have a chance. In the end, he returned to Gunther's words that he only cared about his own life. The upside for them was that he couldn't survive without it. So Rhino let him make up his mind. He had a choice to stay hanging here like a wall decoration for 2 hours and go to the other world, or fight the vampires to protect Aryan and save himself accordingly. It was a choice that made Gunther anxious and think seriously about the future. But no sooner had he given them an answer than another doctor came in with bad news for Reno. They had problems to solve. He didn't care about that, of course, because they were busy dealing with other important issues. But he asked him what had happened. He'd just said something about vampires, and suddenly, they'd taken his life. The vampires had burst in, and Bengal had ordered them to bring him all the beautiful women and men. With a crazed look, they assumed that there was a big catch waiting for them in this place. They expected to find just the right beautiful people for them here. Reno immediately had sweat running down his face. He hadn't expected that there were still those vile creatures here, but it was not important to think of something urgent. Gunther did not understand why they are standing. If they want to live, then it is necessary to quickly join his hands and feet. It's just that he was so confused that he completely forgot about him. Reno asked Patrix and Al to buy him some time. They reminded him that they didn't know how to fight and decided it was better for him to go by himself. Then he yelled at them and asked them what they would do in the end if he died. There was no time to talk and they had to do what he told them to do. But they were still not ready to risk their lives. It seemed pointless for them to listen to him since there were only 4 of them left anyway. Aryan was tired of listening to the arguments. She decided that she herself was able to distract them while Gunther is collected. After these words, she rushed to the vampires. Rhino was shocked by this act and realized that she was not only in control of her own life, and the gladiator was angry that she had decided everything for the two of them. But she didn't care anymore. When she approached the monsters with her crossbow, they asked her if she was afraid to be alone with them. Fear was lost. They pointed out that they were superior to her in many ways, but she didn't even listen to them, just launched an arrow from her crossbow at the vampire. She managed to catch it and break it. The girl claimed they were talking too much instead of fighting, but they dodged all her attacks. And thanks to his speed, the vampire managed not only to keep himself from getting hit, but also to attack himself. He pinned Arian against the wall and began choking her. It was hard. Her face seemed pretty. They decided their master would like her. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't get out of his grip. Then the vampires began to argue amongst themselves. Each of them wanted to deliver her to the master himself. She was a very good catch for Her Majesty. Their conflict was interrupted by Gunther entering. He didn't bother to see what the matter was, he just silently tossed them both aside. They ended up flying out of the room. The girl was happy to see him, but he grabbed her face, accusing her of being here because of her and judging her for not thinking about her safety. But Arian realized that someone had to do that. At that moment, the vampires joined them again. It was obvious they were in pain from the blow. Gunther didn't understand how they were still alive, since he had fractured their skulls. Arian told him that their vulnerable spot was the heart. If it's intact, they'll regenerate. The vampire decided he could get ahead of him and hurt them first. Approaching the gladiator, he grabbed him by the holes in his chest responsible for his energy. But he didn't care, much to the surprise of his opponents. With one blow, he destroyed the annoying monster. With the second, he decided it was time to grab Arian. He failed to reach her. Reno noted that even though this was Gunther's first time using this body, he already surpassed the vampires in strength. Excellent. So, there was a downside, of course. Even though his strength helped him in fighting vampires, his speed continued to be equal to that of a normal human. Such a problem. However, he realized it right away. He used a unique strategy of striking the vampires effectively time after time, deliberately avoiding their weak point, the heart. Arian looked at him and couldn't believe it. Judging by his happy face, it wasn't all stressful for him. On the contrary, he was enjoying this kind of battle. He pinned the vampire against the wall, grabbing him by the throat. He thought he'd had enough practice for today. The body was quite to his liking. The vampire, on the other hand, was shocked. After all that, he still didn't know who was in front of him. He assumed that they had encountered a monster that people had created themselves. Gunther smiled, noting that his speech was a little weak for the last words. But it did not matter to him. In any case, he was going to destroy him. However, the man stopped him. He had a favorable offer to him, which he was obliged to listen to. The vampire was sure he would like it, and Gunther really thought about it, thinking that he would hear something useful. The one said that Bengal, whose blood flowed in them, was not far away. If they were destroyed, he would take revenge. He said that if Bengal appeared, even Gunther would not be able to resist him for a minute. However, it was unclear why he would take revenge on anyone. The vampire with his crazy look stated that the Lord loved them and would never let them offend. He would deal with anyone who harmed his warriors. He is the only one in the world who loves them. The others hate them. He promised that they would leave quietly only if they gave them Arian, who they needed so badly. Gunther turned around and noted that of them he was ready to give only Reno. The vampire didn't agree because he thought the man was very ugly. And since they couldn't find a compromise, the gladiator decided not to be ceremonious and not to delay the inevitable. He hit him so that his hand went through his heart. Then he decided to ask his men who this lord they worshipped so much was. As it turned out, he was a supreme vampire, as Gunther had already heard. Arian explained that there are three main types of vampires. The first are pure-blood vampires, that is, vampires from birth. There is nothing more to say about them. The second type is the higher vampires, that is, those who turned after receiving the blood of a pureblood. And the third type are the lower vampires who turned with the help of the higher ones. The lower vampires came to them. It makes sense, because the higher ones are few and vulnerable to sunlight. The higher ones use their blood to create unique weapons. Rumor has it they're so powerful that even the human brain can't comprehend it, so to be confronted would be like walking into the hands of death itself. Reno was furious that they were just standing there talking. He reminded them that according to the vampire, Bengal would be with them in an hour. However, Gunther didn't really trust the words of these creatures, but Reno said that it was better to prepare for his arrival and find shelter. Don't risk your life. Arian first decided to ask Gunther if he was going to fight with them against the vampires. They never got to hear him say yes. They were interrupted. They waited for his answer without it. There was no point in moving on. He reminded them of what he'd already said about the value of his life. It was very precious to him. And he realized that he didn't have many options to preserve it. So he was ready to join them. You could say they forced him to. The girl thanked him. noting that humanity would never forget his choice. Gunther asked her to recharge him since he only had 2 hours to live without her. But she said that before they did that, he would have to accept a gift from them. He had no idea what they were talking about. They didn't warn him. A few minutes later, he came out in the knight's armor that had been put on his new iron body. You couldn't tell from his face that he was thrilled. Rhino, on the other hand, appreciated it. He stated that he had carefully chosen it from many others. He looked like a heroic knight who had risen from the dead. Gunther looked at himself in the mirror, and he thought he looked like a redneck. Arian told him that the chainmail is made of recycled mithril. It is all over the armor to make it easier to attach and detach limbs. Even though he's stronger than vampires, he'll take hits because of his speed. This armor will help him minimize the damage he takes. She drew his attention to his wrists, which had some strange red stripes on them. They showed the amount of time he would be able to move before the power source ran out. The red line would have to be getting smaller. Judging by this indicator, he still had about 2 more hours. So he didn't need a recharge at the moment. This one should still be enough for him for a while. Suddenly, they heard a loud bang coming from somewhere above. Everyone raised their heads trying to see what was going on up there, but it wasn't clear. It was like something was trying to break through to them. Something very huge. Reno, of course, guessed what it could be, but didn't understand why so early. Gunther demanded that they cut his connection. It was important for him to know if there were any places they would retreat to while the enemy still managed to get through. Arian reminded him that they were in the hastily restored catacombs of his city. That is, the entrance and exit are in the same place. Then he became furious. He thought it was terrible that they hadn't told him sooner, but the guys just didn't have time because it all happened too fast. So Gunther told them to follow him and she to stay behind and stay out of the way. Reno pointed out that he should be rescued too. Without him, they will not survive. There was already a noise outside the door. They had no sooner reached it than 3 heads came out of it, who were aware of the death of dear members of their family. But Gunther was not going to deny it. He knew right away that they were talking about the same 2 inferior vampires. Even admitted that he had destroyed them himself. They were impressed that he had managed to do it in one blow, but they didn't feel sorry for the freaks. Even their own parents didn't like them. And still the vampire, even knowing that this question would be strange, asked him why he should not sympathize with how horribly they had ended their lives. Gunther was already laughing. He turned to Reno and asked if it was Bengal himself. He mocked him by noting that he thought a bolt had come loose somewhere. To be on the safe side, Reno decided to ask him if they had correctly realized that he was Bengal the Face Collector. He confirmed their guess by saying that they were right. Then he apologized to him for sending his family members to the afterlife. But he was the first to ruin their colleagues, so you could say they're even. He added that unlike other vampires, he's trying to reach out. In this case, it was possible to put aside unnecessary emotions and calmly part ways. The vampire agreed with him to some extent, for it would be dawn soon. But he couldn't just leave because he had made a promise to Mr. Julius. He didn't understand. That's why Bengal paused for a moment, after which he told him what the promise was. He must send all the people in this world to the other world. While the others began to get nervous, Gunther did not even flinch. He expected to hear such an answer, but he was still sure that without his family he was nothing. He decided that he was too arrogant if he thought he could deal with him on his own without anyone's help. He raised his fist ready to strike. Then Begnal laughed, noting how funny he was. He said that the lower vampires were needed to protect the higher ones, but they are only needed in the morning and afternoon, because the sun interferes with their plans. Hundreds of heads have already looked at them, noting that when the sun is out, nothing can destroy them. They can handle themselves. Thousands of heads were all saying that no one would be able to send him to the other side. At this point, even Gunther was beginning to doubt he was a vampire. It was as if their faces had been torn off and glued together with blood. That's why he was called a face collector, but they had to share a body. Arian said that if they got to his heart, they could destroy them all, and there were already millions of them. With their flow, they rushed for the coffins. Gunther grabbed the girl so she couldn't be harmed, but he couldn't understand what was happening to the creature. It was faster and stronger than it looked. Arian asked him to stay out of its sight and to find a safe place. Not knowing where its body was made it pointless to fight it. But he asked her not to worry about that. He knew exactly how he should proceed. She, on the other hand, would definitely need to take care of herself. Just as Bengal was about to attack Patrick, Gunther came up. With one powerful punch, he was able to fight back against those flying heads. He mercilessly continued hitting them, deciding that if he couldn't find the body, he would just get rid of all its parts. Then he wouldn't be able to function either. The others hid behind crates watching the carnage. They were amazed at his confidence that he could easily handle a superior vampire. Bengal marveled at his strength. He wondered if there were any other humans as strong as he was. When he found out that there was not, he was more excited. But he couldn't imagine how a mere human could have such power. He assumed that before him is not a man at all, but a real monster. Gunther mocked him. He wondered what he would do if he knew the truth. When he swung again, the head caught his fist. Their teeth were even more powerful than his strength, and since they had him in their grasp, he wouldn't be able to escape. When he wanted to use his other hand, it was also attacked. In the end, he had no working limbs left. The heads grabbed him by his legs and arms. Bengal wanted to show him something special inside. A child's cry was heard in the god-forsaken place. It must have been a cry of longing for the maternal warmth that had left him, but no one could hear him. Suddenly, his crying stopped. He stopped crying because he saw something in front of him, but it wasn't the hand of one of his parents at all. A stranger, someone who didn't have a kind heart and didn't seek to help him. It was someone who had incredible power and has to use it in this cruel world. He just has to survive in it somehow, so he's doing everything he can to do it. But now he couldn't move? The strength of their bite was unbelievable. He had no idea how many muzzles were holding him, but they had managed to paralyze his body. He knew it was time to get out of here, but he couldn't. There was no way out. They were everywhere, and he couldn't touch them. So he decided to look down, but he didn't know how many layers of heads there were. There's not much chance. Gunther decided that provocation was the best option. Somewhere in the darkness, he shouted that the vampires couldn't reach him, and from there, red eyes appeared, followed by several more vampire heads eager to destroy him. The devil's forces will be defeated, and there is no surrender. That's what their heads were saying. Someone without a face picked one of them up and said that this guy was Albert Lorraine. He had fought against vampires earlier and saved over 100 people, but now he was with him. Gunther was more interested to know not about his collection but about the child he saw. He assumed it was growing and gaining strength for him for the future. Then the monster shared that of all the heroes who sacrificed themselves to save people, he chose only the owners of a beautiful face, and no one else. And their lofty souls would not grow old and fade here until the end of the human race. To him it looked like a beautiful hell to admire. Gunther said it was impressive, but his face would not suit him. But he asked him not to worry about that. He himself knew how to act. He noted that with his deeds of strength and will, Gunther surpasses all the heroes of recent years. So he asked him not to refuse him one request. Then he hastened to explain to him that it's not that. It's that he's just not handsome. And when he started to doubt that, he suggested he check it out for himself. Heads pulled off his mask and he saw the true face that was now Gunther's. It really convinced him that the man in front of him was not human. His reaction did not surprise Gunther in any way. He had heard many times that he was considered a monster by the same monsters. He thought that now he would be released. How naive he was. Bengal asked him not to talk such nonsense because in his condition, he would never be able to get out of here. He was sure of it. Gunther noted that he thought so too, but only that he himself gave him the opportunity to escape. He was astonished because he had done nothing for it. The knight smiled broadly, noting that none of him had teeth. One by one, he began to bite the heads that surrounded him. He thought it would help, but Bengal found it funny how stupid the plan was. He knew he couldn't get out just by biting everyone. No one ever got out of here. Gunther knew his own worth. He didn't think he was anything. It didn't matter to him how hard it was, he could still survive. Meanwhile, the others looked at this huge cloud of heads. It was disturbing to be stuck there for so long. Reno knew that he wouldn't be able to save them. He clutched his head, realizing that they might not have come here and tried to resurrect the knight. He regretted trusting them. Humanity was doomed. Suddenly, Arian pointed out that heads were starting to fall off. They had hoped that he was still alive after all, and could get out at least for his life. And then Gunther himself fell out after this flood of heads with his arm outstretched in front of him. Reno, although in fact N said the opposite, but said that he believed in him. He noticed that he had lost his legs, but that was not the main thing. Gunther said that they need to change the plan. As in, the next fight they will not win. When they asked what their new plan was, he said they had to get away from the bastard. He grabbed Arian to save her. They had to act fast and hide from Bengal until dawn. The heads were already activated, so he decided to get the hell out of there. It's very dangerous. Arian told him she had some spare limbs for him and some modded weapons, but there was no time to install them. Gunther said they needed to get as far away from him as possible first. He said to hold onto him tightly so they wouldn't fall. There is definitely a chance of survival. Bengal saw Arian and was delighted. He was madly in love with her pretty face. He chased after them with the purpose of taking this beauty for his collection. When they hid, Gunther asked her how much time remained until dawn. She suggested that it was still 5 minutes, like yesterday. He noticed that the exit was clear, but in any case, they just had to hide and wait for a chance. They wouldn't be able to slip in unnoticed so easily. In the meantime, Reno, Patrick, and Al had covered themselves with the grate, but it didn't help them much. They begged Gunther to help them get out of this place. But he already expected that they would be caught. Besides, it was already clear that there would be casualties. He decided that while they distracted Bengal, they could get away. Even though he tried to convince her that it was for the future of humanity, Arian didn't believe him. She jumped out to draw attention to herself and surrender. When Bengal was about to go for her, Gunther was ahead of him and grabbed the girl. He didn't like the way she decided to burn them down without thinking of him. He reminded her not to leave the shelter, and to calm her down, he promised to save her comrades as soon as he got the chance. That's right. Eventually, Gunther felt sick with fatigue. He decided that they should run straight to the exit without waiting for dawn. They ran up the stairs to the exit. Bengal followed. He was so moved by Gunther's courage that he begged him to become part of this creature. He was used to getting what he wanted. How happy they were when they saw the light. It meant that the exit was very close and they were about to be outside, but he grabbed Gunther's arm. In order for them to leave them alone, he had to sacrifice his limb and give it to them. He managed to make sure that they didn't catch up with them. When they were finally outside, Gunther was glad. He noticed the sun was rising, so they had succeeded. They were able to wait for dawn. But as it turned out, everything was not as good as he thought. Behind him, he heard Ariane screaming. Turning around, he saw her being grabbed by the Bengal heads. They were glad they had caught her and dragged her into their lair. The inferior vampires asked the master if he was all right. They were very worried about him. He complained to them that revenge for their dear family had failed because of one monstrous night. But they rushed to comfort him, promising to avenge him themselves. But he was sure they couldn't handle him, and he couldn't let another member of his family die. He wanted him dead himself. He needed them to get him more faces since he'd lost some, and they just brought him 34 fascinating people. They boasted that some had personally selected 7 for him, and some 2, but they were especially beautiful. Every vampire wanted to please his master. So he praised them. The faces they brought seemed to him really beautiful as he needed them to be. Just perfect. Worked hard. As expected, he liked the one he chose the most. It was Ariane's face that caught his eye at first sight. Beautiful. He asked her not to be afraid of him, warning her that she would simply join his body, and they would be together until the end of the human age. After that, he smiled wryly. Gunther, meanwhile, was rushing Reno to join him as soon as possible, but he asked him not to push him. Shouting on the contrary only slowed him down. But here simply could not be otherwise. Gunther paid attention to the indicator on his wrist where the blood remained less than half. Soon he would not be able to move. He had already even considered replacing it with a person with that blood. Then Reno had already decided that he was not going to save Ariane, looking for an alternative. Gunther said that in principle he could think about it and not rush to save her, but the doctor told him that she was the only person capable of doing so. He explained to him that the device in his head is not what resurrects his lifeless body. It's what allows him to move consciously. A decomposed body cannot be fully revived. Without recharge, the body has 3 days at best, so it couldn't just be left there. Gunther was shocked to learn that if his body without it for 3 days, it could not be resurrected again. This already fundamentally changed his attitude to this. So it did not matter whether he was in danger or not if he was not connected to the device. The end. He would finally go to the other world. So now he has to go there and save Ariane, and then go back before his body rots. Time was short. Reno reminded him that creating a new feeding creature was impossible, and probably wouldn't be possible for at least another couple of years. Without Ariane, he would be lost forever. She remained his last chance for survival. He didn't really believe it. He couldn't figure out what this device was. But Reno couldn't tell him all the secrets yet. He decided he would tell him more when there was more trust between them. Right now, he couldn't say for sure. And so he finally finished attaching his limbs. However, Gunther was confused by the fact that his right arm was still out of place. That was very strange. In fact, Reno had simply forgotten about it. He made it special. Even though it wasn't finished, he designed it specifically for long-range combat. Bengal was stable. He had already begun to absorb those brought to him. The man who was next in line was very afraid of what he wanted. But Bengal tried to reassure him that it didn't hurt at all. He brought his bloody hand with the wound to his face. Threads of blood began to take hold of him. His blood was his weapon and his mind. It was what he used to create his collection of faces. Taking his head, he was delighted that it was now his. People were insanely terrified to see it. They all realized that even if it didn't hurt, the fact of joining was horrible. Suddenly, Bengal decided that the next one would be his favorite. He couldn't wait to have Ariane's face. It would be a masterpiece among his old faces. And she didn't even move. That's fortitude. Eyes expressing strength and determination without a trace of fear. It was to his liking. She was so calm. Ariane admitted that the truth that frightened her at the moment was that still no one was trying to save her heart. That was the only thing that was scary. He liked her thoughts pat. He decided he would make her face repeat those words time after time. He was ready to grab her, but he didn't. Someone from outside called out to him. When he turned around, he saw a man coming at him. He waited for the moment when he was finally distracted. The enemy of all men. He wanted to kill Bengal, but the heads attacked him at once, preventing him from doing so. They pinned him against the wall, preventing him from moving. The inferior vampire admitted it was his mistake. The man who wanted to attack him had been brought in by him, but he held no grudge. Little thing. The man started screaming, saying he wasn't the only one waiting for him to die. He was sure a hero would come to end him. It was their will. Bengal was even amused at how confident his victim was. No one could say anything to him with such confidence, but this one thought he was cool. He always enjoyed facing heroes like him. They were more enjoyable to send to the other side of the world. It was just their deaths that brought pleasure. His disgusting and vain beliefs that he should sacrifice himself for humanity amused Bengal to no end. Humans were so naive. He showed the man his mangled hand. It had become that way after he'd saved people from a burning house, and no one even knew about it. Bengal still remembered that day perfectly. The soot and heat that made it hard to breathe. The pain, running back and forth to save as many people as he could. He didn't care what happened to him. He thought that fate would thank him for such a great deed for the few lives he saved. But no. What he got in return was not what he expected. With his burnt flesh, he received neither heroic glory nor the respect of men. Nothing of the sort. For a while it was true, but what he got most of all was something else. The man whose head was clenched on all sides listened attentively. It hurt Bengal that after such a heroic act, he had received only scorn and disappointment, but the men refused to believe the story. Then he explained why they hated him so much. The reason was simple: his face. Noticing the horror in the man's eyes, he remembered how people usually look at monsters. Those who thought he was a hero hated Bengal when they saw his face, and from that moment on, his place in the world disappeared. People didn't want to see such a monster anywhere. It was obvious that his ugliness was not his fault. Even though he'd saved people, it was all gone. Everyone immediately turned their backs on him. He'd risked himself and the world had done the same to him. And now, he just couldn't stand to look at heroes like that. He tried to tell them that their sacrifice for humanity was useless. People wouldn't appreciate it. You want to do good in this world and help mankind, but that's a huge mistake. This desire can do harm. Good will not return good at all. The man didn't care about that. He didn't care about what happened in his past. He felt there was no excuse for his actions. Just a murderer. Bengal never gave up hope that he would ever realize that all their sincere actions meant nothing. They are simply taken for granted. As he reached for the man to do the same thing to him as the last one, he heard a voice behind him. Gunther thought he was talking nonsense. Turning around, they saw him with a very strange hand. He noted that the spikes were flying somewhere wrong, but it was logical because the weapon wasn't finished. Arian was very happy to see him. He wasn't exactly thrilled and sarcastically pointed out that she was still alive. He was ready to kill her himself. And Bengal thought that he really wanted to go to the other side of the world if he decided to go that far. But in fact, he wanted to save himself. Gunther suggested that he finally start the battle. He had no time for idle talk. He had a few minutes to live. The second round went. In principle, this only pleased Bengal. He smiled, noting that it would never end until one of them ceased to exist, as it should. Before that, Gunther had studied his Ashu meter. It was specifically made for body modification. It was made from bison tibia and spiky vertebral columns. They are surrounded by muscles that are needed to pull the spikes in and out. The muscles slowly tighten, building up the strength to fire. The destructive power and speed of this weapon is far greater than any crossbow or ballista ever made by man. The barrel itself is short. But once all 6 spikes have been used, it will be useless. Gunther knew it was bad, but he had to stay away from it with all his might. Reno reminded him again that even if time was running out, he still needed to finish Bengal. It was just for the sake of humanity. He pointed out that there was no way to save Arian for now. Though they could escape him while the sun was at its zenith, they wouldn't be able to escape the inferior vampires. Plus, his body can't be charged while he's active. But if it stops completely, the inferior vampires will wipe them off the face of the earth. So there's that. And most importantly, if he kills a higher vampire, all the lower vampires will die too, because his blood flows in them. All he has to do is deal with him in time. He knew they wouldn't do it so quickly, but Gunther noted that they were more vulnerable than he was, especially since he was sure that he would survive anyway. When he got to a certain place, he saw Bengal. According to the tracks, it wasn't that hard to get there. However, he only had 15 minutes left, but he was sure he could still scare him to death. He had no other choice anyway. He was already here, so he had to do it. Bengal saw his weapon and grimaced slightly. He found it disgusting because it was shooting someone's bones, but still a marvelous thing. And it didn't scare him a bit because he knew that no throwing weapon could penetrate this multi-layered shield of faces. That was the plan. Gunther still didn't give up. He tried to throw another bone but missed again. But he had figured out how to shoot and he could hit the vampire in the heart. Finally, he ordered the vampires to collect all the faces and carry them away, but they refused his request, deciding that they could do it themselves much faster than he could. So he accepted their offer and decided that if they wanted to protect him, they should protect him. The vampires instantly rushed to his enemies. It wasn't hard for them. They decided amongst themselves that he should be more careful with his weapons, but he reassured them that he wasn't going to use it on them. There was no need. He could deal with them with his bare hands. As he lunged at the vampire, Literally turning the ground to stone, he realized he wasn't there anymore. He was behind him. The vampire jumped on his neck and hugged him tightly. Their will was as strong as steel. They knew they wouldn't break under his stern gaze. There was more than one. No matter how he tried to twist his head off, Gunther realized that their strength was not enough to overpower him. In the end, he simply burst his head with his hands. Bengal was the target for him. Everyone else was just interfering pawns he wasn't interested in. They decided he needed to tie his legs so he wouldn't escape. He destroyed them one by one. It was clear they were nothing and their lives were worthless. The only thing he was sorry for was that there was no time at all. When he finally cleared a path for himself, a vampire clawed at his leg. He disagreed with him, saying that Bengal was the only one treating them well. And in gratitude, they decided they would fight for him at all costs. He gave them hope for some kind of future. It was a diversion. Bengal was already closing in on him, and one of the muzzles gripped his head, preventing him from moving. It was going to chew him all over. At that moment, Gunther decided to use his weapon. This time, he couldn't miss anymore. He managed to separate some of the heads that grabbed him. Unfortunately, there were only 3 charges left and he had to be more careful, but he couldn't figure out where Bengal was. All the faces looked the same. Suddenly, Arian decided to call out to Bengal. Gunther did not understand why she decided to get his attention, because it did not allow him to understand where his body was. The vampire grabbed her and told her to shut up. He found it suspicious that she had decided to talk, but he had to be careful with her. After all, they needed her. Gunther didn't stand for it, so he decided to attack them. With one swing, he immediately ended the attackers. They did not even have time to finish their words. He turned around and saw Bengal and his pack of heads coming at him. He didn't even expect them all to be headed for him, but he bounced away. Gunther was glad that all this was finally over, but again he heard a woman's screams. Arian needed help because the vampires were hurting. We had to keep watch. The vampire holding her was telling her to shut up, but she couldn't take it anymore, so she shouted what she thought. She called Bengal a disgusting monster, and that really hurt him. But on the other hand, he realized that the girl was just stalling and there was no point in listening to her. She didn't care about him anyway. She warned Gunther that there are small faces that react first and start moving, most likely the ones closest to Bengal. The vampire immediately jumped up to her and covered her mouth, calling her a cunt. He assumed he'd taken into account how condescending he'd been to her, and started taunting her. He threatened to rip out her long tongue but heard a noise. Turning to his right, he saw a beam that went straight through Bengal's face. Gunther was sure he saw the face that had reacted first. He was already very close to figuring it out, and he only had a little bit left to win. He finally saw him himself when she screamed. He said that if he didn't hit it the first time, that was it. He would be able to hide in another face. Bengal was already getting worried when he noticed that he had cut some of the nerves connecting the faces. He had to restore them while he had the chance. But Gunther said he couldn't do it. It would take a couple of shots to finally destroy him, especially since he already knew where he was. Bengal naturally began to worry that the knight will succeed, and he just did not have time to restore anything. We had to hurry before he fired. The vampires couldn't let that happen, so they decided to stop him by breaking his weapon. Basically do everything they could to keep their master unharmed. They piled on top of him, hoping it would work. They just had to buy time for Bengal, but Gunther shot anyway. The spike tore through everyone, leaving one big hole in them, and went straight for the right spot. Everyone had already flinched, and Bengal himself had already said goodbye to his life. But as Arian pointed out, it failed to hit his heart. It was a failure. She realized that they had little chance of winning because the spikes were gone. She shouted to him that it was the end. If there was no time left, the device in his head would be destroyed. Before she could say anything, he responded. However, he wasn't used to giving up, so he didn't agree with her. With his hands in the air, he pushed himself off the ground. He managed to fly all the way to Bengal. The vampires were shocked to see him fly away from them. They didn't know it was possible. At that moment, Bengal's whole life flashed before his eyes. He remembered the day he joined the civil guard. To him, saving people was the most important thing in the world. He felt he had to dedicate his life to it. Like his father, he wanted to protect humanity and become a hero. He burned with this idea and believed that nothing could stand in his way. So naive. After he sacrificed himself to save a lot of people from a fire and got burned, kids called him a monster and threw rocks at him in the street. So hurtful. It was unbelievably painful for who they thought he was. He just sat down and burst into tears, not realizing if his sacrifice for his father's humanity was worth anything. And his sacrifice was only worth being called a monster, just because of his appearance, not because of his deeds. He didn't know what to believe or what to do. He was so desperate that horrible thoughts were going through his head. Suddenly, someone touched him. Bengal didn't expect it, so he opened his eyes sharply. A vampire was standing over him, gently stroking his head. He stated that he had been watching him for a long time and wanted to create a new world. It would be a complicated process, and most likely painful. That's why he needed help from someone like him. Bengal didn't really understand him yet, so he opened his mouth and asked again. When he shared his plans, he was impressed. He was happy that everything could change 180 degrees. All he had to do was to join in. And now Gunther's fist goes through his body. His heart left him instantly. All that he had been promised was meaningless. This is the end. Gunther was insanely happy that he had won after all. He smiled and looked straight into Bengal's eyes. They were full of fear, like his victims. Gradually dissolving, Bengal confessed that he still wanted to be a real hero that everyone wanted. But he didn't believe that it would be Gunther. It was over. Gunther woke up. His body was once again strapped to something. But still he exhaled, realizing that that enemy had been defeated. A good start? Immediately, Arian cried out. She had warned him not to move for the time being, at least not while he was charging. Then he had already calmed down. She praised and thanked him for saving so many lives. And Reno was impressed that he was able to deal with a superior vampire so quickly. In fact, Gunther was worried that he wouldn't succeed. But just in case, he decided to ask them if all the lower vampires had disappeared with him. Reno explained that vampires who received blood from those who are higher ranked disappear with their death. After all, it was they who had turned them. That was why they took them with them. In that case, Gunther concluded that they could end it all if they sent the first pure-blooded vampire to the other world. Theoretically, Arian told him that the last pure-bred vampire, Julius, had never been seen again since the day he killed the Emperor. So secretive. Though they are the strongest, Julius has never taken part in any battles at all. The reason was never revealed to anyone, although it is very strange. But it seemed to Gunther that it was not only surprising, it had long been known that vampires fed on human blood. But there was a discrepancy. Then it was unclear to him why they then set themselves the goal of destroying all mankind. That's a contradiction. But he wasn't the only one who wondered. Reynaud pointed out that they had no choice but to fight for survival. Whatever confuses them doesn't change the point. Their purpose had been clear to them for a long time. Arian said that if he wants to know more about it, all will have to contact the main headquarters. But Gunther did not even know that there was a city somewhere. And Reynaud confirmed it. He specified that there is only one city left. All survivors gather on this still untouched sacred land. This was where they did their research and created parts for his body. It's the last stronghold that hasn't been overrun in 100 years. Just as they were arriving, Reynaud pointed to the town that was visible nearby, the place where the counterattack was being prepared. They had only a short distance to go. Gunther looked out and saw the last hope of mankind, the sacred lands of Bahal that were shrouded in fire. This was not at all what Reynaud and Arian had expected, and he grinned when he realized how ironic that sounded. The hope of men burning with fire. It was all very sad, of course, but it looked a lot like their future. When one of the higher vampires was informed while he was sleeping that Bengal was gone, he jumped up. He was very frightened, thinking that the enemies were closing in. And they were coming for him. The vampire started to panic because he didn't want to go to the afterlife. He was reassured that everything was fine, and there were no evil men here. The pure-blooded vampire was told this sad news, noting that although Bengal was not reliable, he was beautiful. It was unclear to them who was able to end him. So he ordered his assistant to find out what kind of man or monster with such incredible strength had done this to him. It must be found out soon. Bahal was called the Sacred Land for many reasons. This city was located in an ideal geographical position. It seemed as if God himself had created it. It was located on a separate island of great power. To get there, you have to cross dangerous mountains. It was not particularly wealthy because of the difficulty of trade. However, because of its fertile territory, its inhabitants are provided with food for a long time. In addition, the city stands on a cliff, which makes it quite difficult to get to. And the only way to get there is to pass through a bridge of 1,200 meters. But for its inhabitants, all this is a huge plus. If you block the bridge, you can defend yourself against 10 times the enemy's forces. That's why Bahal is a sacred land created by God. For centuries, it was believed that it was under special protection so it would never fall. But what was happening was very strange. Reynaud himself was shocked because everything was fine when they left. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face. He called out to Leonard, who was glad to see him. He had thought he was dead, but the news had come late. But Reynaud reminded him that he wasn't the first to quit. And Arian brought a tear to his eye. She thanked him for his prayers. It seemed to her that they were the only reason she had survived. It was a miracle. He was very nice to her, so he asked her to call him Leonard instead of Welf. He was happy that they were safe and sound. He looked at Gunther and was speechless. And when he saw the pipe behind him, he was confused. Reynaud decided to defuse the situation and introduce them to each other. Leonard realized that they had done such a good job, so he invited them to his place. They had almost finished putting out the fire, so everything was fine. Later, Gunther decided to ask him how it came to be that the sacred land was in such a bad situation. After all, believed that it was created by God. He said that the bridge area on the main continent has surrendered and is no longer defended. It is not controlled by anyone, so their line of defense has been moved to the walls. Reino wondered what happened then. They thought that after Bengal's death everything would be fine, but it turns out they weren't even aware of it. He admitted that after they left, they started trying to occupy the city, but he couldn't answer the question of which of the higher vampires was there. It was the first time he'd ever seen one. He was very different from the vampires he'd heard of and seen before. He had a strange curvaceous figure and a costume. And remembering some freak show and soldiers about something that had happened right around the time of the brutal murder made him nervous. Sweat even came pouring down. But Gunther interrupted him. He didn't really know what show he was talking about. With a sneer, he assumed that he was describing a circus. That wasn't funny at all. Reino wanted to hear if they had gotten through the main gate. As it turned out, yes. At first they held them off, but in the second attack they did damage. Leonard asked Gunther to stay here outside to guard the bridge. They needed no distractions to buy time to rebuild the city. He didn't feel like fighting, so he just refused. He had a better chance of survival if they were a human shield at the beginning of the massacre and then moved to the rear. Leonard was astonished to hear that. He had the worst words for the night in his head. He asked him to remember how he came to be here. He told him that 136 of his co-workers had died trying to become a dead knight. Dozens of researchers were working to create his body. And all this was happening while they defended the sacred ground at the risk of their lives. The ungrateful Gunther was only standing there because of them. Without them, he wouldn't be there. Now he, ignorant of self-sacrifice, thirsting only to survive, had inherited the will of these men. He thought it was a mistake the dead knight should have been him. He wasn't ready to recognize someone like him. Gunther called him a decent and tough guy. He recognized that a lot of people say that to him when they meet him. After saying that, he moved closer to Leonard, and when he expected to hear something useful, he sent him away. That was the last straw. In the end, Leonard could not stand such insolence and called him a freak and drew his sword to attack Gunther, but he just silently threw it out the window. There was speculation from the street that the captain had gone to the next world, and Ariane just reminded him not to move too fast when charging. But Gunther said that he already knew that, but that the first one attacked him, and he only did it in self-defense. He couldn't just stand there and wait. When Leonard was finally wrapped up on all sides, Gunther continued to tease him. The only thing he regretted was not being able to hit them with a three-pointer. Ariane had warned him that no matter how strong he was, a man alone couldn't do it here. It takes a lot of strength and resources to build his body parts. Manpower accordingly. Their timely supply is very important, or his body will just rot, and he won't be able to use it in anyway. That's the way it is. That's why she urged him to protect the people and the sacred territory, so that the supply doesn't stop. It all works to his advantage. Just in case, he decided to ask her if he should be the protector she kept telling him to be. He didn't want that at all. But Ariane had explained to him that with him, their chances of winning would increase dramatically. He started to roar ostentatiously, but finally asked for a weapon. Reino reached into their backpacks. He just had a couple of modified weapons for him. He turned them towards Gunther so he could see them for himself. Gunther was outraged when he found out that they had so few weapons with them. Even Ariane was surprised because she thought they had prepared more. Strange. Leonard apologized to them for that. Just they spent almost all their forces on defense and putting out fires, they just didn't have time. We need more. Gunther was furious. He said that if they were all so conscientious, they should have at least made him a normal arm, not this wall decoration. Leonard was outraged that he was so ungrateful. He noted that this weapon could bite with tremendous inhuman strength, so there's no arguing about it. The second one seemed more useful to Gunther. It was a shell shield, sort of like an aegis. He felt he could go somewhere with it. It could be resized at will. This weapon was much stronger than ordinary steel and more resistant to fire. A great find for him. Still, he decided to see if he could make something like the bone shaker he was using. It was only 6 shots, but still not bad. Ariane said it could take about 6 months or more to build. Each kind requires a lot of resources, and almost all of them are disposable. Then Gunther concluded that they could not offer him anything useful, but she tried to explain to him that it was impossible to procure materials in this environment. Leonard said he had to go to the patrolman for a report. Then he'd be back, and while he was gone, they could rest. Reino also left, leaving the two of them. When they left, Gunther drew his sword and began to examine it. It seemed good enough to him, so he decided that he was ready to go into battle. Ariane decided to return to the topic Leonard had brought up, specifically how they chose the future hero who would save the world. She shared that the choice was made among 100 people, ordinary working members of the royal family and nobility, and in the end it was decided that he was more suitable than the others. In the end, she asked him not to try to become someone else just because of what they say about him, because she personally believed that he would save people. He did not even understand why she started all this, because Gunther and did not doubt his strength. He knew perfectly well that he could do everything he needed to do. Only she said that all is well as he interrupted her. From his head did not leave the information that 136 people died for him. But what amazed him more was that she saw what it could lead to. and decided to become a nourishing creature for the dead knight anyway. That's commendable. She explained that she did it not because she was very brave, but because it was necessary. She knew for a fact that no one else would have taken the risk but her. Suddenly, Leonard flew into the room. He informed Gunther that the bastards were already here and he needed to get ready to fight them immediately. It's about time. When they got outside, he was uncharged. Leonard and Arian stood to the side watching him gather. He had to get everything done in 2 hours. Arian's main concern was that he survive, for all their hope lay in him. But he was already confident that he would make quick work of their enemies. Now it was his duty. In any case, Gunther knew that whoever was his enemy, he would tear him apart. Literally, the fate of humanity was in his hands. He could save them. The monster standing somewhere in the distance was disappointed that their show was going to be watched by only one viewer. Still, they are willing to host him. Gunther, starting to reproach him and seeing only his dark silhouette, could not understand why the vampire was moving so strangely. He was twisted and hardly fast. He decided that if this was the vampire's normal speed, then his normal instantaneous jump kick would work as well. All he had to do was get closer. He was already greeting his dear spectator. He always went out of his way to please people. He had something to show him. He tried so hard. He'd carefully prepared tonight's performance of Evelyn. He couldn't wait to show it off, but before he could even finish talking, Gunther came at him with his sword. He thought he'd won, but he didn't. He realized he hadn't even touched him. The direction was right, but somehow he dodged. And then another vampire appeared. He said that Gunther's audience had been rude. According to their rules, the order of performances must be respected. The first scene of the Pig King and the Gnome Choir started very strangely. After the vampire cut his hand, blood spurted out of it, forming some kind of figure. After a few seconds, it became clear that a tent had appeared in front of him, literally bloody. Then Gunther realized what kind of circus Leonard was talking about. It's true. Abruptly, a small pig flew out of it and immediately decided to attack Gunther. But luckily, he had a good weapon and was able to defend himself against this weirdo. But it turned out he wasn't alone. Dozens of such piglets surrounded him, not allowing him to leave the circle. In some ways, Gunther was even confused. These crazy dwarves even rushed at him all in a bunch, but they still could not defeat him. With one powerful blow, he scattered them to the sides. No matter how hard they tried to hurt him, it didn't work. He was still stronger than them. Gunther had already pinned one dwarf to the ground and was about to kill him with his sword. But suddenly he changed his mind. He decided that there was no point in wasting his precious time on them. Without a moment's thought, he turned around and headed for the entrance to the tent. As soon as he approached it, wanting to deal with the main thing, a huge stream of fire was directed at him. Luckily, his armor shield helped him here as well. After that, a huge-sized pig came out of the tent on which the pigman was sitting. Only then did he realize why the first scene had such a name. The dwarf had whispered to him that this was their enemy to destroy. The one started his flame again, burning everything. He was sure the knight wouldn't make a move, but how surprised he was when he realized it didn't work. The dwarf asked for more fire to make sure he burned, but it wasn't that simple. Gunther thought that they were too naive to think that he could be defeated in such an easy way. He had already prepared his sword to destroy the pig. In the end, he only needed one blow. Gunther simply put his fist forward and aimed straight at the pig's face. That really helped to kill it. He mocked the fact that they promised that they had carefully prepared everything, but everything turned out to be more trivial. The dwarves were shocked because no one had ever done it before. And he didn't even bother to touch them. He just went to watch the second scene. Gunther wanted to finally look at the one who invented it all. After all, he is his enemy. Entering the tent, he noticed how neatly decorated everything there. He found this meeting place nice and cozy. You'd never know what the catch was. And then the vampire showed up. He thanked him for those warm words and confessed that he was the first one who managed to get to the second performance. It's the best. Gunther decided not to stall and destroy him immediately, but as he swung his sword, he realized his legs were failing him. He was sure he hit, but he bounced. He realized that he had easily dodged it. Something strange was happening to his body. It was twisting and turning in ways he couldn't quite put into his head. The vampire said that he had carefully prepared the performance for the second part, which was called Confession of the Suffering Clown Evelyn. Time to enjoy the spectacle. When Gunther tried to strike him again, he twisted like a worm, but he immediately realized what his trick was, so he came up with a backup plan for the fight. He kicked rocks, hoping one would hurt him. Dodging one might be difficult, but dodging a dozen would be difficult. But he didn't know exactly what he was up against yet. Not only did the vampire dodge, but he managed to draw his sword from his mouth in a strange pose. Immediately, he aimed it at Gunther to take him by surprise. However, it didn't work. He had no reaction either. It was hard for him to dodge any attack. No direct blow could be thrown. In the end, the battle came to the point that Gunther simply thrown out of the tent, but he was not confused and landed on his feet. But the weird clown didn't leave him behind. Reno turned to Leonard, looking through the telescope. He wanted his opinion on whether Gunther could win. He reported that he was being pushed back. He could not see well from afar, but it still seemed that Gunther's attacks were not effective at all. Still, it was not so bad because the dwarves are defeated. Suddenly, he noticed that the knight was almost thrown back to the beginning of the bridge. Reno tried to snatch the pipe from him to see for himself. The clown flew up and was about to throw himself at Gunther, and he did it just unluckily because he managed to dodge his attack. Slippery eel. Gunther had long ago noticed how flexible his enemy was. He had almost no chance against him. He was impossible to catch. He moved. Arian looked at it all and noted that Gunther had managed to dodge all the attacks he felt, but she didn't know where the limits of his comprehension lay. Reno asked if they could help him. Leonard shared that all the siege weapons had been destroyed earlier. They could have helped him by using the bow at the gate, but Arian reminded them that they had better avoid fighting on the bridge. It wasn't that Reno had forgotten, it was as if he didn't understand why they had decided that. She explained to him that Gunther's muscles were incredibly dense and heavy, and he had almost no fat, and the conclusion from that was self-evident. They'd seen it for themselves. Just at that moment, the vampire pushed Gunther into the water and his weight broke the partition. It was impossible to avoid falling into the water. Arian added that if he was in the water, he would drown. There was no doubt about it because he is like a stone that will immediately pull to the bottom. Gunther was only a meter away from the water, but he managed to get his sword on the structure. He was well aware of the fact that if he fell, he would not get out. But he concluded that he would not drown, but would be carried away by the current. And in that case, no one would survive. It was clear that he was in for a tough fight. There was less than half the time left and the vampire still couldn't calm down. It seemed that he was about to launch his sword at him and Gunther would fall. However, he could not allow such an outcome. Gathering his strength, Gunther made a powerful jump and found himself right on the bridge. The vampire was waiting for him with 2 swords. Gunther realized that his opponent was damn strong and could not even be compared to his previous opponent. They were like heaven and earth. Amazing. Just when he thought it was time for Reno and Arian to do something about it, they shouted at him that it was time to retreat. They knew he wouldn't take this fight out. He followed their orders by going back. However, he didn't understand why that was the case. It seemed to him that they had some kind of strategy rather than just retreating. Gunther concluded that they couldn't come up with anything during his fight, but Rhino stated that they had been working on a plan for a long time. He should try harder. Arian handed him a wire and said that they should hold out until sunrise. They lacked siege weapons, so only he could fight the supreme vampire as an equal. She reminded him that it was 5 hours until sunrise, and there's only enough power for 2. He would have to try to buy time by fighting. Reno decided he needed to change his arm. He didn't really understand why. In fact, he hoped this strategy wasn't their only option. But he was. And that option had one major drawback. Arian turned his attention to the indicator. She really hated to disappoint him. However, she had to warn him that this time it would take longer to restore power, but that was to fully recover. Waiting for 20 minutes. Reno added more that to fully recover, one had to be in a certain state. He wouldn't be able to run away while recharging. At that moment, Leonard entered the room. The soldiers noted that the supreme vampire was about to be at their place. They had to somehow hold out for 20 minutes. He had told them that, clearly. They would have to try very hard to last that long, because this clown was not easy. He is very difficult to defeat. Gunther was amazed by this. He reminded them of the battle he had with that vampire. That meant that ordinary people didn't stand a chance at all. He was sure they wouldn't last that long. The monster would kill them in the first 5 minutes. But Reno already knew that. They already knew what they were walking into. Leonard was trying to get his men in the best possible mood for the fight. If they didn't light up now, there would be no one to light the way in this pitch darkness. The high vampire broke through their gate with a single blow. It was clear from their screams that they were trying hard to resist him, but all in vain. Blood under the door. The entire army was killed in a flash, leaving only their captain. But even he was easy for the vampire to deal with, but he tried to enjoy it, pinned him down with his own shield. And then Gunther flew into him, noting how thoughtless he was. He condemned the vampire for not even realizing someone could fight back. Leonard was shocked. He just realized that he needed to regain his vitality, not be here. And Reno wondered how he fought with one hand. Arian noted that he couldn't defeat a vampire with one hand. It only took him 5 minutes to replenish his strength so he wouldn't last until sunrise. Everyone was stunned when Gunther suggested that the supreme vampire change the location of the battle. That was definitely not part of their plans. It was all the more unclear where they were going. Purposefully, Gunther knocked the clown outside the bridge. It became clear that they had no choice but to plunge into the water. But it's very risky. It was the knight's own idea, so to speak, the location of the third act. Here he knew he wouldn't run away from him. That's why he was so pleased. He realized that the attack worked and it was more difficult for him to fight in this situation. Gunther clung to the place of his heart, wanting to crush him as soon as possible. But he was also not a bad guy. Feeling that he is beginning to be defeated, he took up his sword and separated Gunther's hand, which he was going to do it all. A fight broke out between them. It was so vague that it wasn't clear who was really in the lead, but the superior vampire calmly headed for the surfacing. Gunther had no plans to let him go. Even without a single hand, he still found a solution. With his teeth, he tore off some of the muscle that covered his heart. All that remained was to destroy it. Then Gunther remembered the woman who had once found it in a junkyard in a place no one had ever looked. She had heard that faint scream. Already standing on the stairs to the next world, he called out to her with all his might. And when she came, he breathed a sigh of relieved. Then she was suddenly curious. No one would ever wish to be born. But left to perish amidst the garbage, he found reasons to survive and asked to be saved. Now, looking at his bloody body, at how good he was at fighting, she realized she had taken him for a reason. She realized what it was all for. He didn't really understand her. She had to explain to him that it was all revenge. No one expected him to be born and survive, but he kept begging anyway. Like a mad dog, he fought for his life to the end. He had the right to power and the right to live. She felt that no one had the right to take his life. For both those who had bred him and the world that had rejected him, it was the sweetest revenge. Now he had to prepare for another battle, to test his will. And now he opened his eyes and saw a soldier shouting to the others that he had found Gunther's head on the shore. They were shocked how he'd come up with it. Most likely he had surfaced by luck, as the head had been separated from the weighty body. They thought he was all right, just lucky. It was a relief that he survived this time. Leonard told Arian to carry him quickly because the battle wasn't over yet. There was no time to relax. Reino looked at the head trying to say something but couldn't make out a word. He stood looking at it, trying to read its lips. Finally, he decided to ask Arian. She explained that he couldn't speak without his torso. She asked him to wait a while for the body and its parts to be made. When he was finally restored, he admitted that the battle had been very annoying. From their conversations, he concluded that they had found another vampire. But Leonard said that the vampire he had fought was apparently still alive. Gunther didn't believe it, because he was very slow. He was easy to catch up with. After all, he clearly remembered tearing his heart out with his teeth. Then, to make him understand why they assumed that, Leonard decided to show him something. Not far from his head, there were footprints leading out of the sea. It could have been the superior vampire he fought. Following them, he found a strange place, a lair of vampires. Even in alliance with the sizzling sun, it was impossible for them to defeat him. That's why they were waiting for him. Gunther thought the whole thing was crazy. Just this whole story about an unusual strange cart was strange. Pointing to his teeth, he repeated that he had torn out the heart of a supreme vampire with them. In any case, Leonard was determined for their safety to go back there and check out the cart. They needed to do it soon before it was too late. Gunther was convinced that the cart did look suspicious, but he still denied that the vampire was alive. Leonard didn't care anymore and asked to check it out. When Gunther got closer to it, he noticed that the tracks were fresh and all the windows were boarded up. It really looked like a vampire's lair. He decided that even if he was there before sunset, he had a huge advantage. In any case, if anything went wrong, he would tear the place apart. It seemed to Gunther that he should have been greeted by the inferior vampires accompanying the higher-ups. But there was silence and peace all around, so he decided to go in. Looking around in the pitch darkness, he saw no one. It was very quiet and peaceful. It seemed to him that there was no one there, but suddenly he heard a grunt. Gunther had to rely on his inner senses and fight this pig blindly. Even in a fight like this, he had no equal. Everything was going just fine. In the end, he even threw one of them out of the cart by breaking through the wall. They didn't stand a chance against him, but no one wanted to give up. When Gunther grabbed another dwarf about to throw him to the same place as the previous one, he heard a voice from outside that asked him to stop. Then a few more dwarves came out to him who already knew that he had ruined their pig king. They seemed weak to him for vampires. They didn't understand why he had come to them. Many of them had trouble moving, much less fighting. They were real losers with broken bodies. The failed creatures couldn't fight him. They decided it was time to end the show. But he condemned them for destroying so many. And they didn't deny it, saying they had sworn to rid themselves of all humans. A vampire's oath is unbreakable. Svein invited him to the last performance. Gunther knew they weren't real, but that grunt drove him crazy. It's just that the traitor didn't raise them like humans, but like pigs. But they made a good product. When they reached the right room, the pig farmer pulled back the curtain to reveal their new and improved product, the Evelyn he already knew. He noted that they didn't seem to have any intention, and at that moment Evelyn turned her attention to him because she couldn't help but greet her audience. But the amazing thing was that she had survived, but it was unclear how. She explained that it was only a part of her heart and they don't die from that. To send a vampire to the next world, you have to completely destroy its heart, and if it's just damaged, the source of their power is cut off, but it doesn't kill them. That's why they can't use their blood. So whatever she did then was no longer possible now. No tent, no swords out of her hands, nothing. He was pleased that she explained it in such detail, but he made his point. If the blood doesn't work, they're just splinters burning in the sun. He decided it was time to be done with her. This time, he wanted to be the only one left alive in their battle, so he pointed his weapon at her. The others were waiting for him in the bushes. Leonard decided to ask his comrades how much time had passed. It turned out to be already 50 minutes. They decided to wait another 10. Suddenly, it occurred to one of them to ask if these vampires had once been human. Leonard didn't understand why he was even bringing this up. It seemed inappropriate. But the man decided to tell them a story they were discussing. Homeless and orphans had been going missing in the city for a long time. While searching for them, they found a strange structure. In a huge dark basement lay implements for crushing human bones and steel cages. It caused a huge stir at the time. Everyone was in shock. Mutilated little skeletons were discovered there. The pile of mangled bones looked like a mountain. It was hard to imagine what the missing people had experienced. The others were very curious as to what had been done there. He didn't know everything in great detail, only rumors. They said they were creating products there. They didn't really understand what he was talking about. Then the man explained that they created and sold strange creatures. The smaller it was, the more disfigured it was. So it sold for more. They didn't believe anyone wanted it, but he wasn't sure himself. It was just a rumor. Rich merchants bought them, though. The little mutilated creature served as a perverse symbol of their wealth and power, just like ordinary people who buy fancy clothes and jewelry. And yet it was still unclear how such a thing could be done to a human being. It didn't even occur to him that someone could think of such a thing. He figured they had everything they could ever want. Only the unusual and rare things were of value to them. That sounded kind of awful. From what he'd heard, some of the survivors had been sold to the circus, most likely the one Gunter had seen fighting strange vampires. It seemed to the man that these rumors were far-fetched, but he was worried that if they were true, these freaks were just someone's victims. It was unclear if it was worth it. Meanwhile, Gunther tried to hit Evelyn but failed. She began to advise him to try to strangle her, crush her, and break her bones. At the same time, she was dodging his attacks. She admitted that nothing would take away her pain. When she begged for death, her pleas were ignored. One day, they even let her go, saying she was free to go. Then she asked them why they had tortured her all this time and now so simply decided to let her go. The answer stunned her. After thinking about it, the guy replied that it was just past fashion. It was incredibly painful to hear that. She had to suffer so much for all of this. But here she came to her senses and decided to end it all. She was insanely interested in hurting others. It gave her pleasure. Then it wasn't all for nothing. She had one last and very important question for Gunther. She twisted around and sat right in front of him to find out what was fashionable at the time. He didn't really want to get into it. He had decided for himself that he would survive to the end no matter what. But he told her that human history was in fashion. Then she closed her eyes and said that even this topic would be a heavy performance filled with loneliness. She was ready to die anyway. And he didn't bother to screw her up. After that, you could watch the cart explode, taking everyone with it, and the pig dwarfs and the jester, but not Gunter. Immediately, news spread through the city that 2 of the highest vampires in Bachal had already been sent to the other side of the world. It's been years, in a matter of days. It was a shock. But some were confused as to how anyone had managed to defeat them. It was assumed that they had created a special weapon. There was no other way. But it was known that the remaining vampires had already headed for Bahal. The question then became how many of the higher vampires there were. There were probably 8. The man began to analyze. There were only 6, and all the rest had gone to Bakal. But he was interrupted by a reminder that the city was suffering from a shortage of supplies. They needed to help them, but he was against it. He didn't see fit to take care of those who didn't care about them. The fortress was surrounded by water on 3 sides. They had a better chance of survival. Besides, vampires hate water. No one had ever heard of a vampire crossing an entire ocean. Their animated conversation was interrupted by a strange noise. They heard a distinct popping sound that made them both break into a sweat. It was frightening to imagine what was in there. The next day, when Gunther was dressed up, he was outraged, thinking that they had organized a festival in the middle of the ruins. But it wasn't really like that at all. To immortalize the birth of the 2 supreme vampires, she would place a marker in a place near them. Arian didn't give him a name right away, which was very strange. It didn't matter to Gunther. He was confused by the fact that she was an important lady who was doing such nonsense at such a dangerous time for humans. Reno explained to him that she was an important person, one of the current rulers of Bahal. He asked him not to say anything unnecessary, but to be patient. And then they heard the clatter of hooves. The servants shouted to those who greeted her to bow their heads. For Olivia Hound, the big name of the day, had arrived. Absolutely everyone bowed as they realized that she was the only heiress of pure royal lineage. But Gunter was not going to respect her, especially since she immediately started complaining about how dirty, dusty, and strange-smelling their place was. The servants apologized and promised to fire those responsible. Gunter had a hard time tolerating her remarks and started to talk about what nonsense she was talking about because this was a battlefield, but Reno stopped him with his elbow. Then the queen turned to him. She already knew about the dead knight, but she didn't care about him so much that she even mixed up his name. She was corrected. She decided to take a closer look at him even though it seemed indelicate. She thought he was too ugly because of his altered body. Olivia Hound decided to move on to what she had come for, noting that he had already taken out 2 of the higher vampires. She decided to praise him for that personally. Her servants began to clap their hands and noted that Gunther's deed was an inspiration to the others, and the queen's mercy to her people would serve as an example to all. Then she noticed that they needed a change of scenery when they went inside. It was too dirty outside to finish the conversation. She didn't like it inside either. The servant again promised to punish everyone responsible, but she asked not to do that. It was wartime after all. As a magnanimous queen, she understood. Having mixed up the name again, she asked Gunther what he wanted as a reward for all that he had done for them. But Arian decided to answer instead. She could see that they needed more labor and material help. They knew everything. They knew that many in high places, including her, doubted the Dead Knight's plan. But in the end, it had worked and now the battle wouldn't last forever. They still needed manpower to maintain the modified body. She hoped that the queen believed in them and supported them. That would make it much easier for them to take steps to restore peace. But Olivia Hound yawned, noting that she hadn't asked for her opinion. Not interested. She noted that although she recognized her merit, she could not support them with her limited resources. After all, she is the ruler of Bahal. And as the last family of pure royalty, it was their duty to prepare for the future by funding a variety of prospects. So now it was the maximum amount of help she could offer. This was an important circumstance that simply could not be changed. Gunther did not understand what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Reno explained that she considered the Dead Knight an idea doomed to failure. That's why she invested in the others. He was shocked when he realized what she had meant all along. Her bizarre excuses seemed silly. First, she didn't believe in them, and now she came to praise them. They already realized that she didn't care about the people and would continue to deny that she had made the wrong decision. But they wanted to help correct that mistake. Arian asked that they at least give official recognition to those who had sacrificed themselves to create the Energizer. There was no way to bring them back. The servant wanted to speak up for the mistress, saying they were being rude, but she interrupted him. She reminded them that she had asked them to keep the work secret. It was a horrible barbaric method to use a lifeless body to make a knight. It would tarnish her reputation and confuse people. Officially concealing the existence of this dead knight is done for the benefit of humanity's prosperity. To do otherwise would have had a bad effect on them as well. She also remembered where their conversation had started. As a reward to Gunther, she wanted to give him the title of Count and give him the fertile southern lands. Something like that. Her servants supported their queen and said it was a wise decision, but she said that if Gunther agreed to it, he should kiss the back of her hand. But he looked at her and decided he would not stand for it any longer. He thought that in the current situation where everyone can die, she preaches honor and pride. Now he was not going to suck up to her and hide something. Gunther loudly announced that they had been brought a crazy woman claiming to be a queen. Ariane was shocked at his statement. They had asked him to keep quiet, and Reno decided to apologize to Olivia Hound, saying that he was exaggerating. But she wasn't stupid. Annoyed, she asked him to shut up and was about to tell them to their faces. However, she just didn't have time to do that. The guards came in and brought the wounded Leonard, who said they were in great danger. He saw a huge creature approaching Bahal. When they came out, Reno condemned Gunther for his bluntness. But he felt that without him, they would have died long ago. He wasn't going to show respect in front of her. Ariane couldn't believe Toronto had been destroyed overnight, but the guards had told them that this huge thing had come along and destroyed everything almost instantly. But Gunther didn't know if they should really care. Only he wanted to bring up the vampires they were talking about earlier when Reno shrieked. Watching the monster through his spyglass, he stated that it was coming straight for them. The supreme vampire was of such incredible size that the trumpet was unnecessary. Gunther didn't understand when the meaning of the word vampire had changed. It just wasn't clear how he could become one. Ariane had said that blood decided everything, and she added that with willpower alone, a supreme vampire could use blood to create anything. That's how these monsters come to be. This one in particular, she suggested, is called the Steel Titan Miranda, the same vampire that brought down the walls of the capital and took it over. They'd heard of him. Their attacks didn't work on this monster with skin as impenetrable as steel. They had hoped it would be a long time before they met him. But here he is. There were many rumors, but seeing him in person was exciting for them. He was quite popular because of the many fortresses he was able to destroy. Ariane also admitted that his popularity had influenced the creation of many records and research to find his possible weaknesses. Everyone wanted to know. Then Gunther wondered what conclusion they came to what weaknesses this monster had. But the worst part was that it just didn't have any. They looked at the fleeing people when Ariane again repeated that, at the moment, no weaknesses of the Titan were revealed. No one knows where the heart is. And his skin is so thick, that it is impossible to pierce it with anything. Then already Gunther realized the consequences if this monster enters Bakal. And he was absolutely right. Arian confirmed that in such a case, Bakal would fall. No fortress it had ever attacked had ever withstood such an assault. That's why she saw him as the greatest threat and never took her eyes off him. The Titan had caused so much distress that it had become difficult to track him down. Gunther wanted to know if there was any information about where it was headed, but then Renaud intervened. He pointed out that they had no way of knowing. It moves spontaneously. But like any higher vampire, he can burn in the sun. Logically, while it's still there, he retreats to his hiding place and changes guise, so they won't find him. Arian noted that's exactly what they'd be catching on to. The only way they can kill Miranda is to catch her unawares in the lair at sunrise. It's like a game of hide-and-seek to the death. Renaud pulled out a map and decided that even if the Titan had high speed, it was unlikely that it would reach Bahal today. 24 hours to prepare. After analyzing everything, he concluded that he would have to hide in the area of an abandoned village among the houses, so they would have to go there. If they don't find him there, there's a good chance he'll break through to Bahal the next day, so the winner of the battle must be decided there. They reached the place where they found his trail. Gunther noted that if the tracks break at this place, then he is here, in one of the 120 houses. Leonard decided that they would start the search from the south and Gunther would go north. Especially if they split up, they'd have a better chance of finding him. It made more sense. Only Leonard did not understand why, if it was an important case, they were not given all the available troops. At least he noticed that very few men went with him. It was explained to him that the rest had been sent to produce defensive weapons under the Queen's command. The warrior thought they had been informed of this, and Gunther was even amused by his words. He realized that the Queen had pride over human life. Thinking of her, all he could think of was hilarious. Then Leonard decided to ignore the fact. He announced that they would start the search anyway. They were to split up in groups of 5 and search for him. Afterwards, everyone scattered. Gunther decided to break down the doors without ceremony to prevent Miranda from escaping. He wanted to find him. Given that he was steel, it could be concluded that he was big and strong. He was sure that he had been a rather large man in his past life. Gunther decided that it would be preferable to look through the large spaces, so he found a hole in the wall that led to the street. From there, he shouted to them that he wasn't there. Renaud realized that there were only a few houses left, and they still hadn't found him. He had already assumed that they had made a mistake by choosing the wrong strategy, and Arian thought that he could be hiding in a disguise that was hard for them to see. And that was a serious problem. The sun will be setting soon. There's not much time. Gunther's already starting to freak out, destroying everything. He'd been to over 10 houses, but he couldn't find a vampire or even a rat. He was already demanding that he come out. And that's when he heard a noise. Someone had jumped past the passageway. Gunther chased after him, hoping it was the vampire. He quickly stumped himself, which made it easier for Gunther. It was still astonishing how huge this monster was, but even with him there was a chance to cope. However, when he turned around, Gunther realized his mistake. Those huge fangs and dark fur said that he was not the one they had been trying to find for so long. Meanwhile, the pureblood vampire had already been told that there had been too much discussion around the dead knight lately. He simply had to know. The vampire assumed that he had also been created in Bahala for sure, which was very curious. Shadow remembered that many people had mentioned it, the city they had left, the place they had left last, and the place where it all began. He had left there on purpose to be where it would eventually end. It seemed to him that the time had come. In that case, the Shadow was going to give this order to Miranda. They needed to resolve this somehow. The vampire also added that this order needed to be passed not only to Miranda, but to the man himself. He needed the dead knight brought to him. As the sunrise was approaching, Renaud heard some thumping noises. He was afraid that Gunther had found the vampire and now he was in danger. And how surprised he was to see the knight with the lifeless body of a bear on his back. It was so unexpected that he was speechless. Gunther just did not understand how he could change, so just in case he decided to kill the bear. And so he decided to check if he had it on his hands. But that was impossible. Arian reminded them that the sun would set in an hour and there was no guarantee that he was here. The order was given to search again. Gunther did not see the point of looking for him if they do not know what he looks like now. Especially if he is very dangerous, then we need to get ready as soon as possible. Arian explained to him that they do not have enough resources. Not just resources, but manpower. She pointed out that while they were on the street, their lives were in danger. But there was no other way. Leonard decided that since they had no time left, it would be better to set fire to all the houses. If everything burned, at least something would show up. The girl was against it. Since the houses were made of dry wood, the fire would quickly become uncontrollable. The flames could spread to the forest. Even worse. Rhino listened to their arguments in silence. One said it was better than just waiting to die, the other doubted he was here at all. There had to be another way. Finally, he couldn't stand it and asked them to shut up. He reminded them that they couldn't give up. If they retreated now, the next battle would be in Bahala. He only agreed to go along with them because they had a clear plan. He wanted to believe they could save their city, and in the end, they did. They had to prevent its destruction, so they had no right to give up. Renaud remembered a place he hadn't checked properly. He decided to check it again. Without calling anyone, he silently ran away. The others stayed behind to watch him, not wanting to interfere with his plans. Gunther didn't understand what this sudden decision was all of a sudden. Leonard assumed that he was acting this way because his family lives in Bahal. The knight had never heard of it, but others knew that Reno had a daughter he cared for so much he would not let her die. Leonardo decided that while there was still time, he would return to the search. He advised them to hold on. There was still hope of finding the vampire. I wish we could make it. Reno entered a house and searched the underground and some drawers, but it was all for nothing. All the hiding places were empty. He noticed that the sun was already setting. At that moment, he heard some sounds coming from one of the crates. He decided to walk over to the red one. A few seconds later, everyone was watching a horrible scene as something terrible like something red appeared and destroyed the whole house. And Rhino flew out of there. Gunther was disappointed, even though he had suspected this would happen. Ariane immediately ran to Reno to see if he was okay. He found the vampire. He reiterated that he had found the freak, only it was in a different form. Gunther was angry and thought he was being funny, so he just let the monster go. Reno explained that the vampire took such an image that he simply did not have the hand to kill him. Right in front of him in a box was a child, sacred. At that moment, the mountain of muscle was ready. Miranda had taken his old form and was going to smash anyone who got in his way. His fist is something. Gunther decided to check with Reno to see if he had any ideas for his next punch, but there were no ideas. In general, no matter what he asked him, he could not answer. He was useless, so Gunther threw him away. Orion said that the Titan is moving towards Bahal. If he gets there, the city will fall. He must be stopped. But he knew that himself. It didn't make sense for him to just stand by and watch the monster attack their territory. Make a plan. The warriors were rushing back and forth in panic because it was unclear where Miranda would step. It was just unbearable and insanely scary. The monster really wanted to crush them all, but then Bakal caught his eye. He remembered his goal and decided it was not worth giving up. It was about time. Then Gunther climbed up to the roof to attack Miranda. He first decided to throw a few heavy stones at him, but alas, he did not feel anything. They were like garbage under his feet. Gunther decided that in this case he had to beat him himself to somehow win. And then he practically realized how invulnerable the Titan's skin is. He was already afraid that he really could not penetrate it, but he kept trying. He chaotically beat him in different places of the body, and finally the Titan finally felt something and decided to remove him from himself. Thankfully, Gunther noticed it in time. Dodging diligently, he continued to walk around his body looking for a weak spot. He was sure there was no way he didn't have one. Everyone does. Once again, he managed to avoid being grabbed. When Miranda closed his arms, Gunther jumped out without letting him close him into them. Everything was going well. At one point, the Titan managed to grab the annoying little man. At first, he held it gently, trying to see it with his eyes. And then he squeezed it with 2 fingers and decided to just throw it, making a kind of shulbun that blew Gunther apart, scattering his body in the wind. The queen warned the warriors that the steel Titan was coming. It was hoped the water would stop him, but it didn't. It was only about his waist. She believed there were no unbeatable vampires, though she wasn't sure about the higher ones. But she knew that the lower ones died at the hands of the commoners, so Gunther was unnecessary. Olivia Hound decided to check with her servant to make sure everything was ready. He said that yes, they had made all the necessary changes so the weapon was ready for launch. It was magnificent. This weapon represented the power of the royal family. It was deadlier and more beautiful than anything ever created. Hundreds of enormous arrows charged with the power of 1,000 horses. They would instantly pierce the body of the steel Titan. He would surely be destroyed. The queen declared that when the steel Titan fell, everyone would realize that the true hero and emperor capable of ruling this miserable world was her. She decided that everyone must see the power of the royal family. That way, everyone could be convinced that they were wrong, and that what Gunther said about her was definitely not true. In the end, she gave the order to shoot. She couldn't wait to rub her nose in the fact that those who didn't support her thought she was an imposter unworthy of her title. Renaud saw a piece of Gunther's body and was shocked. He couldn't believe what they had found. It was all that was left of him. Scraps of flesh were all that was left of their hope. Tears came to his eyes. He realized that if he had been braver, this wouldn't have happened. Renaud begged Gunther to forgive him for his treatment of him. Suddenly behind them, they heard a rustling noise. When they turned around, they saw Gunther. He still had his head and one arm. Not much, but he was alive, with something. Renaud was shocked to learn that he had been stuck in the tree all this time. It seemed that he hadn't come down on purpose to get the annoying bald man to apologize. Ariane was glad to see him because she couldn't imagine a future without the dead knight. She was worried sick about him, thinking he was dead. Then something strange happened. Gunter seemed to be delirious, speaking incoherent words. He said something about someone's eyes. Reino tried hard to make out what he was saying, and from the fact that the eyes were not covered with a shell, he came to the conclusion that he wanted to attack his eyes instead of his mouth. It was still unclear. Reino decided that he couldn't quite make it out because Gunther's voice had weakened too much. He spoke very quietly and indistinctly, but Arian thought she understood something. She told him that they could not destroy the heart of the Titan, only damage it. It wouldn't destroy it completely. But he wasn't going to attack only his eyes. Then Reno realized that he was planning to get into his body through his eyes. That was just crazy. Arian, on the contrary, thought this plan was perfect. Getting into him through his eyes would definitely accomplish something. This way, they would at least have a chance to win. However, it was unclear how he was going to get to his head. This task didn't sound easy at all. To be more precise, it was almost unrealistic. When they saw the arrows, they were amazed. Reno realized that it was the Queen's weapon and appreciated how powerful it was. They had hoped that the titanium would not be able to withstand it. However, the observers noted that he could not even withstand this attack. He was still calmly on his feet, slightly swatting away the arrows. He was very close. The Queen wanted to hear what their contingency plan was. There was no doubt there was one. And the servant clenched his palms into a fist and was already set. Reno was puzzled to learn that the Titan had already entered the city. He had to hurry. He ran and continued to berate himself for not being braver once. Suddenly, he heard his daughter's voice. He was glad she was alive and safe, and she was happy that he was okay. It had been a long time since they'd seen each other, and then he realized. Reno decided to ask Audrey why she hadn't left the place yet. He ordered her to run as soon as the Steel Titan crossed the sea. But she reminded him that if she ran away, there would be no one to recover the dead knight's body. It was the best sacrifice for the good of mankind. The father was very worried about his daughter. When they hugged, she asked him not to worry. After all, there were those who were looking out for her. She noted that she was now taller than him, and she was also thrilled to see Gunther just longed to meet him as a real hero. When she realized that he couldn't say hello to her because he didn't have a hand, Arian explained to her that they didn't have time for greetings. She asked her to put all the body parts together as soon as possible, and she also needed a built-in special modified weapon, one of the ones she designed. Arian shared their plans that they were planning to get on the Titan's body. Audrey was surprised, but reported that she had a similar part to the right one. But first, she decided to put together the body parts she had brought. It was the last torso they had, so she brought it as carefully as possible. Just when Rhino thought that the Steel Titan was far away from them, as suddenly his daughter was in danger. Miranda was already in the fortress, and in destroying it, Audrey was caught. Reno simply couldn't let her die. As a result, he grabbed a piece of the structure and held her with his other hand, but they wouldn't last that long. He was going to lift her up, but she realized he was too old and weak for that, so she asked him to at least keep the last part of Gunther's torso. To him, it seemed a kind of foolishness. His daughter was far more important than some fragment. Abruptly, at that moment, the part he was holding on to broke off. And that was it. They were about to fall, but Gunther saved them in time. He was needed more than ever. Even though there were often some conflicts between them, he helped. Reno could not understand a word of what he said, but it was not important. It was enough that he thanked his savior for such an act. The Steel Titan had already destroyed quite a large part of the city. Without sparing anything or anyone, he went forward. Only splinters cracked under his feet, and the people screamed. Leonard ordered everyone to abandon their belongings and flee to the outskirts of the island. He was responsible for the people to make sure no one died. Suddenly behind him, he heard the Queen's voice. She wanted his opinion on how long his people would last. She just felt that things weren't going according to plan at all. As much as he didn't want to disappoint her, he admitted that he thought that at this rate it would be very difficult for them to survive the night, if they survived at all. Then she asked about the dead knight she had refused to believe in for so long. He shared that he had heard them preparing to fight that Titan. She had no choice but to hope for him. It was clear that on an island with only one way in and one way out, people were doomed to die. They needed a savior. She wasn't too upset about it, though. She realized that if people went to the other side, there would be no one to judge her, and that was a good thing for her. Gunther was being fitted with new body parts as quickly as possible. Instead of an arm, a strange weapon, but immediately afterwards, he would have to go to battle. Arian was inspired by the lizard's paw when designing the weapon, designed to climb steep and slippery surfaces freely, good at sticking. When he placed it on Reno's head, he thanked him and remarked that he never thought Gunther would be able to save them. He looked at him differently now. However, the knight grounded him by saying that he wasn't going to save any of them. He was only thinking of himself. He needed to get his body back and didn't care about them. These words upset Reno. He wondered if he had only thought of himself before. After all, surely he had happy periods spent with someone. Then Gunther thought about it. He thought of his parents, about those who did not have the determination to destroy him because they simply decided to throw the newborn in the dump. And also he thought of the gladiatorial arena participants who only thought about how to send him to the other world and become famous. It's all about negativity. Or those who tried to ruin him for the sake of the betting public. After that, he decided there was nothing good about being with anyone. There were killers all around him. Everyone around him wanted him dead, but he fought to the end and survived, and that was the most important thing to him. He was sure he'd make it to the end. And then Reyno supported him by saying that he was right. He realized that in the present conditions, one could only talk about survival of a life deprived of everything. While they were talking, the plague doctors announced that the connection was complete, and he immediately jumped up to go into battle. Ariane called out to him. All she wanted to tell him was that she hoped to see him again tomorrow, and since he's so sure of himself, it sounded like a joke to him. Anyway, he was determined to take down the Titan of Steel, and in principle, he had everything he needed to do so. All that remained was to get closer to it. While people watched the destruction of their city, Gunther decided to act. He immediately managed to get on top of the Titan, even though he waved it away. He was already in the area of his tailbone, but still needed to climb higher. Unfortunately, he didn't see the hand coming at him. It ended up hitting him. When Gunther looked at his hand, he realized that he had lost it again. But it still did not stop him because people needed his help more than ever. After getting to the place where the Titan was crushing, Gunther decided to climb up on his fist on the wooden stones. It was the easiest way to get on his body. Dodging his attacks, he ended up on his fist. Climbing up his fingers, he hoped to somehow hold on even though it was very difficult. Somehow he managed. Miranda was hitting houses mercilessly, flattening them. He didn't care about the people or anyone who was there. His goal was to take over the city like the others. Holding onto the Titan's finger, Gunther noticed some sort of dungeon underneath the building. It looked like it was going down somewhere, but it was unclear where it was coming from. However, there was no time to be distracted. So Miranda took the opportunity and threw him off his arm. So Gunther lost a leg as well. Gathering his strength, he tried to climb on the giant again, and he succeeded. This time he climbed much higher up to the neck, just a little more. He would have liked to buy a little more time to distract the monster, but he couldn't. He had to speed up, so he jumped at his own risk. At that moment, a memory flashed before his eyes, when he held his favorite toy in his hands and cried. Poor him. He was powerless when his brother was beaten. The little boy could do nothing about it because the monster was strong and huge. He had no choice but to watch the brutality. Then a pure-blooded vampire came to him. He put his arm around the child and tried to comfort him. He promised that there would be no monsters in the world they would create together. When he came to, he saw the children. The girl stood up for her little brother, covering him with her body. Their eyes were filled with fear because he was close. And when he was about to step on them, Gunther hit him right in the eye. It was necessary to get to his heart, and he succeeded. In just over a minute, the Titan was destroyed. The knight had safely accomplished his task and wiped the monster off the face of the earth. Everyone was shocked. Then, limping with a cane in his hands, without an arm and a leg, walked Gunther. Everyone turned to him without even realizing that it was he who saved them all and the city. While everyone was talking about him as a monster, a girl called out to him. She had seen him and knew he had defeated the Titan, but he saw nothing wrong with it. However, she was very grateful to him for that. She and her brother had only managed to survive because of him. The boy was also infinitely glad to have the hero by their side. Audrey also greeted him with delight. She was amazed that he was able to move freely in flight. It seemed to her that he was a born warrior. She thought that if he had a more attractive appearance, a statue would be erected in his honor. She even had the idea of transplanting his hair. Ariane didn't wait for her to get a word in edgewise, so she just put her hand on his shoulder and said she was relieved to see him. And just when things were getting tense, the queen walked in. She didn't want to interrupt their rejoicing, but she had the right to come in without knocking. They didn't really understand why she had come to them in the first place. Olivia Hound said that she had been able to defeat the Steel Titan, but unfortunately it had done a lot of damage. Thanks to her evacuation order, most of the citizens had survived, and most of the siege weapons and their factories were destroyed. Her point was that it was time to determine who would take responsibility for all this chaos. She was sure everyone understood her perfectly. First of all, she turned to Rhino, noting that he had a chance to destroy the vampire and avoid losses, but he didn't, which deserved execution. Audrey began to plead with her to spare her father. She realized he was a mercenary, but he had too good a heart to take someone's life, even the monster himself. Olivia Hound was forced to deny her this request because someone has to take responsibility for what happened anyway. Gunther said she was talking nonsense. He believed that the person who spent time and effort to create a useless weapon should be held accountable. Pulling out his recharger, he came closer to her. And looking her straight in the eyes, he noticed that she was not ready to admit her guilt even if the lives of the people were at stake. She was about to object when he interrupted her again. He drew her attention to the fact that she couldn't get away with it. She was in deep trouble now. Suddenly, they heard a voice from outside the room, saying that she had been wrong to start playing the inappropriate role of head of state. There stood a vampire. Gunther was shocked that he hadn't noticed the figure. But it was too late. As soon as the queen turned around, he knocked her out, and Gunther's head was blown off. He was lucky to be alive and able to hear what the monster was saying to him. The king's brother, the last of the true royal family, decided to come clean at once. He confessed that being her brother Velvet Hound could not become king anyway. His main goal at the moment is Gunther, and he had come for him. Raising his head, he repeated what he had promised Julius. He would bring the immortal king to him, and getting him was easier than expected. He wasn't as strong. Velvet destroyed anyone who stood in his way. In the end, he asked the knights not to waste their lives, for they already knew who stood before them. The last member of the royal family to come here to collect a dead knight. He didn't want to take anyone's life unless he was prevented from doing so. The vampire offered them a glance at the head he was holding. That way he was trying to remind them that it wasn't worth their precious lives. And then they really thought about it and decided to let him pass. A little further on, he was met by Olivia, who told him a rumor that her uncle had become a real monster. It was then that he realized she was still trying to resist. It seemed to him that she was determined to get in his way so he couldn't take that head with him. But in the end, she closed her eyes and silently stepped aside, allowing him to move on. It seemed the wisest decision for him. After walking a few meters forward, he turned around and noted that her footsteps could be heard from afar, and royalty shouldn't tread so loudly. It was rude. The people followed the monster with a stare. It was clear that none of them dared to oppose the vampire, even though he was taking their hero with him. Everyone is afraid. Reno shouted for him to be stopped. He hoped that someone would have the courage to rush out and save the one who was his last hope. If he crossed the bridge and disappeared into the thicket, they were all dead. The forest was very dense and shady, and they wouldn't be able to track him in this place anyway. And he also pointed out that the sun should be coming up soon, and they needed to bide their time until he entered the forest. But Audrey reminded him of his weapons. They didn't have a siege weapon anymore, and they couldn't make one. It was unclear to her why the vampire wasn't running away. If he rushed, they wouldn't have time. Velvet had made it clear that it was not proper for true royalty to run around in front of other people. He must keep his status and not show that he was afraid. When he had already stepped onto the bridge and started to cross it, he lowered his head down and heard someone's cry. When he looked in front of him, he saw Leonard, confident. The vampire didn't understand why he was trying to block his path because of some head, but he explained that Gunther was their last hope of saving humanity. Velvet still wasn't clear on his motivation. All the people he met lived for their own good. Others they simply used and despised. They did nothing but harm each other. It seemed so unreasonable to him to sacrifice himself for such vile creatures as humans. But Leonardo was in no way persuaded to back down. He had his own convictions, and despite everything, he continued to believe that humans deserved to be saved. Unhooking his cloak, he noted that no matter how dark the world was, the fire in human hearts would never go out, and that helped him to act. He believed that even if people hurt each other, they could heal those wounds with their kindness and justice. Only men could understand that. Finally, standing with the other knights, Leonard said that they would not just watch people trying to turn each other into monsters. Velvet noted that his speech was quite touching, but not to him. He knew very well that only a few of the thousands of people agreed with him. That's not what they think. Moreover, he was sure that only 5 people in front of him held that view, and they would not be able to stop him. But Leonardo still stood his ground and said that they would definitely think of something. They had to save Gunther as he had done for them. And so they decided it was their turn to repay him. Determined, they set out for the vampire, assuming they could destroy him with their swords. Some time ago, when they were on their way to meet him, Leonardo had thanked them for being willing to fight him shoulder to shoulder, still with him. Surely they could not have done otherwise. One was determined to go with him to the end, since the captain had once saved his life. Such a thing is never forgotten. But he was afraid that his death would be meaningless. He was afraid that if he died, he wouldn't help them in any way. His contribution to saving people would be gone. Leonard tried to reassure him by promising that no one's death would be meaningless. They all do it so that humanity can exist afterward. Even if their deaths won't mean as much as they would like, and they won't go down in history as great heroes or momentous characters in some story. He reminded them that all of them were not kings or warlords. It didn't matter how big their contribution to the common cause was. What mattered was that they tried and didn't give up. Explained to them that even the smallest skirmishes and their determination alone had meaning and power to change things. They should in no way have any regrets. Their deaths would have meaning anyway, and of that, he was 100% convinced. This speech had truly inspired his comrades to go on. And now, as they pounced on the vampire, it was the end for them. Each of the knights had lost a part of their body. They could no longer fight, spreading all his legs like a spider. Velvet indicated that Leonard, who had lost his arm, had acted very defiantly. However, his courage was admirable. So he decided that he would keep him alive and not send him to the other world as he had planned. After all, being merciful was also part of the king's duties. Sitting beside the vampire and holding the place where his hand had been not so long ago, Leonard began to cry. He was incredibly hurt that they had lasted so little. Finally, the vampire was near the forest. He told Gunther that they were almost there. Even though royalty was not supposed to walk through the grove, he had no other way to hide from prying eyes. Just as he was about to take a step, someone called out behind him. This time it was a woman's voice. Turning around, he saw Arian holding a sword. She was determined, if not to kill the vampire, at least to hold him off. He was shocked that the girl dared to challenge him and fight him. Gunther was clearly against the idea and wanted to stop her, but he had no voice. Velvet decided that there were enough pardons for today. He immediately warned her that if she fought him, he would definitely take her life. He ended up giving her another chance to think about whether she needed it or not. Night tried to show her emotionally that she didn't have to, but she didn't see their future then. Without that head, existence is meaningless. And if she could save anyone one last time, it was Gunther. He fought alone all his life. He deserved it. For a vampire, this confession was touching enough, but he's insensitive. Noting that she had sealed her own fate, he took a swing at her. He couldn't wait to get rid of that annoying girl, and she was ready for it to be over. She clutched her weapon forward. And when she realized that nothing was happening, she decided to find out why he had stopped. When she opened her eyes, she saw him start to dissolve. The sun had risen. He felt so frustrated that he only had 50 steps to go before he was in the forest. Such an insignificant amount, but had such great value. Then the queen approached them as well. She noticed how arrogant he acted. Watching him try to hide in the shade of a tree made her laugh. Royalty, indeed. It seemed to her that her uncle was only pitying her and nothing more. It was so amusing to watch him. He put his life in danger. It surprised her somehow. He could have sent any lowly vampire in his place. It wasn't the first time they'd done something like this, but the king himself couldn't. She grinned, noting that there wasn't a single person who wanted to follow a deposed member of the royal family. He just didn't care. And that was something he didn't deny. Velvet recognized that her father had exiled him to the island when he came to the throne, so he had no followers. He didn't know what to do. She began to mock him, wondering how she could deal with such a high-ranking monster. She thought of cutting the roots off the tree or setting it on fire. He was outraged by her ideas. He couldn't believe she'd let her uncle just burn in the sun by chopping down a tree. A queen wouldn't do that. After all, he claimed he never killed anyone unnecessarily. If he'd run away in time, he wouldn't be in this situation. But he didn't. And he did it all to preserve the honor of the royal family. Even in that trap, he didn't lose his nobility. Quite the contrary. He explained that he was guided by the notion of honor, and she, as a vile woman, took advantage of his weakness. A descendant of royalty wouldn't do such a despicable thing. Arian tried to convince the queen that everything he said was a trap. He was only driven here by the sacrifice of his warriors. The tree had to be cut down immediately and the enemy of the people disposed of. You can't put phantom words of honor above human sacrifice. You couldn't. So he moved to hire artillery and decided to approach his niece from the other side. He promised to offer her something that would help her a great deal. And at that moment, Olivia genuinely wondered. It seemed that she could agree with him, and if it suddenly happened, all people would be doomed to die. She remembered the moment when she had complained as a child about how incorrectly she held her fork during a meal. She had never managed to master royal etiquette. It was obvious to everyone why her father had no hope for her. She was seen as a rusty cog in the royal machine. That's how clueless Olivia was. Those words had stuck in her head, and now, with her servants looking at her with surprised eyes, she was proud to say she'd accepted. She had accepted her uncle's offer because avoiding a fair battle was a dishonorable act. This time she was determined to prove herself worthy. Worthy to be called royalty. She was also surprised that Patrick had spent all this hard time in the castle instead of being with her. She hadn't seen him. Though he was nervous, he found a reason for his absence. He claimed he was looking for an escape route for his queen, allegedly thinking only of her. But she knew perfectly well that he was just looking for any opening to hide himself, and if he tried to do that, he'd lose his limbs again. She also asked him to remember that if she died, he would be next. His funeral would follow hers, and he promised to keep that in mind. Audrey was shocked to hear that the queen had decided to let the vampire live. Ariane said she accepted his challenge to a duel, but few knew of it. Reyno's daughter didn't understand how it was possible. Leonard and the others sacrificed themselves to allow the monster to be destroyed. Their sacrifices are weighty. Ariane actually agreed with her but realized that all they had to do was watch. She stated that they would try their best. And Reno decided to revisit the question of the duel. Apparently no one in the company knew what it was or how it was conducted except for her. Details were wanted. When they came to the street where they were preparing for the fight, they saw a fighter from among the true warriors, John Byron of the Byron family. He was pleased to be honored to represent the great queen in this duel. Putting his fist forward, he declared that he would crush his enemy with those hands. Ariane told her own that a duel is a fist fight for honor. It's a kind of noble duel that the high nobility organizes. There is a declarer, that is, the person who challenged the duel, and there is a receiver who accepted the duel. They have to take turns striking. If one of them dodges a blow or moves at least one step after the opponent's blow, he is considered the loser. There's nothing noble about that. In general, Audrey concluded that the purpose of the fight is to take blows to the last man. They would fight until one of them collapsed. She was shocked to realize that with the help of this foolishness, they were going to solve the most important issue on which the fate of mankind really depends. But Reno was more concerned with the fact that Gunther was on the line, so they definitely couldn't lose here. He was their last hope for salvation. Arian also added that in a duel between members of the royal family, their representatives would fight. One must win for once, since there are no mediators. Reno also tried to console himself that 4-1 was a much better chance. All he had to do was to get him to move one step. It's difficult, though. But the warrior was determined to do it. He decided that if he was going to be the first to strike, he needed to take him down at once so that he wouldn't take the blow himself. He thought that hitting him in the face instead of the unprotected one would help him make him lose his balance. The plan was good. Moreover, the warrior was motivated by the fact that most likely after the victory, he would be promoted, and even more likely to aim for the emperor's seat. Before the fight, they were told that this duel was mutually agreed upon. It's a dishonorable dodge. If one moves even slightly, it's automatically a loss. As it was to be, the host, Baron Byron, was to attack first, and he eagerly pounced on his opponent. For riches and honors, he struck him so hard that he seemed to be thrown 100 meters away. Even those watching were horrified, thinking that was it. But no, even though the vampire admitted that the blow was very hard, he did not fall. His face was deformed but still in place. And whoever was overseeing the duel noted that Velvet didn't even move. It was unimaginable. Now it was his turn to strike the warrior. Before his opponent could say a word, he was smeared. One blow sent him instantly to the other side, so their first attempt was a failure. Looking at Byron's broken body, it was announced that since he had fallen, Velvet was the winner of this round. It just didn't make sense. Patrick was already starting to panic, trying to appeal to Olivia, but she reassured him. She'd thought of everything. She was sure they'd win at least once. She announced that the next fighter on her side would be the winner of the previous duel for honor, so their best hope now lay with this man. White's second son, Bruni Nicolo Brune, the mountain of muscle, had no doubt that he could take this upstart down with a single blow. He certainly looked tougher than he was. He knew that fighting wasn't just about strength. If you targeted vital organs and caused panic, it wouldn't be hard to move him. The temple. And his punch was really unbelievable. You'd think he'd be hard to resist because he'd put his whole soul into it. Everyone was just shocked. Everyone watching was sure that it would definitely make him at least step back. It was obvious that his head just wouldn't hold up. In fact, that was just the impression he gave. Velvet is too resilient. His body literally folded in half, but he didn't move from his seat. At that moment, drops of sweat ran down the bulky man's face. He couldn't imagine how it was possible. He knew the man wouldn't have been able to resist, but he had not broken the rules of the duel, no matter how much Nicolo Brune insisted on it. Whoever the man was, he wouldn't budge so the duel could continue. When it was the vampire's turn, even his unrealistically strong opponent shrank in fear. He knew that if he could take it, he had a powerful punch. In fact, he was torn apart just like the last one. With a crash, he slammed to the ground after literally riding on his neck for a few more meters. It was clear that he wasn't going to get up either. Then it was the turn of the third representative, Earl Rambler's main heir, Joseph Rambler. He wasn't physically strong, but he was sure he had studied his opponent thoroughly. He analyzed his techniques and simulated thousands of duels. In the end, he concluded that he had succeeded in identifying Velvet's fatal weakness. Like his past opponents, he was wrong, and would suffer the same fate as them. Audrey didn't understand what they were doing. She didn't think it was that important. Ariane suggested they bet on the last duelist, someone they already knew. She was sure that he could handle it and would know the vampire's weaknesses. Audrey, of course, couldn't even guess. There were no options. The queen announced that Gunther was next, but that seemed impossible to Velvet because he had the head. He reminded her that he would stay with whoever won. Olivia pointed out that according to their treaty, the winner would only get his head. And there was no mention of the whole Gunther, so it was already his mistake. Having made a pause, the queen with great pleasure reminded him that he has in his hands only one part of his body, and they had no claim on it now. But Gunther's body belonged to them, so she drew his attention to the fact that their share was much larger than his. Patrick had taken the right part of him. And after all, it was a duel for honor. She was willing to keep her word, and if she lost, she would give Gunther's head to the vampire as promised. Fair enough. When the knight's head was returned to its rightful place, he could finally speak. He was outraged that he was to be sent to fistfights for honor. He thought it was clearly nonsense. It was astonishing that they'd let him live for this. He also didn't understand why he'd let him go at all. But Olivia disagreed with him. She decided that her uncle's action deserved respect. It was a noble gesture that she didn't think lowlifes could understand. And to make him try harder, She promised that if Gunther won, she would cancel Reno's execution, but on the condition that the knight would act honorably for his friend. Audrey was insanely grateful to her for the opportunity to escape her father's punishment. The queen added that the duel should start at sunset, so they should prepare. When Gunther's arm was joined, Arian explained that it was specially designed for swinging blows. It was not particularly strong. You'd better use it carefully. Its color confused him too. But there was an explanation. It is so because it was created using the hands of Captain Leonardo and other brave warriors. This horrified Gunther a little. The last thing he wanted was to use even a part of the hand of a man who was immediately unpleasant to him. Simply disgusting. Then he immediately began to excuse himself by saying that he was not well. This surprised Arian all the more because he started to contradict himself even though he valued his life. She added that his body was now made up of the flesh of people who were willing to sacrifice themselves for a common goal. He could not refuse. In the end, she convinced him. In the last round of the fist fight for honor, they met on the bridge. The organizer reminded them what rules they were fighting by. Velvet looked at his opponent and thought sarcastically about how clever the queen had been to confuse him. It's a dead end. Though in truth he knew perfectly well that she would do exactly that. It's what he expected her to do. It was expected, even though she didn't think so. He hadn't changed his opinion of his niece. He remembered what he'd called her, and now she was just confirming it. The same stupid Olivia. He had made sure in advance that the joints in his legs could disappear at the right moment. Even if his upper body flew upwards, his legs would still be in place. Velvet was sure they had no chance of defeating him. He didn't care if it was dishonor or cowardice. He needed to do whatever it took to see her defeat. He cared because for years he'd dreamed of avenging her father for what he'd done to him. She would have to suffer for him. The vampire was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't hear the announcement that Gunther was striking first. He only woke up when his fist was so close to his face. The blow was so powerful that Velvet's head just flew off, but since his body didn't move a single step, he didn't lose. The duel continues. Then Gunther began to taunt the vampire, saying that he couldn't take his eyes off the duel. He was very pleased that he was able to do that. However, it didn't help for long because the vampire recovered within a minute. It was quite dangerous for him, but now he could get back at them. He also aimed his huge fist at Gunther's face. He was sure that he, like the others, would not stand for it. It was simply impossible to defeat the vampire. A few hours earlier, Gunther had had steel placed in his teeth to strengthen them. That way, he could take a blow to the head without moving. If he thought it was foul play, Arian reassured him that it would soon be over. She was sure the duel would go faster than it seemed. And so, after the vampire punched him in the jaw, nothing happened. Velvet was startled to hear a clang, but that wasn't a violation either. Gunther's turn. Once again, the knight blew his opponent's head off. He tried to punch him in the jaw again. In general, no one could move anyone. A very long fight. Patrick was beginning to doubt, but he asked Olivia if she still believed that Gunther would win, but she didn't plan to answer. And when he struck the vampire again, he was already worried. He noticed that his opponent was stronger than he thought. His whole body was already pulled back. He could have found a better angle, but still, he was afraid that if things continued like this, there was a good chance that Velvet would lose to the knight. Suddenly, he realized what he was thinking. He remembered that he was a member of the royal family and he couldn't lose to that bastard. In the end, he pulled himself together and directly told Gunther that no one but him was worthy of becoming king. He was and is the only suitable heir. But Gunther spat out all the steel and didn't understand what he was getting at. And the vampire continued to share his frustrations. He was hurt that her father had taken the throne from him. And that wasn't all he'd done. So that Velvet would learn his lesson and never claim the throne again, he separated his hands from his body. Such a crazy family. Anyway, Velvet wanted to prove that a brat like Gunther couldn't beat him. With all his might, he decided to hit him, thinking that this time it would be the end. He was surprised when he realized that Gunther dodged. It was a clear loss. But the knight didn't care. He immediately retaliated when he didn't expect it. Everyone's mouths dropped open when they saw the vampire's body flying away. Velvet stood up and was outraged that he dared to dodge such a dishonorable act. Gunther, however, didn't see that as a problem. He noted that all along they had both been cheating. Honor was out of the question. He admitted that he honestly wanted to play by their rules, but he just couldn't take it anymore. Their duel had gone on for too long and it was time to end it at last. And when Velvet wanted to use the blood to form his paws again, he couldn't. He realized his heart was damaged. That blow was decisive. Finally, Gunther grabbed the vampire by the throat and lifted him up. He was about to hit him, saying it was time to fight for real, when he asked him to stop. On behalf of the royal family, he wanted to offer Gunther a deal. He didn't want to die, but he hit him anyway. When Gunther broke the rules by dodging, the queen was furious. She told him many times to stay away and not to do it, and he did it anyway. She believed that even if his own life or the life of all mankind was at stake, he had no right to do it. He had dishonored her family's honor. Patrick intervened. He interrupted all her cries by saying he hadn't noticed anything, so he decided to hint to her that the offense could be covered up. To make sure she understood what he was getting at, he repeated that he hadn't seen Gunter dodge. He was struck and then swung and knocked the vampire down. The others also understood and supported him, saying that he had indeed withstood the blow and then defeated Velvet. They were afraid to say they had seen anything different. Patrick then turned to the clerk, reminding him that he had to record it all. Just in case, he decided to ask him what the recording sounded like. He tore out the page where the truth was and wrote there that Gunther swung and struck a victorious blow to his opponent. Under pressure, he did it. Already the queen herself began to believe that she had won, and he supported her in this, adding that it was truly a fair fight. They did the right thing. To make the others believe in it, finally she started to jump with happiness, repeating that she, as a great queen, was able to win and save them. Meanwhile, Velvet was begging Gunther to stop hitting him. He was waiting for him to feel sorry for his defenseless and armless opponent. But he did not plan to stop and said that he would beat him until the sun came up, which wouldn't be for a few hours. Holding his jaw, the vampire tried again to get him to stop. He had a proposition for Gunther. He wanted to make a deal with him. And as the knight was already swinging at him, Velvet shouted Julius's name. That really made Gunther stop. He repeated again that he was talking about the same one. He knew very well that many had been looking for this pure-blood vampire for a very long time, and he could share with him where he was, could lead him to him if he was spared. Velvet reminded Gunther that if he defeated Julius, he would not have to fight other vampires. It would be enough to kill only one. But Gunther didn't really believe him. He realized that the proposal was stupid, because if Julius was killed, Velvet would disappear. It was not favorable to him. But he said that all vampires keep their word. Even though he'd said it before, he repeated that he'd promised Julius a dead knight, so he has to do it. He can't not do what he promised. What happens next is not his problem. He has to do his part, and then Julius will decide. It seemed to him that the offer was good for both of them. He will keep his word, and Gunther will have a chance to destroy the main vampire. All he had to do was agree to it. After that, the knight thought about it and noted that all this really sounds interesting, but he still wanted to tear off the head of his enemy a couple more times. He was placed in an iron suit and suspended. Velvet explained to them that he would bring the dead knight to Julius, not the other way around. They welcomed him warmly, of course. They hid. He realized that being a vampire was their enemy anyway, but still the last descendant of the royal family. As a sign of respect, they could have removed his shackles. Gunther couldn't stand it any longer, noticing that he was always talking about honor, even though it was all a load of nonsense. Already began to threaten to hit him again. Arian explained to him that he hadn't earned their trust. Even if he can no longer control his blood, he's still a vampire. They can't let him go. And she still had a hard time understanding the fact that he's willing to keep his promise to Julius, while Gunther intends to destroy him. It's strange. She also wanted to know why he'd decided to become a vampire. After all, destroying all of humanity wasn't his goal. What was interesting was his reason. Velvet noted how inquisitive the girl was. He liked her question of why he became a vampire. His face changed so drastically. He was sorry to upset her, but the royals had their own secrets that they had every right not to reveal, and he wasn't about to. Gunther was already starting to get angry at the idle chatter, but Velvet just wanted to assure him that if they left him alive, he would take him to Julius for sure. Arian felt that they couldn't believe everything he told them. However, their situation would be greatly improved if they got close to Julius. It would be perfect. As she spoke, blood spurted from her nose. Rhino didn't notice. He just thought about how difficult it would be to move an entire workshop. Eventually, she fainted and the power went out. Gunther, meanwhile, was thinking about how good it would be when they got Julius. Then it would all be over. When they heard the fall of her body, they immediately turned around. They had no idea what had happened to her at all. At first glance, she was as healthy as ever. While everyone was running around noting the high temperature of her body and the fact that she was suffocating, Gunther stood there with his mouth open. He didn't understand what those things in her back were. Reno explained that this was what a human life energy storage device looked like. Many drugs, including unsafe ones, had been injected into her body. And to minimize their damage and control their effects, they put devices in her body. They invade her insides and interfere with her digestion. Gunther thought it was a miracle she was alive at all after that. Reno pointed out that she was the only one. A normal person could not survive such a thing. She manages to fight her body day and night, while eating a limited amount of food and soup. It's really difficult. Still, it was unclear to the knight why she fainted then, but they couldn't find anything other than a high fever. This had never happened to her before. Suddenly, Reno had an epiphany. He assumed that since Gunther was so worried about her, there was something between them. That surprised him very much. He didn't expect it. Then Gunther got angry and shouted and asked him not to think too much of himself. It was just that he was worried about himself. After all, if something happens to her, he will die. The plague doctor informed them that her pulse had stabilized, but they haven't found the cause of her unconsciousness. It remains to monitor her condition and wait. Renaud basically expected that they will not be able to find out the details. Gunther, at the same time, noticed that something was wrong. He is connected to it, but there is no charge coming from it. He was outraged that he even had the nerve to draw power from a man in such a state. Gunther just couldn't wait for her and watch him die. Then Renaud reminded him that the power would resume when she was in a stable state. All they have to do is wait. There were subtleties here. If one of them was too active or she was sick, the power production would decrease significantly or stop altogether. So she's not charging him now. The only thing she can do now is keep his charge level, so it has to stay connected to her to keep him from passing out. But even that, Renaud wasn't sure. He realized that if her condition worsened, his energy would start to dwindle even if he was connected to her. At this point, Gunther truly began to worry. It seemed to him that this was even worse than the fight with the vampires. In this state, he is no longer a fighter, since he could no longer help them or do anything he was assigned to look after her, and they will gather everyone they can and come up with something. Gunther remained seated near her body. He was very worried, especially when he looked at the indicator on his arm and realized that he had an hour to live. Taking a rag in his hands, he wet it to wipe her forehead as he had been told. He couldn't tell if she was hurt or not, but what he was doing was tiring him so much. As he put the cloth to her forehead, he only then noticed how tiny her face was, and also her nose, her lips, her hands. Only at that moment could he get a good look at her. Taking her hand, he noted that such a fragile body should not have to endure such terrible pain. He couldn't understand why she was enduring it. Audrey entered the room at that moment, bringing water for a wipe. It was bad timing because it looked strange from the outside. She apologized for disturbing them by coming in at the wrong time, decided to just leave the bucket of water at the entrance. He tried to explain to her, but she hurried away. Without even listening to him, she drew her own conclusions. And on her way out, she giggled when she noticed that Gunther was holding Arian's hand. He was furious about it. After a while, he noticed that Arian still hadn't come to her senses. All this time, she had been pretending to be so strong so she wouldn't get up later. An image of her began to surface in his mind. He remembered her saying goodbye to him, wanting to see him tomorrow. And now, of all people, she was the one he longed to see tomorrow. The morning after, he was angry, complaining that she never woke up. He literally prayed all night, doing everything he could, but to no avail. She wouldn't wake up. His energy continued to dwindle, even though he was attached to her. Renaud stated that there was no more time to waste and it was long past time to resort to the last resort. He concluded that they could no longer use Arian as a storehouse of life energy, and before she was completely gone, they had to act quickly. They were ready to throw everything they had into creating a new drive. They could no longer wait for the girl to wake up. There wasn't much hope for her anymore. As they lowered Arian into the basement, Gunther noticed some writing. Renaud realized that he was seeing it for the first time, so it was worth explaining it to him. On this stone are written the names of all the volunteers who unfortunately failed to become life energy stores. There were quite a few. Gunther was confused by the fact that the names of these brave men are hidden in a dark basement behind 7 seals. It was hardly the honor they had expected. How unfair. Renaud realized it himself, but there was nothing left for them to do. Not everyone welcomed them with open arms. He didn't have time to finish his thought. Other plague doctors entered the room. They informed him that everything he needed to create a single drive was ready. He had to hurry. Gunther was outraged to learn that there would only be one drive. Rhino explained that to create them requires a lot of resources. Now they can afford one. The knight had little faith in finding at least one because it is a very risky business and the chances of survival are minimal. The only thing left to do was to search. Renaud realized that his life always remained unimportant. The time when he didn't dare to kill a vampire wasn't the only time. Indecision. And so he had come to the conclusion that if he ran away this time, he would only prove that he could not be Audrey's guardian, and she was too precious to leave behind. So he officially told Gunther that he was willing to help him out. He was determined to accept whatever the consequences might be. Became his hoarder. Gunther wasn't happy with his idea, but he didn't want to go to the afterlife himself. In addition, Renaud said that the process of creating a storage device is not long. He also added that if the life force in the body of the knight runs out, he will be able to save him before his brain finally dies. That is, if all is well. He assured Gunther that everything would work out. It was time to begin the first phase. That's when Renaud shared that he was doing it all in secret from Audrey. When they began to lay him on the couch, he asked Gunther not to tell his daughter. It would be very painful for her, if she could. Immediately, all the veins on Renaud's body swelled. Gunther didn't understand what they had done, but the doctor explained that they just injected him with drugs. And successfully. They needed a little time to prepare for the final stage, so the knight decided to distract him and joked about how blue he'd turned. That's creepy. Barely opening his eyes, Reino noted that there was usually a 50% chance of success for the first stage. That meant that so far they were off to a pretty good start. Gunther tried to support him by paying attention to his positive attitude. He had to keep it up. The one clarified how much time he had left. Looking at his wrist, the knight said that if the rate of energy loss remained the same, he would go to the other world any minute. Not much. After these words, Reino raised himself up and decided to tell him something while he was conscious. Gunther assumed that he would tell him, so he asked to postpone it for later. Still, the general decided to tell him at once that Audrey was not his daughter. Judging by Gunther's surprise, he expected to hear something else. The words of farewell and so on. He noticed that they didn't look alike, but he didn't even think that they weren't related. Then Reino told him about the times when he had lived on the streets and had no money. He had been betrayed by his comrades with whom he had worked all his life and left in that position. He thought of them as his family. Afterward, he couldn't pull himself together. The pain of losing everything was nothing compared to the bitterness of their betrayal. So wandering the streets, he slowly died. It looked like the end. That's when he met her. She handed him a piece of bread. That day was imprinted on his memory forever, her little hands breaking off his bread. Her parents had done a terrible thing, leaving her to die. But through it all, he was able to father such a beautiful girl. She was a ray of hope. He needed it in this horrible, heartless world. In general, he sincerely hoped that Gunther will meet someone who will heal his painful wounds. Reino even prayed for it. He wanted to believe that this knight would also be lucky to meet a man, dreamed that one day this miracle would happen to him. He deserved it. At that moment, the doctors entered the room to warn them that they were ready for the final stage. It was time to get to it. Gunther was hard enough to watch what was happening to him. However, he was already well aware that they were mixing some potion and other things. Then the time sitting connected to his drive, Gunther thought that if he had to choose the most incredible thing, he would choose survival. And now, one of the doctors was stamping another name on a stone on which all the volunteers who had failed to survive were represented. Reino made the list. He had lived 12 days, 5 hours and 4 minutes as a life energy reservoir. They considered the project a failure even though he had survived that long. It was hard to tell if it was a miracle or his willpower. Reino was too stubborn and simply couldn't afford not to give Gunther something. On the 11th night, another miracle occurred. Arian finally came to her senses. Her body was extremely weak, but she was quickly gaining strength and was able to give energy. After Reino saw Arian awake, his condition began to deteriorate. For almost 2 weeks, he just held on as best he could. And that's when he could finally feel relief. Audrey had been by his side in the last moments of his life. His last words were dedicated to her. He said he never imagined that life could be an endless misery, but in this cruel world, there she was. He thanked his daughter for that. As she put his hand to her cheek, memories began to surface. The night they sat together around the fire and cooked meat on it. The days when she had nursed him back to health when she sensed her father wasn't feeling well. She never left his side for more than 5 minutes. The girl always took care of her father. She even introduced him to a boy she liked. All these moments were incredibly precious to him. His life was wonderful because of her. Surprisingly, Audrey didn't even cry. She just pointed out that it was all his choice. She was proud of him for making it through Arian's awakening. But it was all just a mask. After Rhino's death, muffled cries came from her house several nights in a row. No matter how she hid it, she was in pain. After all, Gunther was only wondering whether they would go to kill Julius or not. He informed Arian that a lot had changed during her absence. She agreed with him because according to Velvet's words, they would be able to do it in a couple of weeks. They had to act sooner rather than later. Gunther rolled his eyes and said that in a couple of weeks, the battle would be over. He noted how calm it had become. He thought it would be different. Arian pointed out to him that she wouldn't have been able to get back on her feet if she hadn't been so determined. It seemed to her that this wasn't about Rhino. To the knight, it sounded like she was showing off. Still, he decided to admit that he enjoyed having her around. He wished she wouldn't get lost again. When night came, Gunther woke up from a strange rustling. Instantly, he rushed to the door and put a knife to the throat of the intruder. It turned out to be Patrick. He stated that he had not come to them on the Queen's orders. First of all, he was sorry for their loss. He was incredibly sorry. He owed something to Reino. Gunther was surprised that he acted differently not around the Queen. Patrick reminded him that it was his job to dictate the rules and he followed them. That's all. He decided to get down to business. He knew that tomorrow they planned to travel to Julius, but someone wanted to see him before then. In that case, the knight offered to wake Arian, but he stopped him. He promised to bring him alone. The girl cannot go there. She is not expected. Gunther raised up his wrist to remind him that he would only live for 2 hours without recharging. He was afraid they would be attacked by a vampire in that time. He didn't understand if this meeting was more important than human safety, and surprisingly, it was. Patrick argued that this meeting was of the utmost importance. Someone wants to see him, and it's more important than the fate of humanity. And besides, he's part of society and its history, so it was a chance not to be missed. After all, Patrick was sure that Gunther would like to know what happened between vampires and humans. He certainly wondered about it like many people did. In the end, the knight agreed. As they descended, Gunther wondered why they needed so many kings. Personally, he had already met a few who needed this throne. But Patrick explained that this king was special. He's a true king of kings leading all mankind, the guardian of order and prudence itself. Then it was unclear who was the queen he himself had served all this time. It was strange why she was sitting on the throne when there was a real king. Here Patrick laughed at Gunther's naivety. He immediately made it clear that she was a nobody since she was incapable of leading anyone. She is just herself. Gunther liked it so much that he called his companion a funny asshole. Patrick thought it was a compliment and was flattered. When they finally reached the right place, the knight immediately realized where he was. The part of the dungeon he had seen on the day of the Titans' attack on the city. The deepest and largest underground space in the world. The central part is lined with noble marble decorated with onyx and other jewels. Patrick also mentioned that the air circulation in this place is excellent and clean. Drinking water is always available. It's actually amazing because they're underground. Moreover, there is enough space for hundreds of servants and managers. The entire Bahal was built just to serve this place. Few people knew. However, Gunther couldn't understand why it had been created in the first place. All these functions and stuff were certainly impressive, but still, it was unclear what it was all for. Then Patrick revealed to him a little veil of secrecy. This was the place where kings gathered before they died to gain immortality. A paradise of kings. It was hard to imagine how anyone could live forever, but they had to keep going. The corridors were lined with gruesome paintings of vampires. When they reached a strange structure, Patrick explained that it was the guillotine. The first pure-blood vampire, Julius, had been chained here. He reminded him that creatures that feed on human blood can only be destroyed by destroying their hearts. They become ash simply by being exposed to the sun. Blood to vampires is their life and their power. It's what keeps them moving. Purebloods are a little different. Blood is the last thing they need. Pure-blood vampires enjoy eternal life without the need to eat anything. They're like the invincible, regal species of legend. All this, he was leading them to discover an amazing fact about these creatures. At this point, Gunther tensed up. Now he was really curious. Patrick said that just as human blood keeps vampires alive, the blood of purebloods can become a driving force for humans. That's their power. So their blood makes a person young in body and spirit. And if you give a man enough blood to drink, he will gain immortality. Then Gunther concluded that those who live here live off pure-blooded vampires. But in reality, it's not all just the king and a group of servants. Blood itself is not so simple. Once it leaves the human body, it evaporates. So they had to find a way to keep that blood on hand. And while Julius was chained here, they separated his head so his thoughts couldn't reach it. It was very cruel, but it was his blood they needed. He was to provide blood for 950 years. Gunther had already changed his mind and decided that the monsters here were human. Patrick said that because of this, they were able to see the greatest era of prosperity in history, all thanks to the Hound family who took over. The kings who ruled over the land could only enter here before they died. They were judged by the kings of the dungeon to decide how productive they were. This greatly motivated the kings to lead their people to greatness. This system was only possible because of the founder of their country, that is, the King of Kings. To Gunther, this Hound dynasty was pompous and narcissistic, but not great. It seemed to him that even the blood of vampires could not help them in this case. Still, he wondered what had happened to the king. After all, something had obviously gone wrong if they'd come to where they were now. He was right. Patrick said that 41 years ago, a man appeared who freed Julius, and they escaped with him. His motivation was unclear. He wasn't really a charitable man, or he wouldn't have gotten so many people hurt. All of this led to the collapse of the underground kingdom. It became impossible to maintain immortality. The years they had tried so hard to get rid of fell upon the kings. The underground kings died. One by one, they died, dying in the order in which they began to take the blood of a pure-blood vampire. It wasn't long before the second king, Fraus, died. And now, their last hope was the one who had devoted thousands of years to them as humans. The real king, His Majesty Hound, was still alive, and he was waiting for Gunther at his house. The embodiment of the holy truth in person. Patrick had opened that door with mad eyes so he could see the man in full, their king of kings. It was clear from Gunther's look that he had not expected this. He was in utter shock at what he had seen in the last half hour, even the king. As soon as he entered, he said that he had been watching him all this time. Speaking of Gunther as being born of dead flesh and longing to live, he wrote something. He knew what he saw before him was alive but not living, dead but not immortal, trapped between life and death. The very dead knight they were talking about. Gunther immediately noted how unusual the king looked. His mouth, eyes, skin body, all simply hideous. But he could say the same about him as well. The knight went back to his words about how he had been carefully observing him for a long time. It gave the impression that he simply had nothing better to do. But in fact, the king was describing the lives of millions, including Gunther's. Everything from where he was born and who raised him to his death. That was his strength, everything their country had. Behind him were hundreds of thousands of lives, and none of those people disappeared without a trace. Everyone mattered. Gunther found it eerie. He didn't understand why he was invited if the king already knew everything about him. He wouldn't learn anything new. Then he held out a book on the life of Isabella Hound. She was supposed to be the greatest queen this country has ever known, but unfortunately she gave up the throne. Despicable. She didn't just give it up, she ran away with Julius after she freed him. The book remains unfinished. His dream was to finally finish it. And that was his request. He wanted Gunther to find out from Julius what promise he had made to Isabella to wipe people off the face of the earth. Gunther was surprised because all this time he thought that the idea of destroying humanity belonged to Julius. He would have understood his motive for torturing him. But the king did not agree with him. He said only humans can feel hatred, and for a pureblood vampire to have existed for so many years made no sense. Julius wanted to get rid of humans for one reason and one reason only. That was the promise he made to Isabella Hound back then. It was not clear to him what purpose was worth giving up eternal life and a prosperous country, but the moment could be postponed for the present. He said that the day would come when the knight would have to decide whether to live or die, whether to remain a man or a monster. He was anxious to know the end. Finally, the next day came and they could start packing. In principle, they did not need much time. Gunther was already ready to fight with his sword. He wondered if Arian had slept well the night before. She didn't really understand what he was getting at, and when he said she snored like a bear, she blushed. But the subject was quickly changed. She said Julius couldn't locate them as long as Velvet Wand was with them. It was a two-way street. Arian noted that once they left Bahal, they would have to draw as much attention to themselves as possible and move as fast as possible. That plan seemed risky to him, but she explained that not knowing that Gunther was coming to him would send another vampire to destroy the city. When they were almost across the bridge, Audrey called out to them. She warned them that they had everything ready and could basically move out. Finally, Gunther noticed that the girl had cut her hair. He wanted to make her at least a little pleasant because not so long ago she lost a loved one. It even a little embarrassed her, but she did not emphasize it. She just decided to show them where they had put Velvet to keep the sun out. The knight looked over to him and he began to resent them for not understanding how they dared to treat a member of the royal family like that. Gunther threatened him then. It was time to leave. As they drove away, he remembered the king's words that he was waiting for Gunther to make a decision to finish the book. Olivia and Patrick, standing on the roof of the building, looked at them and then went about their business. The rest was not up to them. Julius, sitting at his desk, closed his eyes at that moment. He seemed to feel the group of people gradually approaching him, even though they were far away. They still had 580 kilometers to go to reach this vampire. That was the figure they had learned thanks to Velvet. He knew the distance. Gunther calculated that if they drove without stopping, they would cover 40 to 50 kilometers in a day, so they would know what awaited them in less than a month. Then he had a question for Velvet about whether Julius knew that they were going to him, but he reminded him that they didn't think so. He shared that Julius had left his lair only once, and that was for a good reason, to destroy the king. And never again? That's how they are. In that case, Gunther assumed that he was guarding something very valuable. After all, if there was nothing in the lair, he would come out of there. And he was right. There was something valuable there, but not in material terms, but for Julius. There was the grave of Isabella, the woman who freed him. Then Gunther turned his attention to Arian. She had fallen asleep and laid her head on his chest. Then he stroked her head, deciding she was very tired from the night's sleep. He had just reminded her many times to take care of her health. And at that very second, Audrey cried out, pointing out his attitude towards her. He'd told her to stop following him, saying she'd gotten it all wrong, especially since it wasn't that long ago that she was losing consciousness. Abruptly, they slowed down and Audrey fell and Arian almost fell. Gunther was just in time to pick her up. He needed her to always be okay. When their fight was finally over, they went outside to see what was wrong. The coachman just pointed out what they'd stumbled upon. It was just a nightmare. There was probably some sort of village up ahead, but not a single intact house was left. It was a dump. Only in addition to this were the bodies of people. Gunther immediately pushed Arian away, noting that he could explore the area himself. He smelled the odor of blood that has not yet disappeared. Not much time had passed. Looking at the lifeless bodies, he concluded that their wounds did not look like sword marks or fang marks. They seemed to have been mercilessly crushed. All in all, he had to be more careful. Vampires could come from anywhere. Audrey asked to collect any lifeless bodies she could take with her. She also pointed out to Arian that every body was missing a hand, and it wasn't a peculiarity. It was clearly visible that someone had separated them. Velvet heard this and was delighted. He was pleased that they had reached the right territory. It was home to one of those unstoppable vampires, and his name was Stumpy Denise. Even though he was just a slave, his skill at killing humans was well developed, so there was no chance of getting past him alive. Velvet couldn't wait for him to show up to see how many of them could survive a confrontation with him. He wanted to see the spectacle. Plus, he reminded them that they still had 582 kilometers to go. The way to Julius would certainly not be easy for them. Audrey noted that they planned to move as fast as possible, essentially avoiding any battles. The most important thing to them was their black wagon. Arian said that it held a scaled-down replica of the lab in Valhalla, that is, with all the reagents and instruments they needed. There's no way to do it without it. And it's the wagon that's needed to create improved weapons and maintain the integrity of Gunther's body. Therefore, it is worth protecting with all its might. Gunther decided that this task is not so difficult. After all, guarding the wagon should be 100 times easier than the entire city. Its walls are reinforced with layers of metal. All this was done for strength. They designed the wagon to withstand a lot. At that moment, she was interrupted by shouts from outside. When they turned around, they saw plague doctors reporting that they were under attack. Gunther knew it was his duty, and he couldn't leave them alone. He didn't really understand with whom yet. The wagon behind him just flew up to the sky, and in front of him there were rocks and some explosions. Gunther was surprised to see an unrealistically large hand in front of him. For him, as someone who expected to see a vampire, it was unthinkable. Right into that hand was the vampire's body. He aimed to take 13 more wrists of the uninvited guests with him. There was no way he could do otherwise. Gunther immediately realized what a nasty thing was in front of him. But eventually, after a closer look, he realized he was just a low-level vampire. He had the same dark hair. Suddenly, he realized there was more than one of these weirdos. They were attacking him from all sides, so he had to come up with a plan. They began to urge him to surrender. It seemed to them that no human could resist the body that Denise had given them. Very difficult. When Gunther dared to strike one of them, he even managed to split him in half. But then he was immediately struck back by the other side. And just as the vampire was glad that they had dealt with one man and there were only two left, Gunther came back to him and took his life. Gunther could feel their movements everywhere. They resembled real human hands. All this he said to his own, but turning around he realized they weren't listening. Because their wagon was already being chased by vampires. One of them tried to shoot, but it didn't work. Eventually, one of the arms lunged at the soldier from above, but he was lucky that Gunther arrived in time to finish off the vampire. It turned out to be about 30. The knight advised him to urgently find the chain. Meanwhile, the vampires continued their rampage. Though they lagged behind them for a while, it was only to take the hands of one of the plague doctors. Holding those two tiny hands with his giant fingers, the vampire marveled. He realized that they only had 12 more to go for today. However, he knew they still had more to go. Then he walked to the edge, watching the vampires catch up with their enemies. Gunther fought them off with a thick chain. The plague doctors watched from the wagon and marveled at how Gunther could work the chain as if it were an extension of his own hand. Just when they thought that at this rate, victory would be in their hands, suddenly one of them just smeared on the wall. Something flew at them. In fact, it was the vampires who came up with an ingenious plan to use their bodies as slingshots. They decided to shoot at the horses to be sure. When the stone was as close as possible to their horses, Gunther tried to stop the stone from hitting them with his sword. But unfortunately, it didn't work. They immediately turned over because the animals could not bear such pain. Gunther turned to the guys to find out if their equipment was intact or not. He promised them he'd get to work harnessing the horses right away. But when he turned back, he saw that the vampires were closing in. They were running out of time. He was running out of options. He couldn't think of anything better than pushing the wagon down the hill. They didn't agree, but there was no time to think. Gunther just set them down and warned them to hold on tight. They flew down at such a speed that their skin just pulled back. He didn't expect the speed to be so fast. He had to use his legs to turn the wagon to avoid hitting the rock in front of him. Even that didn't help them much because the slope below was uneven. They took off as if they'd hit a springboard. It seemed as if they were going to crash. But at that moment, Audrey noticed the bridge. She suggested they cross it and cut it off so the vampires couldn't get them on the other side. But when Gunther heard the words about the bridge, he realized that there was no road ahead of them, only the abyss. Everyone began to panic and somehow tried to rush the knight. He himself saw everything perfectly well and tried to prevent their fall with all his might. Standing in front of the wagon, he tried to stop it with his feet, and he succeeded. Everyone had to get out of the wagon to help Gunther pull it across the bridge. We had to do it as fast as we could before those hands came running. But it was too late. The plague doctor noticed that they were already approaching the bridge, so they had no time to get her across. And yet they sped up and made it. Arian tried to shout to Gunther to cut off the bridge so they would have a chance to get away from the vampires. When he snapped the trunks hoping it would help, the girls asked him to destroy both the pillar and its base. Just what he did didn't help in the end. At that moment, the knight noticed that his life hung in the balance. His charge was running low. He decided to do it all in one blow, and then an arm hung over him. But Gunther managed to do what he needed to do so that all the vampires were in the water in a second. It was great, because everyone had already decided that they were finished. When the guys rushed to Gunther to thank him and connect the charge, he turned to the vampires and told them to try harder. Meanwhile, the vampires changed their image and went to the chief to report to him what they had gotten for him. They were very excited to go to him. As soon as they entered the den, the subordinate immediately told Mr. Denise that they had brought him the wrists, but there were only 2 in his hand. He remarked that what they had done was wonderful, but it was not enough for him because he ordered them to get many more wrists. The vampire, answering for everyone, apologized to him, noting that their hunt had been interrupted by a monstrous knight, and unfortunately, many of those on the hunt had died. Denise was angry to learn that they had not met the quota. He thought he had been incredibly generous in giving them such bodies as pitiful creatures, and they had failed. It was very depressing. He knew that they were already well aware of the consequences. As punishment, an inferior vampire would sacrifice his blood. He decided to make up for what was missing with their hearts. They begged him to have mercy on them, even though they knew their master would not forgive such mistakes. But still, they promised him that it would never happen again and that next time they would bring more of the norm. And at that moment, something whispered to his wrist. After talking to it, Denise noted how lucky the vampires were. The almighty Mr. Wrist had been generous enough to give them a second chance. Then they began to thank him, noting that they were unworthy of his generosity. They were like zombies who could obey their master without question. Dennis decided to ask his wrist how many wrists he would need this time. After all, the inferior vampires had promised to get things done this time. Dennis's eyes nearly popped out when he heard that the norm for the day was 10,000 wrists. They'd never had to kill so many souls at once. Gunther and the others were already preparing to move on. They needed to recover first to continue their journey in peace, to rest. Just in case, the knight decided to ask Velvet how much further they had to go. He was surprised to learn that they had traveled 4 kilometers. Arian explained to him that the road seemed longer because they were concentrating on escaping, and anyway, the important thing was that the black wagon was still there. Velvet doubted very much that they were satisfied. He said that they could forget about Julius. They would be destroyed much sooner, and they wouldn't cover 100 kilometers. With a chuckle, he suggested that they should finally surrender, because at this rate they would not even be able to reach Julius with the head of a dead knight. After these words, he laughed. Gunther hated to admit it, but Velvet was right. They wouldn't live long if they kept going like this. The main problem was the horses. Not only are they vulnerable to attack, but they need to be fed and watered. He was about to say what this would lead to, but Audrey interrupted. She said they already had over a ton of horse carcasses and could use them as they needed. She had an idea in her head to create something extraordinary. Gunther didn't understand what she was getting at, and the girl reminded him that he is able to change his body as he wants. And Arian supported her by saying that if Gunther becomes a horse, the situation will change for the better. The only problem was that there was not enough time. However, for Audrey, it was not a problem. She said that she was ready to start work immediately. She had a good feeling about it. Toward evening, the vampires were already rushing towards them. All they could think about was getting the 10,000 wrists. Without them, they couldn't go back. The chief of the lower vampires shouted at them to get all the wrists they could. As they approached the humans, they became even more motivated. Arian ordered everyone to move on. They planned to stay until Audrey made Gunther a body. Her work took a little longer. Bad timing. Audrey started to shush the knight to not rush her as it was distracting, but he still asked her to speed up as the enemies were quite close. They ran and kept muttering to themselves about how many wrists they needed. In the end, Audrey had no time to finish and the vampire was already on top of them. A second later, the girl informed him that everything was ready. Now he could confront them safely and prevent them from taking anyone from his team. He pounced on this vampire. He started to fight, but he was clearly in shock, not understanding where this monster like an unusual centaur had come from. But it didn't matter, because Gunther after a few seconds trampled him with his hooves. He crazily liked this body. He became stronger. The horse's muscles were very powerful. With them, he could run for dozens of kilometers without getting tired and crushing everything in his path. The best body of all. Arian asked him to buy time for them to collect the cargo. Somehow she couldn't get through to him. Finally, when she turned around, she was stunned. It wasn't Gunther in front of them anymore. His crazed look was simply frightening. For a minute, she even thought he'd gone mad, destroying everyone. At one point, he got so carried away that when she distracted him, he turned around and put a sword blade to her throat. She told him it was time to stop. The vampires rushed off. Gunther was even kind of upset because he was just getting warmed up. And she noted that there weren't many vampires this time. And just as she said the words that they had a chance to take a break, Denise, he absorbed the blood of all his subordinates for running away. He knew 10,000 was a lot, but it was too soon to turn back because the norm had not been met. They had no right to retreat. After these words, he sent another vampire to the other world. Before he died, he reminded him that they would give their hearts for not fulfilling the norm. Gunther didn't really want to see this picture, so without waiting to be noticed, he pointed his sword at Denise, to his eye. A little earlier, they had asked Velvet why Denise had his wrists. Then he told them about a baron who had 1,000,000 slaves and farmed them. If his slaves didn't do their chores, he'd take away their wrists. He was ruthless. He didn't care who he did it to. A child, a girl, a grandfather. It didn't matter. Many people died as a result of this abuse. If Velvet had been king, he wouldn't have let it happen. Another thing the vampire remembered was the strangeness of this Denise. He was always talking to something that resembled a child's shriveled wrist. He talked as if the wrist was actually saying something back to him. Creepy. And every time Velvet saw him, he thought about who that wrist belonged to, but he'd never been able to find out. And now Denise had made it clear to Gunther that their battle would not end so easily. He couldn't just forgive them for depriving him of his slaves. Since he had none left, he himself must fulfill the ration. Then he struck Gunther with a very strong blow that even threw him off. As a result, the arms enveloping Denise's body clasped together. He said that he would smash them on the ground with his fists and then take their wrists with him. But Gunther, rising from the ground, remarked that he was not ready to surrender. He immediately said that he would not destroy him. After all, no vampire had succeeded so far. He aimed his powerful fist at Denise, thinking that this time he would be able to bring him down. His previous enemies had seemed even more difficult to him. Gunther thought so until the giant fist appeared in front of him. The vampire was going to give him a taste of what death tasted like. He was sure of himself. Then Gunther remembered how Aryan had read in a book that blood was what drove vampires to live and think, a universal tool for these creatures, a form of the unconscious. That's why vampires become stronger when pain and will are strengthened. That was a very important point. When Gunther decided to find out what makes people feel the most pain, Audrey suggested that there was nothing stronger than the pain of burning. Against the background of his daughter about the despair when a person's world collapses, Reno decided to tell about a scream he heard a few years ago. Inhuman. That scream didn't come from his throat. It was the true roar of a beast from deep within his heart. That's the melody of despair. Unbelievable pain. He was talking about a mother who lost her child. Right in front of her eyes, he'd been hit by a carriage. It was hard to imagine exactly how she felt, but that sound made him think. He realized what could be the most painful and terrifying thing to a person, not death or the anticipation of it at all. It's seeing one's own child die, the death of someone you've raised for years. It's very painful when fate decides to take a child away. That's when Gunther realized that the same thing had happened to Denise. He looked at the lifeless body of his child and his tiny wrists on it. As those memories flashed before his eyes, Denise had already flattened his fist, or rather literally split it in half, which was very surprising. Dennis was thrilled to realize that he had succeeded in blowing Gunther's wrist. However, he realized that he had not met the required standard. It was necessary to control the force. At this point, Gunther decided to give him a crushing blow with his other hand. He was sure that after it, the vampire would not return to the line. But in the end, Denise was undeterred. He'd expected the knight to surprise him in some way, but it turned out he didn't even hurt him. Of course, Gunther was shocked because the blow seemed to him so strong that he should not have withstood. But in the end, he didn't even move. Disappointment. Then a whole new feeling opened up for him. He was sure there were no enemies without weaknesses, but somehow he was afraid. He was certain that he was going to lose to this vampire. Then the others called out to him saying that they had already loaded everything and there was no need to fight. And for the first time, he agreed with them. He turned and ran to the wagon. He figured that as long as he had the power of a horse, Denise wouldn't be able to catch him. He was fast. But the man wasn't going to chase him. He just tricked and struck at the knight from afar, simply by extending his chest. It was as unexpected as possible for them. It became clear that he did it with the help of stones. Making a slingshot from his hands, he launched the stones one after another. He still needed to find 10,000 wrists. After he launched another stone, Gunther felt as if he had moved into another space. In reality, Denise hit him in the face, damaging his eye. The knight could no longer see even in front of him. He was literally missing half of his face, which caused his vision to suffer as well. Suddenly, Gunther was blind. However, he felt that someone is running towards him. He assumed that the enemy is already close and he wants to destroy him. But still without a fight, he decided not to give up and hit without looking. In that second, he saw himself standing amidst a sea of blood. There were dozens of lifeless bodies floating in it, and all of them had died because of him. He was the one who had killed them. Suddenly, one of the bodies turned to him, noting that Gunther had not changed since he had sent him to the other world. He was amazed that the knight was still kicking. He asked him if he thought that if he continued to defy death and fight endlessly, He would find a place in this miserable world. The man forced him to burst into tears so that his parents would return. It hurt Gunther to hear this because the words that he needed love were true. He tried to shut him up, but he kept laughing and saying that no matter how hard Gunther tried to find his place in this world, he would never find it. The knight wanted to finish him off again, especially when he said that there was not a single person who wanted Gunther to continue his existence. And so he put all that anger into this blow, going to finish Denise off. But Ariane was in his place. She hugged him, begging him to stop fighting. He found it hard to believe he could stop for a second. He was scared that he couldn't see anything, and if he stopped, it would be the end of everyone. Ariane promised to help him. She would be his eyes. After she said that, she climbed on top of him, always noting when he should duck and stuff. Even had to duck because Denise decided to use his heavy artillery and jump up and land right on top of them, but it didn't work. Gunther became really hysterical. He didn't understand what was going on around him. He couldn't see anything. He couldn't predict his movements or even detect him. He was afraid he would die a miserable death like those bastards. At that moment, Ariane pressed against him, asking him to answer the question if he could hear her heart beating. She wanted to show him that he was not alone. When he was relieved, she continued to tell him where to go. Ariane noted that there was not much left. When they reached the wagon, Denise was in no hurry. He remembered that he had a huge goal to collect 10,000 wrists. They would have to wait. He decided for himself that until he met his goal, no matter how long it took, it would be a week or a month, he still wouldn't stop following them. They won't get away. When dawn came, they stopped. They needed to check their supplies and get some rest. What they had been through was dangerous. When Audrey wanted to ask Ariane what they would do next, she saw that she was sleeping on Gunther's chest. He asked her to let her rest for a while. Then he decided to ask Audrey when she would fix his eye. It was very hard without it, and he would need it when the vampire decided to attack them again. But that was a bit of a problem. Of course, it was a good thing the brain wasn't damaged in any way. I mean, they'd just have to make a new receptacle. Still, the stitches on his face looked fine and everything else was fine too. However, there was also still a problem with his eye. Everything around him was swollen. Getting the eye done was the hardest part. That's why they wouldn't do his right eye. It couldn't be repaired. They don't have the right equipment. And with what they have, the nervous system of the eye can't be recreated. They couldn't hook it up properly. He was angry, trying to convince them to do something. By the time he got to the point where the girl said there were some animal eye pieces they could try, they'd come up with something better. So they started going through all the options. With one eye, he couldn't see anything at all. With the other one, the picture was divided into parts. And the next one was not the same. And the last one he rejected. Ariane noted that if they delayed any longer, Denise would catch up with them. It was time to go, and on the way they would look for new eyes for Gunther. Not even 10 minutes later, Gunther stopped when he heard a strange sound. He was frightened, thinking that there was a vampire ahead of them, but it was only a rabbit. After a while, he stopped again, but then Ariane immediately told him that it was just rocks. Gunther was starting to freak out about it. Ariane decided to ask him if he was scared because he couldn't see anything, or if he had another reason to flinch at every sound ahead. Then he confessed that since birth he had been surrounded by those who wished him dead. He'd never slept soundly since then, always staying alert. He had lived like that all his life, and now, after losing his sight in total darkness, he began to see her, the woman who gave birth to him and then decided to destroy him. It seemed to him that she still wanted him dead, still eager to send her child to the next world. That's what made him so afraid of everything. After his confession, Ariane took his hands in hers and still decided to see if he would let her continue to do so. She wanted him to finally feel better. She wanted to be his eyes until they gave him his sight back. He should have trusted her hand instead of the darkness he saw. Try to trust. Ariane had warned him that there was a stream ahead, and still he flinched when his hoof touched the water. At that moment, he squeezed her hand very, very hard. She paid attention as she felt the pain herself. Then she had to correct him and ask him not to do it again, otherwise he would break her arm. Ahead of them were both roots and a washed-out road. The girl tried to warn him about everything, but it didn't help. They rolled over and fell into the mud. When night came, Gunther began to panic again when he heard some rustling. A rabbit again. To somehow lighten the mood, Ariane looked up at the stars. She called them pearls on dark silk. Even though he couldn't see them, he supported her in that. And Audrey looked at them and was embarrassed, their hands clasped together. Still, she dared to ask Gunther what she had been putting off for so long. She had noticed that he behaved very differently when Ariane was around him. As soon as she voiced her assumption that he liked her, Gunther shouted with anger. He had tried many times to explain to her that it wasn't true. But he decided to calm down and calmly answer Audrey's question. At first, he wondered if he liked her. Even Ariane resented the subject. And yet, after thinking about it, he came to the conclusion that he could only love someone if he himself had once been loved. But in the end, he knew nothing about love. He agreed that he had been through a lot with Ariane, but he shouldn't take it personally. At this point, the girl even changed in her face. With a chuckle, Gunther admitted that he wouldn't care if they died or not. Then everyone was upset even though they didn't want to show it to him. Awkward. The plague doctor decided to ask Audrey why she had decided to ask the knight about it in the first place, but she couldn't answer him. It was embarrassing. Afterward, they stopped to uncover the vampire. The time for feeding him blood was up. Velvet noted that today's blood was particularly tasty. He liked it. The man admitted he never thought he'd be doing something like this. Not everyone would volunteer to be victimized by a vampire. Audrey pointed out that they should let Velvet drink blood every other day. But Gunther thought that was too often, because vampires don't drink that much. He even joked that it would be nice if he carried around a bag of blood himself. Audrey reminded him that they needed it to move, not without it. Then Velvet said that supplies were crucial during a battle. If the vampires carried food with them, they could never win. Audrey didn't understand that, so he had to explain that it was too risky to move a living person. They could die at any moment, and finding a new one is a challenge. You never know when you'll meet a new victim. Besides, they wouldn't be enough to feed a huge human population. So they need a whole new supply of humans, a supply that never runs out, that will keep you satiated for a long time. All it takes is one sip. Audrey wondered exactly what he was talking about, but he wasn't going to tell them all his secrets because they were mere mortals, unworthy of it. Gunther wasn't going to stand for it and threatened him. Velvet reminded them that he was a member of the royal family, so he would keep his dignity despite the torture. He addressed Gunther and Arian as if trying to insult them. He simply pointed out that they were nothing more than a dead knight and a storehouse of human energy. He just wanted to tell them what he had heard about their project in the palace. For the first time, he wanted to know how they had managed to revive the knight. Only he wanted to voice the rumors that had been floating around about the subject as Arian shut him up. She responded by asking him to remember where he stood. Even though she was so sure of herself, Gunther was a little embarrassed. He wondered why the girl was so reluctant to let him know what they were using. Finally, the 32nd attempt at an eye transplant was completed. They really wanted to know if it was successful, so they asked the knight about it. Arian mentioned that this eye was the freshest and closest in size and shape. He could finally see them. He could hardly believe it himself. There were some blurry areas, but overall it was fine. They were very happy because they had not been able to restore his sight for a long time. And finally, the plague doctor told them that this eye belonged to Doric, his best friend. Unfortunately, he was badly injured and died this morning. He'd always wanted to be the hero who saved the world, and he was glad that Doric, as a 27-year-old boy, had gotten involved. It was worth remembering. Gunther promised to try to remember his name. They set off. There were still 414 kilometers to go. That's a long way to go. Arian admitted that they were moving slower than originally planned, but they were still getting closer to their goal, and that was good. The important thing was to keep going. It was hard for Audrey because they'd eaten too little. The vampire was better fed. Arian said that with the heavy human losses and supplies, they were in danger. But still, Audrey noted that they had traveled too far and had not taken a single break. She longed for a bath and something refreshing to drink. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a soldier. He noticed that there were two people ahead of them. It was surprising. People and in such a place. The man thanked God for hearing their prayers. It had just been a long time since they had last seen a living person. She marveled at how these survivors had managed to make it this far. Evanth noted that their village was close by and offered to stop by for a rest. Arian was confused by the fact that someone had built a village right in the middle of the battlefield. Especially the couple looked very nice for the time in which they lived. After the remark, they laughed as they realized how strange it all looked from the outside. They referred to the fact that they hadn't thought of it at all. They didn't introduce themselves. Evan stated that after countless sacrifices and experiments, they had managed to find a way to survive among the vampires. They wanted everyone to know about it. And to make them stop doubting and see it for themselves, he invited them to go with them to the village where they would be told and shown everything. Gunther thought they were talking nonsense. He immediately recognized that they were trying to deceive them, so he did not see the point of so blindly follow these people. Arian also agreed with him and reminded her that their main goal was to get to Julius as soon as possible. There was no time to stop. Everyone supported them. Audrey, however, was against moving on. Supplies were running low, and it was unrealistic to go this long without food. She believed they would help them. The plague doctors also thought about it, because these people were dressed in clean, tidy clothes. That was a good argument, and everyone was hungry. Gunther didn't understand them at all. He reminded them of the rabbits on the road, which can be caught and eaten, only they didn't stop because there was no time. And again the soldier drew their attention to the cut wrists. One could assume that Denise was not far from them, and he's very dangerous. They didn't even have to wait for him to appear on the horizon. There was a chain attached to his neck with someone's wrists dangling from the end. He was doing his job. Gunther immediately changed his mind. They spent a lot of time to restore his vision needed to escape. However, the others didn't stand a chance. When he was told that running was essentially pointless, he resented it. Since standing still there was even less chance of survival. He didn't understand what was best. Then Avant intervened in their conversation. Noticing that they were in trouble, he reminded them of a village not far away. There, he guaranteed safety. They had no choice but to follow them. As soon as their wagon crossed the gate following them, it began to close, as if they were alive. They reassured them that they were safe in their dwelling. It was just that the vampires wouldn't be able to find the place and wouldn't even know it existed. It's okay. He kept hurrying them to get in so they could breathe out. It wasn't very clear to them who they were messing with yet, but they followed them anyway. When every few meters they began to greet them, Gunther noticed how many survivors there were, and there were a lot of tunnels with rooms. All the intertwining and labyrinth-like structure reminded him of an ant colony, though he supposed it wasn't likely to be. Too complicated. Avant suggested they leave all their cargo in the central square. It would be easier to get around without it. Besides, it was already time for them to get something to eat. Aryan looked at the table that was bursting with food and could not understand how they had so much. But Gunther thought that at first glance it all looked good. But in his opinion, anyone who had any brains would not rush to the food from the doorstep. It was made out of nothing. Audrey didn't seem to care. Avant, noticing their guests' hesitation, told them not to worry. After all the food they could see was grown and prepared right here. He pointed out that they had access to sunlight and water, so they could grow grain and raise some animals, and they were just short of labor. They were happy that so many people had come to them. He was sure they would not stay away and help them. Aryan still suspected something. She couldn't believe that this place was created by nature, much less man. There was no protection she could see. Avant understood why she was having this reaction. They'd thought the same thing when they got here, and they themselves didn't understand why the vampires didn't touch them. They have enough food and space to live comfortably. This warm and cozy place reminded Avant of a mother's embrace. Afterwards, he decided to change the subject. He turned to Gunther, whom he had already heard about. He knew where they were going and didn't believe they had much chance of success. He advised them not to risk themselves. All this, he reasoned, was that it would be better for them to stay living with them in the knowledge that they were perfectly safe. He didn't want them to die. Aryan had to refuse to let them. It seemed to her that if they wanted to help, the best option was to give them some supplies. But one of the plague doctors hesitated and asked what they needed to do to stay with them. The other didn't understand why he was interested. Mean? But in fact, he guessed the reason they were taken with them, to then use their bodies after their deaths to keep the dead knight alive. The soldier agreed with him. They were tired of putting their lives at risk because history only remembers heroes, and there are none like them, and they liked this place. Gunther rolled his eyes after hearing all these arguments. He only wondered if Aryan had found an escape route for them, just in case, so as not to be trapped. She had managed to memorize the way here, but unfortunately, escaping with their wagon would be no easy task. She'd make it very difficult for them to move quickly. He wanted to know how many body parts they had left. She said they still had a torso and legs. Before she could finish speaking, Audrey screamed. She just saw the wall start to move. It looked like it was alive, and so was the gate. Gunther concluded that this whole colony was a living organism. He looked at Avant, who had gathered their soldiers around him, and could not understand what this place was and what these people were doing here, if they were people at all. The man was pleased by their thoughts, but he reminded them that they didn't have to fight vampires and risk their lives here. It's all peace. But there was only one thing they had to do for their community before they could join them. Everyone started to panic, but he just invited them to come along. They claimed to welcome everyone with open arms if they wanted to survive. If they refused, they would have no chance to stay. Gunther, Aryan, and Audrey were not going to go there, so they came to the wagon. He decided to ask Velvet what hole he had decided to take them to, not by accident. He didn't like the way the vampire answered them, so he threatened to use physical force. So he decided to tell them. Earlier, he had already mentioned the vampire rations they needed to win the battle. Now he could tell them what they were, together from where they were supplied. A steady supply of nutritious supplies that satiate after the first bite. They're lucky to be in a place like this. Or rather, it's in Velvet's favor. It's where they're making new rations, and their soldiers have had a chance to see what it looks like. Literally walked into some kind of factory. They weren't sure what a vampire was doing there. They said they were safe. Avant told them her name was Linnell the Breeder, and this whole place belongs to her. They literally walk around inside her. She holds and transmits the love that protects them. They idolized her. Pressed against her, Avant hoped that she, their warm and complacent queen, sensed everything. After all, everything they did was solely for her. Then the soldier realized it was all a lie. He believed that the vampires dreamed of subjugating humanity. They didn't believe they could care. And Avant wasn't going to deny that there was some truth to it. That's why they decided to choose coexistence over fighting vampires. At the same time, Velvet was telling them the same thing. He explained to them what they meant by coexistence. They need 6 people to make 1 ration. Linnell has a special digestive system made of blood. Once she drinks enough liquid, she ferments it for 4 days. After digestion, it secretes a special thickened substance that is the ration. It allows them to live out their lives. Evan explained to the soldiers what they call blood marble. This stuff can be stored for 2 months without spoiling. Convenient. One of these marbles can feed a vampire for 3 months. So for 3 months, they don't have to worry about what to eat. So to stay here, they just have to work for their queen and produce blood marble. They were very frightened when they heard about it. It didn't even occur to them that they wanted to join those who helped vampires destroy humans to create food for them. Crazy. Eventually, when they realized it, they started attacking Evan, blaming him for the fact that they'd been supplying the vampires with supplies all this time, and so many people had died. But he didn't see anything wrong with that. It didn't seem to him that the people outside were dying just because of what they were doing. His own life was the most important thing to him. He even laughed at their naivety, reminding him that no one cared about other people's deaths. He was only happy that as long as he was here, he was fine. However, the plague doctors tried to convince him that it wouldn't last forever. The vampire's main goal is to destroy humanity. They'll get him too. Evan didn't deny that they might be right, but it would take the vampires a very long time to destroy everyone on the outside, maybe even hundreds of years. And while they do, they can live here and not fear for their lives. They can sleep in a warm bed until they're old enough to starve. A better life for them. He offered them to stay with them and live in abundance but still work for the queen or beg for mercy outside every day. The choice was theirs. When Gunther heard the story from Velvet, he thought they were bloody fanatics. Audrey thought it was more dangerous here than even meeting Denise. Just when she said they had to find a way out, the people from the village showed up. They immediately began to condemn the guests for making the wrong choice. The people who were completely bloodied regretted that such an incredible potential labor force would go to the vampires for food. They'd been given no other chance. They'd heard the dead knight was strong enough to fight vampires, but once they've learned of their hideout, they won't be released. As long as they're in the queen's arms, they're invincible. At that moment, the light above their heads began to fade. Literally everything around them began to shrink, blocking out the light. The soldiers didn't know it yet, only suspected it. When they were walking down the tunnel and the light went out, the soldier lit a torch, but it was too late. They were already coming for them. They were already squinting in preparation for the fact that they were about to be destroyed, but nothing happened. All thanks to Gunther, who once again arrived just in time. These men had already realized that the rumors about the monstrosity of the dead knight were true. It was very difficult for them to resist him because he was too powerful. So they swung their knives and decided to put out the torches. That is, remove those who hold them so that Gunther cannot navigate in the dark. The guy with the torch had already prepared to say goodbye to his life, but Gunther was here in time. He took the blow and several knives ended up in his body. He was amused that they thought their throws were worthwhile. He planned to show them how to actually fight. Otherwise, it was some kind of disgrace. By throwing their own knives at them, he wanted to demonstrate how to throw a weapon for real. He felt a kind of excitement trying to deal with his enemies. Gunther noticed that they thought they were invulnerable, although in fact they were small bipeds. It amused him that they complained to them. They were short of manpower, so he decided to help them and put them out of their misery by killing them all. After all, lifeless bodies wouldn't care about that. Evan finally realized that the dead knight were much stronger than expected, but they weren't lying about their invulnerability after all. Strong, too. He asked them not to forget that they were inside the womb of their queen. Then the tentacles began to envelop the bodies of these strange people. Audrey could see through the glass how everything there was shrinking. Now she understood what they meant by saying that everything around them was moving as a single organism. Gunther concluded that this creature was constantly regenerating. It wasn't critical, but it was severely limiting. There would be no way through the walls. He could save himself alone. It would be easier to escape. But getting the others out would be difficult. He still had to think about how to get out. Just at that moment, the soldier pointed to a hole of some kind, or rather, the passageway through which they had come. Right in front of their eyes, it started to close. The girls tried to shout to Gunther sitting in the wagon, but he already understood what was required of him. He just had to hurry up and leave the load here. The coachman noticed that the road ahead was becoming impassable for horses, so they had little chance of making it in time, but they had no choice. When something began to twist, the soldier froze. It seemed to him that there was something inside and it would not just let them go, and still they couldn't stop. Trying very hard, they managed to get out of Linnell. But some of the plague doctors were still inside and might not be able to keep up with them. But they were very lucky because it was a matter of seconds. One of them just hovered there, not knowing what was going on, and the other one hurried him along. We had to leave. Gunther checked with Arian how much time they had left before the exit. Unfortunately, it would take them another 40 minutes to get back the way they came. Then he tried to speed up. However, he had not expected that there would be a fork in the road. He had no idea which way would be the right one. Evan laughed at their naivety. They really believed that they could escape from the queen's body. Those believed that it was simply impossible. The bodies of those people right inside the walls were screaming that they would never get out of here. Gunther was shocked to see that they managed to move. They realized that 2 or 3 blades will not take him, so they decided to launch dozens of cleavers at him. It was impossible to dodge them but to take the blows. The girls saw how those cleavers pierced their wagon and almost got them were shocked. It was scary to imagine what was happening to Gunther. But he was more or less all right, even though the blades were stuck in every possible place. Even in his mouth, people were amazed that he had survived. And he was already preparing to take his revenge. He was going to throw the blades at his enemies, to make them wish they'd never killed him. In the end, he took the second route, and before he ran in, he called out to them. Just wanted to force these monsters to follow them if they wanted to get him. Arian thought he made the wrong choice and should have turned left, but it was too late to go back. Audrey didn't understand why he had called them out at all. Gunther explained that he was trying to reduce the area of damage and concentrate the blows on one side only, but there were too many cleavers. He was wounded. His front right leg was shredded and he could barely move it, so he had to draw too much attention to himself so they wouldn't notice the wound. And these people really fell for it and were on their way to them. They wanted to kill him so badly that it was a victory to send such an opponent to the other side. Since they had to turn their backs on the humans, their only chance of survival was to help the vampires win. Gunther was getting frustrated, so he tried to shut them up. At some point, the girls realized that the road was starting to narrow. Even the top of the wagon was already close to the so-called ceiling. The horses wouldn't be able to get through there. The plague doctors tried to convince them to leave the wagon behind, but there was no way back, so they just had to follow the boys. With his best efforts, Gunther was able to pull the wagon behind him and bring it to the exit. So they were out of the tunnel with a bang, like corks out of a bottle. In general, Gunther admitted that if it were not for the wagon, he would not be so constrained in movement and could easily deal with these small bipeds. Unfortunately, it turned out that the passage was closed and they were at a dead end. Ariane wanted to know if he could dig his way out if the enemies were defeated. But he couldn't promise that because he was wounded and the vampire was constantly regenerating. But he knew those assholes wouldn't get in here. And he was right. They stopped at a fork, thinking about the best way to proceed. They couldn't risk going down the dead end because they knew what was waiting there. Anyone who first squeezes through that narrow passage will be killed instantly. And they were used to putting their own lives above all others. Evan suggested they take their time. After all, they're already trapped. They had no food or water, so time would have to play into their hands. There's no other way. He decided to appeal to them by shouting into the tunnel and saying that his offer still stood. They were ready to accept anyone who wanted to join them. Hearing this, Gunther said they needed a new weapon, something that would allow him to crawl freely up the wall like they did, and a hell of a lot faster. But Arian pointed out that of all their body parts, they only had a torso and 3 pairs of legs. It was hard to build something like that quickly, not an easy task. Gunther didn't understand why they had so many legs as if he were a centipede. They had more parts, but these were the only ones ready to use. Suddenly, Audrey caught on to what he said about the centipede. An ingenious plan came into her head of what they could make with what they had. It would be interesting. It seemed like a good idea to her, and it was definitely worth a try. After all, they had nothing to lose. They had to act. These people were waiting for them outside, wondering why they were resisting for so long. They were eager to fight them and create a new ration. Only they decided that it does not matter, because time is in any case on their side, and can wait as suddenly Gunther came out to them, with a sneer. They couldn't understand how he could get to them so quickly, but they weren't afraid. They knew that mere mortals couldn't run on these walls. And when they saw it, they were completely terrified. It looked as if a humanoid spider had crawled out to them. He still had the lamp in his hand on his back. They couldn't understand when it had gotten so fast. They wanted to just run away, but he was moving so fast that there seemed to be no chance of escape. Gunther crawled up to Event and reminded him of his own words about his life being the most important thing, and said that the most important thing was Gunther's life, not theirs. They are nothing. When they attached those legs to him, he was confused at first. It was hard for him to get used to the fact that he now had 8 legs. But he had to learn to walk. Arian said they added insect claws to his legs. They'd make climbing any wall a breeze, 100 times easier for him. And he was getting the hang of it. He was delighted because, with such freedom of movement and speed, these assholes would never catch him. Now they're finished. He also bragged that with those legs he could act like a scorpion. His hind legs combined to resemble his tail. Such an attack. She noted that he could certainly use his upper arm, but the big question was how they could escape in 2 hours. But he didn't understand why they would run away if they knew for sure they wouldn't come here. They could either wait it out or do the most important thing. Kill that queen? 2 hours should be enough time for them to do that. Without her, these people won't be able to behave so confidently. They'll give up. Audrey couldn't imagine how they'd find her because this place is a maze. But he said they had a guide they could trust. She didn't know who he was talking about, but now that he'd gotten out and grabbed Evant, it all made sense. but he wasn't going to say anything. Then Gunther threatened to crush him if he didn't cooperate. At that moment, the others noticed them and were already determined to destroy him. And some were already trying to free Velvet. He hurried them, but they couldn't do it fast enough because the screws were too tight. Velvet repeated again that it was humiliating for a member of the royal family to be in this position. Suddenly, someone flew over them. Scary. It was hard to imagine what kind of creature it was, and it was so fast. People were shocked to see how fast Gunther became and still decided to attack. When they found themselves at a fork, Gunther decided to clarify with Avant what path they should choose. As it turned out, the leftmost was the right one. As soon as they entered, they attacked these creatures. They were clearly waiting for him already in this tunnel. They were determined to finally deal with that pesky knight. Avant was shocked how he managed to get out of their ambush. He knew the humans were no match for him, but there was a line of defense that could not be overcome. He was referring to the queen's mouth, thousands of teeth that you just can't crawl through. That's why Gunther decided to jump up and fly through all those teeth. Gunther noticed something that looked like a head. He thought it even looked kind of funny, but he ignored his question about what it was. And so they approached the main thing. Gunther had a chance to end it all simply by killing the queen. People immediately began to panic, wondering how to stop him. Even though the queen was defenseless, they realized there were very few options to stop him. He's too powerful. They knew he wanted to destroy everything. It wasn't until then that Event knew what Gunther's goal was. He was afraid that if this place collapsed, the people outside would find out about them and kill every single one of them. And it wasn't like they had the strength to stop a dead knight. Besides, he knows all their secrets. He himself helped him destroy their home. Event began to worry, realizing it was all his fault. It seemed to him that no matter what, they were going to die anyway. Something had to be done. In the end, he could think of nothing better than to beg Gunther to spare him. He reminded himself that he had risked himself and sacrificed himself for the people. Event asked him to forgive his mistakes and spare him. If he did so, he pledged to serve for the rest of his life for the good of mankind, as long as he lived. Then the others, looking at Event, threw their cleavers, also begging Gunther for mercy. They sincerely regretted that they had been helping their enemies all this time. They believed that in life everyone can make mistakes. In general, they were like a herd, one after another repeated the same thing, promising to go to the people from now on. Gunther liked it a lot. He enjoyed how dozens of people kneeled before him. He liked the instinct-driven assholes because they reminded him of him. He decided to give them a second chance if they came up and drove their cleavers into the queen's heart. That was the only way they would survive. Or rather, only the first 10. Thus, he decided to hurry them up because it was known that for them their own lives were above all others. With eyes full of madness, Gunther repeated that only the first 10 people he would spare, and the rest would go to the other world. He liked it so much. A second later, people jumped up and took their weapons in their hands and ran to the queen in the name of humanity. At that moment, she opened her eyes and regained her appearance. She remembered watching her husband as he dealt with his second wife who had given birth to his firstborn. It had been incredibly hard on her. Then her mother came to her and put her hand on her shoulder and pressed on the most painful part. She only repeated what she had already seen. She was outmatched. When they were alone, she asked her if she remembered how hard it had been for her mother to marry her daughter to the Earl himself. In the end, that's what happened. She had sacrificed a great deal to bring her into the family so that she could gain power. She even had to marry her father herself, even though she didn't love him. Her mother had done so much hard work. She wanted to believe that her daughter hadn't forgotten everything she'd done for her. She'd put her heart and soul into it. Linnell remembered everything, but her mother still started screaming about sacrificing her life for her, all to be a part of this family. It was incomprehensible to her why, when she found herself so close to her desired goal, their plan had fallen apart on such a simple period. She just couldn't give birth to him. The girl herself could not explain why, since she did not know, but she realized that she had married someone she didn't care for, just to please her mother. She reminded herself that she was doing her best in a strange land among strangers. She gave literally everything to fulfill her mother's dream, and all she wanted in return was a little bit of her mother's love. She took her mother's hand and put it to her cheek, but she pulled it away sharply. It seemed to her that the barren girl was unworthy of love. Linnell didn't want to believe that she had been born to bear a noble heir. She concluded that she had given birth to her to satisfy her personal ambitions and to make her a tool to create children. How horrible that was. But the mother didn't even deny it. She simply headed for the exit, noting how long it took her to realize the obvious. And now that she had learned it, her mother wished she could be more helpful in the future. Linnell finally burst into tears, promising that she would fulfill her will. She would give birth to something, but it would not be a child of noble blood, but something that would end the pain and suffering of humanity. At that moment, Julius approached her. And now she was in a desperate situation. She was surrounded on all sides by people she trusted who had worked so hard on her behalf for so long. But still, she pulled herself together and decided that now was not the time to die. She still hadn't fulfilled her goal of giving birth to something that would destroy mankind forever. Then the mountains where it all happened collapsed. Linnell decided to release all of her emotions and her body grew in size. It was epic. She kept saying that her time had not come, that it was too soon for her to go to the next world, and the men wouldn't stop remembering Gunther's orders. While they were chasing her, they didn't immediately notice Denai's ahead. He was thrilled to see so many wrists. He needed many more. The plague doctors were glad that they had managed to get out of this nightmare. However, Gunther, standing not far from them, noted that it was too early to rejoice. It's not over yet. They had not expected to see him somehow because he had disappeared so suddenly and did not return. The knight apologized for being late and looked everywhere for Velvet. He was always saying that he was a member of the royal family and should be treated with respect. When he said it for the 100th time, everyone was fed up. So Gunther decided not to stand on ceremony and threw him at the feet of the plague doctors. He told them that he had brought a wagon and this weirdo should join it. It was as if the people had gone mad and were fighting over who would strike the queen first, and it didn't matter that they obeyed her. Evan felt he had to be the first to do it to ensure he was spared. But those who had worked with him before didn't think so. Someone even pushed him. And just as he was about to get up and kick whoever had done it, he heard a voice behind him. Denise came up to them and repeated that his norm was still not fulfilled. Evan switched his attention, promising Denise to find him people to help him. He was willing to be his humble servant and do anything to be spared. But it didn't help him because Denise did what he needed to do anyway. Not even one of his subordinates was left with wrists. Gunther needed to get the boys away from fighting the higher vampires as soon as possible. There was simply no point in wasting their time on them. The plague doctor was sure that Denise knew about the vampire soup packs that were made here, but Arian didn't think he cared about anything but his wrists. Audrey even decided to shout out that this was what these people needed. The only thing they were grateful for was buying them time. Distracted Denise. What bothered the plague doctor was that they had let Linnell get away so easily. He even considered the idea that it would have been nice if they had come back for her. But Gunther was strongly against it, as they had very little time left. Fighting two at once would be too much for him. He couldn't take it. Besides, they had managed to destroy her priceless humanoid. He was sure that this leech couldn't do anything without them, so she wouldn't survive. Meanwhile, Linnell walked towards the forest, repeating that she wouldn't go to the other world until she produced this creature. It wasn't time yet. She still hadn't given birth to it yet. Toward morning, one of the soldiers fell off the wagon. Another immediately noticed it and asked Gunther to stop. They could not abandon their comrade. Eric was asked what had happened to him from which he had lost his strength, but he recalled that in the last 3 days, he had not slept more than 3 hours. He couldn't sleep more. In principle, they agreed with him because they hadn't taken a break for a long time. Some were hungry, some were sleepy. It was very hard to keep going. At first, Gunther thought they were weak, and then looked at his indicator and realized that the energy is running out. Only after he knew this, he agreed to go to the pass. And Velvet found it funny that the heroes decided to retreat so soon. After all, victory was just a step away. They'd already managed to cut off the vampires' supply lines. And all this when they had nothing left, a measly 180 kilometers. They're almost there. It would have been nice to push on. But they didn't care what he thought. Gunther tried to get Ariane to eat, but she did not want it, saying that she was full and that others may need it more. Then, he began to accuse her of being a liar because she had only eaten 5 spoonfuls. If she went on hunger strike again, they'd be finished, so she'd better open her mouth. She wanted to say again that she was full, but at that moment Gunther forcibly shoved a spoon into her mouth. He couldn't let her get sick. While feeding her, he told her to eat and not to get sick, and if she got sick, he promised to send her to the afterlife. With that evil smile of his, Audrey thought that in a way Gunther's attitude towards Arian was even sweet. It didn't seem that way to the plague doctor, especially his last sentence. He also decided to remind them that there were only 10 birds left. It was expected that they would suffer great losses because the journey was difficult. He also wanted to check with Audrey about their plan if it would work. More and more people were beginning to doubt it. He himself was holding out hope. He just didn't want to die in vain. But Gunther did not. Subo consoled him by saying that they can safely go to the other world. The main thing is that he did not go there. After all, he was sure that their plan would work, and it didn't even matter what they needed to do. The target was there and there were no obstacles in sight. Tot noted that when he hears such expressions from Gunther's mouth, willy-nilly begins to believe it, although before this very much doubted. It was already nightfall when they set off. Velvet kept counting how many kilometers they had left. 99 kilometers, and they would be at Julius's place. He was delighted with their fine work. What pleased him more was that their long journey was coming to an end, and now was the time for him to get out. And so he did. 50 meters away from them stood a suspicious figure. Julius was already aware of who was in front of him, so he wasn't the least bit surprised by them. The others looked out of the wagon and couldn't believe their eyes. They had expected to see him only a few days later, and here he had taken them by surprise. He claimed to have come to them in peace. Even though he was not able to penetrate Gunther's goals and motivations, he still tried his best to understand him. But in the end, he came to the conclusion that Gunther had made the wrong decision, and the knight still could not recover from the shock. He also did not fully understand what was happening. He said that as soon as people win this battle, first on their list of destruction will be the name of Gunther. That is, he is digging himself a hole by helping people. Gunther couldn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Then he decided to explain his thought in simpler words. He said that people will not fulfill his wish. But he could do it for him. All he needed was for the dead knight to agree to listen to his proposal, and then they would agree. Gunther did not listen to anyone who asked not to listen to him. He just wanted to know what proposal Julius himself came to them with. He was ready to destroy him. But the man continued. He explained to Gunther that people need him only as a weapon, nothing more. But its end is certain when the battle is over. That is, they will no longer need the weapon. They will notice his immortal body. They'll want a body as immortal as his. And they'll do to him what the Hound dynasty did to Julius. Part of this story was already known to Gunther, but from a slightly different perspective. Audrey tried to convince the knight that there was no need to listen to him because he was making it all up, but he again did not pay attention to her. He had his own interests. He decided to ask the vampire what he needed to do to survive. Julius would like to talk to him. He didn't know if they should destroy him or if he should destroy them. Unexpectedly, vampires faced death more often than anyone else. That's why he tried so earnestly to understand them. He didn't want to hurt them in any way. He also wanted them to reciprocate and try to understand him. After all, it wasn't as obvious as they might have thought. He stated that he was ready to tell them about himself and his plan. He suggested that they do something together that no other person facing death had ever done. Just try to understand each other without animosity. The plague doctors didn't understand anything, and Audrey continued to disbelieve him. Ariane wanted to strike, but Julius didn't pay any attention to them, just mentioned that they all have or had parents. Just like him, he was going to immerse them in his story. With words of boredom, his father stepped out into the sunlight as his mother had once done. Watching this, Julius felt nothing. Immortal life. Every day, countless beings are born and die. Each one leaves behind a trace that will later become part of existence, as usual. And then, one day, Julius realized that he was incapable of leaving any trace of himself in the world. When he had nothing to look forward to in the new day, he lay down in his coffin. He just decided to take a nap for eternity. But one day, after a long time, the king and his servants entered the castle. They were on their way to see the vampire. When Mr. Hound opened the tomb, he was delighted. He didn't really believe in the existence of vampires. In front of him lay the last one, a purebred, a vampire. All his life he'd been searching for him. Sitting beside the coffin on his knees, he begged this deity to give him another chance. Only a vampire could save him from old age. He hoped it would give him the youth to conquer the world. So when Julius opened his eyes, they decided to cut off his head. The king was outraged. He couldn't accept blood under such conditions, but the servants could do nothing. Outside the body, a vampire's blood would disappear in a matter of hours. But he knew that himself, so he wanted them to do something about it. Otherwise, his youth would be over as soon as the vampire died. He insisted that without him, this nation was doomed. He thought of himself as the whole of humanity, the whole world. There was no way he could go to the afterlife. So a servant took off his hood and dared to offer the King of Kings a taste of this pure-blooded vampire's body. He hoped he would accept. Seeing the fear in his eyes, he explained that if the blood gave him back his youth, then the body could give him more vitality. Perhaps. He's tried everything. And his fingers, and his feet, and his ribs, and entrails. For the great future of mankind, he had to do it. He liked it. Looking at himself in the mirror, he didn't see any particular results, so he decided he needed to eat more. He wanted to get the most out of the vampire. He wondered what he had to do to achieve immortality. He clutched at the mirror and began to shake it, as if it could give him the answer to his question. The servant reminded him that there was still one part he hadn't tried. It could be dangerous, but it would surely be very effective. He didn't understand. But he was talking about Julius's heart, the source of his life force and the core of his energy. Only its complete destruction could destroy a vampire, not part of it. If it lost its integrity, vampires lost control of their blood, and there's no telling how much damage would be fatal to a vampire. Whether it needed to be cut in half or a third or a quarter, no one knew. He took a small piece just in case. Immediately afterward, he felt more energized than ever. He liked the taste of the heart madly. The king hoped it would be enough for him. But he was wrong. He realized that tiny piece didn't give him eternal life, so it wasn't enough, and he had to eat more until it was done. His intense longing for the unfulfilled made him hunger for more. He just couldn't stop. He wanted more and more. And when he'd eaten half of it, he finally saw what he needed in the mirror. Now he could calm down and enjoy his reflection in the mirror. After a while, Julius woke up. The princess was sitting in front of him. She realized that the constant beheading had kept him from even waking up. She told him that for 900 years he had been used as a tool of mankind. Many people drank his blood. And now she wanted to apologize to him on behalf of everyone who had done this to him. She was even willing to give up her life to ease his suffering. But he wondered who she was. The guards introduced her as the most generous member of the royal dynasty, the future queen. Then he ordered him to kneel before Isabella Hound, but she asked him not to. She confessed to being a sinner like so many. Julius said he knew they drank the blood that gushed from his neck and nibbled on his heart, cutting it off piece by piece until half of it was left. But he felt no hatred or resentment for what they were doing to him, because his life had long ago lost its meaning. It was no longer pitiful. She felt sorry for him. She took him to a cabin, a place they had specially built for him. She promised to protect him. She swore to be with him till the end. He didn't understand why she would go to such lengths, but she was sure that if she hadn't done it herself, someone else would have. Later, she brought him a book that was very popular among people. She really wanted to read it to him, and he didn't mind it at all, on the contrary. He was pleased that every day she brought him something new and every evening ended with some new story, so unusual for him. And then, years later, one day, she told Julius that they had been discovered. She said that at night they would have to move to a place safer from people. But the guards admitted they had run out of allies and funds. With her permission, he would like to spend the last days of his life with his family. Of course, she couldn't deny him that. Thanking him for his service, she released her dear knight who had literally served her all her life. She then turned to Julius. It was a pleasure to spend her life next to such an omnipotent being, a true bliss, but time was not spared. She was sad that he would be alone again, and he decided to tell her the best dream he'd ever had, where they grew old together, watching their children grow up. And in the end, they were buried together because they went to the other world on the same day. All their children came to their funeral and stood by their grave. Isabella was very hurt that the dreams couldn't be real. At that moment, Julius finally found the meaning of his life that he had been searching for so long. Or rather, it had become his purpose. He decided that the day Isabella breathed her last would be the final day of his immortality, a pipe dream. But as he looked at her, he realized she only had a year to live, though obviously less. She wondered where he would go when she was gone. He said he'd stay near where she'd be buried. He wants to be close to her even after she's gone. She had become too close for him. So Isabella asked him to bury her in a place where no one could find him. She wanted to believe that he could put her to rest in such a place. He decided that if that was her wish, he would do it. She had become so special to him that he was incapable of disobeying her. Everything for her. That night, Julius had another dream. He was buried so deep in the cold earth that it was impossible to take a breath. He didn't want to get out. He felt comfortable there, like home, probably because the body of his beloved was buried next to him. Isabella was even there with him. Julius felt countless insects eating his rotting flesh. It was the first time he felt so comfortable. It was all thanks to Isabella. Here, together with her, they were slowly leaving a trail behind them just as he had dreamed. Then through the dream, he heard some hideous words. Things were not so good. When he woke up, he heard an argument between Isabella and someone else. People who came from the King of Kings. One of them stabbed her body through with his sword. Then they dragged her out into the street and said they had no use for her. All they wanted was a vampire who without half a heart wasn't dangerous, not worth being afraid of. But Julius was already behind them. With a few blows, he could take out the whole crowd of humans King Hound had sent, avenged her at the very least. Immediately, he rushed to his beloved and concluded that with such wounds, she would not survive. This was not the end they wanted. He even offered to turn her. As long as she drank his blood, her life would last forever. They didn't discuss it, but it was just hard for him to part with her, his Isabella. But she refused, saying it's normal for people to grow old, and the more you eat, the more you want. She didn't think it was necessary to prolong her life, and if a man doesn't want to die just because he's full, it's stubbornness and arrogance. Life is cyclical, and she's done with it. The only thing left was what she'd never seen in her life, and it was unlikely she ever would. It made her feel a little bad. He didn't know what she meant, but if she wanted to see the end of those who wanted her dead, he was ready. He was willing to destroy the entire royal dynasty for her. He wanted to fulfill her every wish, so she decided to share what she wanted to see. The world seemed like a magnificent place, but it would be a better place if there were no people on it. So she let him know exactly what she wanted. She gave him a goal. She would just like to see a world where no one got hurt. When her hand automatically moved away from his face, he decided he would honor her request. And ever since then, he's been studying people to create a world where no one hurts anyone, where no one would be hurt by humans. So he discovered something about them. None of the humans can live alone, and yet they think only of themselves. He found this quality to be one of the worst in humans. That's why people had been hurting each other for centuries. That's what being human was all about. That's why it was so hard for him to create this world. A world where people don't hurt each other could only be created in one way. It could only be possible when all humans on Earth disappeared. It seemed to him that this was their shared history. He was sure that he was not alone in thinking so. That's why he had managed to find like-minded people and convert them. The plague doctors even wanted to offer him another option so that they would finally stop the slaughter and humans and vampires could live in peace. Julius said that if they find a decent solution and people stop hurting each other, he would stop this battle once and for all. The choice is theirs. And even if they had to kill him to realize their plan, he was not against it. He declared that it made no difference. He gave his word. They hesitated because they couldn't offer him anything good at first. After all, such a question had to be well thought out, and no one dared to say. Arian pointed out that it didn't make sense to begin with. People can't help hurting others. After all, it was clear that it was their nature. Audrey added that the world he had promised her was too good to be true. She wondered if she hadn't been destroyed, would he have buried himself with her? Gunther didn't really care about the past. He only cared about the present, not the past or the future. He wondered how he wanted to save him. Julius recalled that the Hound family had tried to find ways to use his flesh and blood, all to gain eternal life. So naive. It was of no interest to him. But he knew they had accomplished something. It should have been obvious to those present. After these words, he pointed at Gunther, adding that he was referring to his body. After all, it was not created in a simple way. He was literally resurrected for this purpose. In fact, just like the life energy storage device, he didn't know exactly what his body was made of, but he felt a kinship with his own flesh and blood, which meant he could use his blood to keep Gunther alive. It was suspicious, of course, which is why Arian was outraged. Audrey started to deny it, but Julius said that he did not consider Gunther a human being, so he would not include him in the list of those to be destroyed. He decided to give him a promise that if he joined him, he would provide him with blood until his will to live was gone. Just a dream. Holding out his hand to Gunther, Julius repeated that he was willing to grant him eternal life as the knight wished. The choice was left to him, a rather difficult one for him. Audrey reminded him that he could not draw energy from vampire blood. She didn't want Gunther to believe him because it was a trap. Gunther said that he had already made his choice. Everyone was shocked to think that he had agreed to it, but instead of joining in, he decided to stab the vampire in the heart with his hand. However, Julius didn't even flinch. He simply said that his offer still stands. So, if he changed his mind, he could come to him. We'll be waiting for him. The knight looked at his hand and couldn't understand how it was possible because the vampire had just been here and after the blow had vaporized, leaving behind some rags. He realized that Julius had not been real all this time. Then Gunther concluded that he could not trust someone who pretended to risk his life. At that moment, something strange appeared in front of them. It looked like a bloody ribbon with eyes that appeared in the dark. Turns out he was just passing it all around. It was amazing how he managed to recreate an exact copy of Julius. But he just repeated that everything that was said was true. It was what he wanted. And the creature's name was the Whispering Ian. He said that they couldn't get to Julius. His ability wouldn't let them. Then he disappeared. Everyone immediately rushed to Gunther with questions, wanting to know why he had chosen them. But he didn't choose. He just decided to leave it alone. Safer. He certainly found Julius's offer tempting, but he had no reason to trust him. He didn't want to risk knowing he'd get the energy anyway. In that case, Audrey wondered what he would choose if he knew that everything Julius had said was true. She was afraid that he would betray them then. But she would never find out because he didn't feel obliged to answer her question. He was sure they weren't saints either, and were hiding something from him. Accordingly, and he could have a couple of secrets from them. Gunther asked if she thought that she could prevent him from doing what he planned. Naive. He once again reminded her that he decides everything here. Everyone will follow him, and she would do whatever he said, no matter how much he denied it. With a chuckle, he decided to ask her if she had any complaints. He suggested she put all the cards on the table, like what his body was made of. She stated that his body was created through the love and many sacrifices of all those who believed in humanity. He thought she was mocking him. The girl was well aware that they had no way of stopping him, but asked her to remember that Rhino, her father, sacrificed himself because he trusted. He believed he was dead because of her. He believed that the only way to save her was to save Gunther. All people have only their own truth, and his. Gunther didn't think he was different from people, so he could follow what he thought was right. He planned to do only what he thought was right. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by shouts from outside. The soldiers were mutinying, saying they regretted believing Gunther. They wanted to create a new knight. The plague doctors looked amongst themselves, not realizing which one of them had said this. But eventually, they came to the conclusion that the voices came from deep in the forest. In the morning, they went on discussing the possibility of Gunther's betrayal. It seemed to them that at the moment, the probability of this was very high. One of them wondered what the dead knight was made of, but the soldiers said it didn't matter if the knight believed it. There was a question of who would be responsible for the subsequent victims if Gunther still decided to turn away from humanity and join the dark side. The soldier noted that Gunther had been through fire and water with them. It was doubtful if at one point he would decide to support the vampires. Eric noticed that his comrade was making decisions too quickly. He assumed that none of them had seen him in the gladiatorial arena. He was ruthless not only to humans but to beasts as well. If usually gladiators spared their opponents who wanted to surrender, not Gunther. He slaughtered them without hesitation no matter how much they begged for mercy, and then shouted at them for trying to kill him with a bunch of weaklings. They had to try harder. To ruin him, you had to be willing to risk your life. He was sure they were all cowards hiding in the shadows because they would never do it. No one was ever on his side. Everyone despised Gunther, including the other gladiators and the spectators. There was always someone in the arena waiting to finish him off. One could conclude that Gunther survived by slaughtering others. A heartless monster like him would never sacrifice himself for other people. Afterward, they decided to see what Arian's thoughts were on all this. She was closer to him, so they clarified what they would do if he betrayed them. And the girl shared her worries. After meeting with the false Julius, she was worried that usually weapons made of vampire blood were red in color. However, Julius was all too real. Both skin and voice were all copied perfectly. It seemed to her that Ian was fooling them by impersonating them. In that case, it would be impossible to tell the real people from the fake ones. It would cause rumors and false information. It's very important. The plague doctor noticed that Julius's copy was created from Ian's tongue. At least that's what it seemed to him at the time. It was strange. But thanks to that, they could tell who was real and who wasn't. The copies will have tails. If we're careful, it shouldn't be hard to find a fake. Surprisingly, the soldier began to doubt that he himself was not a fake. He just didn't have any proof, but he was real. Velvet sat in the wagon and chuckled, realizing how awesome everything was going. He shouted that they only had 52 kilometers to go and they would be there. However, Gunther, on the contrary, decided to stop. He heard some discussion about how a dead knight couldn't be trusted. This confused him. Then he saw the plague doctors. They were talking about creating a new dead knight and convincing Arian. They didn't need Gunther anymore. One of them noticed that Gunther was watching them and eavesdropping. The other recognized it and hesitated, not realizing how long he had been standing there. He heard a lot of things. Audrey had heard such talk too. People were afraid he'd kill them for it. They wanted to get rid of him. We had to wait for time to run out, so the girls couldn't stand it and went to them. They immediately began to apologize for their discussions, but Arian decided that they needed to find out if they were real first. The others were already thinking of killing Gunther and kidnapping Arian. They saw him talking to Julius in the woods and thought they had a plan. Some even said they heard Gunther planning to leave them under the cover of night, and some heard clearly that he said he planned to destroy them. There were also new rumors that the dead knight wanted to finish them off when they were only 20 kilometers away from their destination. They had to prepare for battle. They decided that they would have to strike first when 20 kilometers remained, and they ended up stealing a wagon. Velvet was delighted with what was happening. After Gunther turned to the others to find out what choice they had made, they were terrified as they had heard only bad things about him from all sides. He switched to Arian to find out why she stood like a stumbling block. He was running out of charge and it was time to restore it. He needed her. The plague doctors decided to check with him about something. They said there were many witnesses who had seen him with Julius. They wanted him to explain himself. He asked them for the 100th time to cut the crap. After all, with such accusations, he would like to hear some arguments. Gunther said that they were the only ones who were plotting intrigue. He was sure that they had decided to kidnap Arian and wait for him to run out of energy. He knew they planned to make a new dead knight and destroy him. He'd heard it with his own ears and didn't need proof. But they began to deny it, saying it was a baseless rumor. According to them, he was the one acting suspiciously and they were fine. Arian was tired of this, so she decided to shut them up. She reminded them that by spreading false rumors, vampires provoke conflict among them. That's how they get what they want. Their disunity and disputes only serve the vampires. It seemed to her that the best option was to stay together. Gunther felt it didn't matter what was true and what was false. They had put too much faith in him that his death would keep them safe. He believed. He decided that all these suspicions would be dispelled only after the death of one of them. Gunther loomed right over the plague doctors and frightened them very much. His behavior only confirmed their suspicions that he wanted to destroy them. They decided to get Arian away from him. He cannot survive without her. The dead knight swung around announcing that the first one to approach him would have his skull crushed, but they weren't really going to do that. It was just a distraction because Audrey came up to Arian and grabbed her. She couldn't let anything happen to her. Gunther immediately decided that Audrey was a traitor. He wanted to kill her, but she quickly decided to take Arian somewhere safe for her. He ran after them and tried to run them down, but nothing worked. Eventually, Audrey saw a hole and decided it was the best place to hide from him. She was sure he wouldn't fit through such a narrow passage. He only had about 20 minutes left. Audrey wanted to wait for him to die. But Arian just wanted to wait until he calmed down to talk. Audrey was beginning to doubt that he was the hero that would help them. Before they could discuss it, rocks started falling on them from above. Gunther was already starting to break towards them, trying to destroy the hole. He wanted to get them like that. Everyone there was wondering where the dead knight had gone, and Velvet marveled at Ian's work in dealing with them all without skill. He pointed out that even without weapons, he'd been able to kill more people than any other vampire. A worthy job he'd done. Ian managed to turn people against each other and then methodically take them all out one by one. His method was the most effective of all. Two soldiers, Eric and Jack, ran into each other in the woods. Eric wondered if he had managed to find Gunther. They had been lost here for quite some time. And he said that yes, he had followed Arian in the direction he was pointing. He said they had to hurry to help the girls. Dangerous. Eric was disappointed because all their fears had been confirmed. He was worried that Gunther was going to get them all killed. It was time to go there. How surprised he was to see his comrade Laird. It was clear that it was not the real Jack, but his fake. Ian had done a good job. Eric squeezed his eyes shut in anticipation of his death, but suddenly he woke up. His wife was sitting next to him, worried about him. She was frightened that he was sweating so much in his sleep. He looked at her and didn't understand how it was possible because he saw a vampire in front of him. Cecilia said it was nothing, because vampires didn't exist. She thought he was probably having a nightmare. His wife asked him to hurry up and make the bed because the children would be up soon. It's strange that they're alive. Tears came to his eyes. He realized that it was really time for him to wake up from his nightmare. All that they had experienced was just a dream he was having. But in reality, he was already lying on the ground, and the vampire was slowly enveloping his body, starting with his head. Using his tongue, he placed it in his mouth. He did this to absorb them and slowly digest them in his body. There was no way out of there anymore. Julius knew this and considered it the end for them. At this point, Gunther continued his attempts to get the girls. In the end, with one swing of his arm, he wounded Audrey. The whole burrow was then drenched in her blood. Thankfully, it was not a fatal wound. She managed to get out. Right away, she decided to ask Arian how much time he had left. He only had about 2 minutes. Then Audrey decided to speak to him. She repeated what he said about trying harder to destroy him. She was just giving him a hard time. She didn't agree that her father had sacrificed himself just to save her. Audrey knew he did it because he trusted the knight, but now she wasn't sure if it was worth it. Gunther tried to attack her, but his life energy was already running out. This time, it was the end of him. When he woke up, Arian said that he was now too much of a threat to them all, so they decided to separate his head from his body. He started to freak out, albeit silently. The girl told him not to worry. If they wanted to create a new dead knight, he would be gone. She reported that while they were chasing each other at night, 4 of them disappeared. It seemed to her that the vampires were doing their bidding as usual. So she suggested they try to put all their doubts aside and trust each other. After all, they'd been together a long time. Then the doctor came in. He said that something had happened to Gunther's body that they had disconnected last night. They had to look at what it was. His iron body had just been chopped up, and it wasn't clear if the vampires had done it. They didn't seem to have any reason to do it, but then again, they might not have. In any case, Arian was sure they had enough parts to make a new body. Gunther would have to wait for now. Toward evening, it turned out that another one of their men was missing, although there was some speculation that they had simply run away. There were so many rumors floating around. Still, the doubts never went away. They were afraid that if they returned Gunther's body, there was a high chance that he would betray them. They couldn't trust him. They decided it was time to stick together because they could be the next to go missing. It seemed to them that this was the end, and there would be no turning back. Gunther was satisfied that they were wrong, and now they just whine and wait for their death. He concluded that there were only 3 of them left who were normal. Arian decided that the vampire uses the spears to divide them amongst themselves, and then when they let their guard down, he'd kill them one by one. We need to be together. Then Gunther again insisted on being attached to the rest of his limbs so they would be saved. He will help. In the evening, Arian noticed Audrey locked herself in the wagon. She started banging furiously on the door, wondering what the girl was doing in there, locked up. But she just didn't know what to do, confused. Every time the wound on her back throbbed, she couldn't get the same thought out of her head. A terrible thought. It seems that Gunther would betray them at the most important moment to save his life. After all, he always said he only cared about his own. As she put the knife to his new body, she thought about what they had sacrificed to get this far. So many things they'd been through and so many people they'd lost. She couldn't let it all go down because of a dead knight. She hadn't damaged his body, but she really understood why things had happened the way they had in the end. Audrey couldn't trust him, couldn't bring herself to do it. But Arian said that if he was the past Gunther, he'd cut her in half. And after that, he never laid a finger on anyone. Ariane has noticed how he changes from day to day, even though she knows it's hard to believe. He doesn't know it himself, so she said that if they refused to believe it, then no one would believe in their sacrifices and efforts. That convinced Audrey to drop the knife and do the deed. Then she walked out with his feet on her shoulders as a sign that she was willing to try to give him a second chance. She didn't want to take hope away from others. When Audrey opened her eyes, she saw a stratified Aryan in front of her. So it wasn't she who had been talking to her all this time, but a copy of her that the vampire Ian had created. The same thing happened to the others. One plague doctor was a copy of Audrey, and Aryan was a fake plague doctor. That's crazy. Even Gunther had a copy of something he didn't see coming. This monster was duplicating their words about sticking together because they were coming for them. Then Ian turned into a huge snake and circled Gunther's head with his tongue. As they had expected, they were finished and doomed to perdition. Immediately, Gunther found himself in some incomprehensible world around him was only emptiness. He realized that Ian had absorbed him after all. Then he remembered Velvet. He had told him that those who had been swallowed by Ian had met their happy deaths. It sounded strange, but it was true. He explained that Ian didn't have a weapon to destroy someone instantly. Instead, he slowly digests his victim. It's even easier for him. The vampire digests people whole until there's nothing left but bones. At that point, the flesh feels a sharp, excruciating pain. Pain that is similar to what humans inflict on each other with words. Then Gunther was sure he could just rip his guts out and get out of him. Velvet did not deny that it was possible because the whole digestion process takes days or even weeks. If you wake up in time, there's a chance. The eaten people are connected to the vampire's nervous system, so he manages to create illusions for them, naturally the ones they like. They're stunning dreams that are beyond the eye or the senses in real life. They're so good that you don't want to wake up. No one has ever been able to wake up from these sweet dreams. No one has ever made it out of there alive, so their company's chances were practically nil. So Velvet made it clear that even a dead knight could hardly wake up from the sweet illusions. It's so good there that no one wants to go back. Now he realized that he had fallen into the happy illusion Ian had created for him. So while he'd been talking, his body had been digesting. It made him laugh. He figured he couldn't be killed by a vampire because the only thing that could make him happy was the possibility of survival. But he was wrong. When he turned around, he saw the woman who had raised him. Kneeling in front of her was him. She praised him for his 10th victory and what he had proved to the world. Putting her hand on his head, she repeated that she was proud of him. Even though the whole world wanted him dead, he still held on and won, a strong spirit. And again, he came only at an older age to tell her of another victory. She instilled in him that his main goal in life was to survive. She saw it as the only way to get revenge on those who left him for dead in the dump. The way he fights against this cruel world is what keeps him alive. The woman was always proud of him, and when he once again came to tell her of his victory, she didn't praise him, even though she did it absolutely every time. It hurt him that she didn't say a warm word to him, but she just thought he was too old to be praised. He could do without it. When he came to tell her about another victory, he happened to overhear her talking to someone. They were telling her that attendance was down. The man had been seeing a decline in attendance since last year. He decided that the audience was tired of Gunther winning 12 years in a row. His victories had caused the audience to predict the outcome. Betting on others became pointless. There was nothing to see in the arena. Then the woman called Gunther a monster. She raised him to be a mad gladiator who would attract people's attention. But in the end, he never lost a fight. She no longer wondered how he managed to survive in the junkyard. It was like he was the devil's child. So she was asked to find a new champion for the public. And she agreed with him that it was time to switch to something new. That could only mean it was time to get rid of Gunther. New blood. After everything he had heard, his heart filled with blood. He had since decided that the only way to get revenge in this world was to survive. Suddenly, a man and a woman ran up to him. She was very happy that they finally managed to find him. It was strange because he didn't even realize who they were. Sobbing, the woman claimed she was his real mother. She had been desperately searching for him all these years, and when they did, they were overjoyed. But he realized right away that it was crazy, because he knew the woman who gave birth to him had thrown him into a landfill. But she denied it, saying she'd lost him. Allegedly, she and his father searched every possible place. Then the father got involved, trying to sympathize with his son's plight. They did not understand where he got the idea that they had left him in some dump. Gunther was beginning to believe that it had never happened. Of course, they were agreeing with him, saying that they would never do that to him. They loved him madly and were very happy that they could find him. Then his mother jumped on him to give him a big hug, but he stood there like a statue and didn't know how to react because he had never been hugged before. When she asked him if he was having a hard time without them, it was like he turned into that boy. He started sobbing and repeating how hard it had been for him all this time. They began to reassure him that he had nothing to worry about now, that he's safe with them now, and they love him very much. Lying in the stomach of the vampire that was digesting him at that moment, Gunther repeated how much he loved his parents. Ian had succeeded in giving him what he needed. Velvet didn't want to lie, so he admitted he'd like to see how they'd handle Ian, and he had already taken on the persona of Queen Olivia. He said that no one in the world could escape him, and he agreed with him and praised him for it. But he wondered what was next. It was just that now, the supply of soup rations had been cut off, and there were almost no higher vampires left. He didn't think they could keep the promise they'd made to Julius. Ian, being a carbon copy of Olivia, noted that her uncle was still just as funny. He liked the way he thought, and yet he didn't agree with him completely. Adopting Patrick's image, he noted that even though it might be time-consuming to wipe humanity off the face of the earth, it didn't stop him. On the contrary. Returning to his body, he declared that he was capable of doing it alone. After all, he had already killed a lot of souls and could deal with the rest. It seemed to Velvet that it was too early to rejoice. He advised him to be especially careful with those people he had last absorbed. They were dangerous. But Ian reminded him that they were his prey, and he never lost his prey. He suggested he and Julius make themselves comfortable and watch the gradual death of mankind. Looking at Eric, he said he could feel their suffering fading with their happiness. It feels good. Hopes and disappointments, the joys and sorrows. Their stories of emotions and lives would be passed on to him to become the key ingredients of that perfect world. So he wished them to relax and dissolve into their sweet illusions as so many had already done. Arian included, a brave little girl. She recalled moments in her life how she met Rhino and decided to become a hoarder. Then he said her body was too weak for such a thing. There were also times when she was bullied. It was noted that she never smiled and at the same time pressured that she had no family. The girl was very closed off. A lot of people couldn't even talk to her. Even from her so-called co-workers, some barbs were hurled in her direction. Ariani had a pretty hard life. Some condemned her for protecting Gunther, and the fact that he had an unhappy childhood did not confuse anyone. And he himself thought that she did not understand him. Arian's story began when she was carrying water from the river. That time she tripped and spilled it all, promising her mother to come back and get more. She slapped her and told her to watch her sisters who were carrying 2 buckets each. She tried to shame her. She demanded more effort from her in her work. When they went to get the wheat, Arian was a little tired. She decided to take a break for a minute. Her mother noticed this and condemned her for standing idle. Arian was very afraid of her, so she was ready to start working again. But she didn't have time because she fainted. Everyone immediately decided she was useless. Her mother kept saying all day long that she wanted to raise an assistant. She wanted Arian to do them a little good for once in her life. Even her siblings looked at her with hatred as she broke everything she got her hands on. Of course it was an accident, but they didn't care. They looked at the sacks of grain and were upset that less than 100 kilograms came out. It was not good at all compared to other years. The brother pointed out that last year and this year the drought had been too long. Even the neighbors harvested less than half of the usual crop. Everything was bad. The sister also pointed out that they were running out of money. So at this rate, they might not make it to next year. They had to make a decision. A man came out and reminded them that when years like this went by, every family starved to death. He was sure that this winter would be the harshest of all. The girl shared at dinner that she had heard that the boys from the neighboring village had died of hunger, and the brother remembered that he had once carried a cart with the dead. The mother explained to them that they had nothing left, so they had to eat porridge every day. If they continued like that, they would have very little left. Some eagles were known to throw their weakest cubs out of the nest. This happened in times of particularly severe famine. Father added that they made sure that the strongest chicks could survive by sharing the food among themselves. He had experienced such hunger before. One day, his mom took his brother out for a walk. She came back alone, without him. No one at the table was even surprised by the story. I guess because it was natural. It gave them one less mouth to feed. That winter, it was enough to keep the others alive. His point was that it was time to go and find his brother. At that moment, everyone turned to Arian. She was the weakest. Arian was sure that even Gunther would not be able to understand the pain she had to endure before meeting him. He was not the only one who had such a hard fate. The girl stood waiting for her mother to pay for the groceries at the market. She stood and looked at the frozen guy who had apparently been sitting there for a long time. At least she thought she was getting groceries. She was actually trying to sell Arian, but the buyer reminded her that there was no demand. She's not for sale. In recent years, a lot of people wanted to get rid of their children and get paid for it, but the rules have gotten tougher. They only want the gifted, and she wasn't it. His mother still begged him to buy the girl, but he still refused to believe she was capable of anything. No one wanted a child like that. After this conversation, the woman turned to Arian and handed her 2 coins so she could buy herself something to eat, and she had business to attend to. She told Arian to wait for her at this place so that she could come back for her after a while. The girl didn't want to disobey her, so she did. She promised her she wouldn't move a millimeter, but she wanted to believe that she was loved and would not be left to her fate. They'd come back for her. Arian sat there for a very long time. Every day she kissed the coins given to her, hoping that she would be remembered and taken back home. When a figure appeared in front of her, she was overjoyed, thinking it was her mother. But it was actually a man she had seen before. After he pulled his hands toward her, the girl ran away. She just couldn't bear to live with the idea that no one wanted her. She stood on the edge of the cliff thinking about throwing herself off it. She didn't even have anyone to protect her. Such an existence had no meaning. But then that man jumped out at her again. It so happened that they had fallen from there, but by some miracle they had managed to survive. He even surprised himself. The man laughed at the absurdity of it all. It even seemed to him that it was his lucky day because not every day is so lucky, and she just lay there sobbing. She was very scared because she didn't understand why he wouldn't leave her alone. But really, he thought she needed his help, no more than that. After that remark, she got up and ran away from him. She was hurt that he was making fun of her and her appearance. She was useless and unnecessary, but he, with one leg, still managed to catch up with her as if he teleported. He noted that for some she was useless, and for others, she might be a godsend. The man took her to her grandmother, whom he condemned for going out at such a dangerous time, but she wouldn't sleep well until she saw him again. She immediately noticed the child beside him. He said he'd picked her up on the way home, and she looked quite useful, actually. But it didn't seem that way to the old woman. She noticed at once that the girl had only bones and couldn't even make soup out of her. He even joked that it was time to pack up her belongings. It was all a joke, of course, even though Aryan didn't realize it. He'd invited her to the place where he worked and she'd have to live there. There was no other way. He knew it wasn't exactly cozy, but when you're starving to death, you don't have to choose. He wanted her to feel at home there. When they went in, Aryan was surprised at how many people were there, and from the way they treated him, they could tell he was a doctor named Edmund. One very attentive woman noticed the girl. She immediately realized that she was new, as she had never seen her here before. She wondered where she was from, but Aryan couldn't answer that question because she didn't know where her home was. And she understood, and didn't blame her for that. She was the same way. After the woman invited her to sit down next to her, she thought Aryan looked exhausted, so she wanted to take care of her. She told her that Edmund was a very respectable man, and she'd heard about it from others. They said he'd studied medicine at a prestigious school. The woman was sure that with his incredible knowledge, he could have been well off, but he chose to stay on this rundown street to take care of them. The others picked up on her praise too and added that Dr. Ed had so many lives they lost count. He was so wonderful, he was a miracle. But the grandfather sitting next to her thought otherwise, calling him a charlatan, but they disagreed with him because he was the reason he was still alive. After work, Edmund felt it was his duty to feed Aryan. He was ashamed that her dinner was so meager. It was all he had. He complained about the merciless winter. Every day more and more people were out on the streets, dying of hunger and cold. Many had already gone to the grave. A little while later, Aryan noticed a girl comforting her son. He was scared, and she was trying to comfort him by saying that she would be by his side until the end. He wanted her to promise him that she would never leave him, but she didn't even doubt it, so she could say with certainty that he was safe. Aryan, on the other hand, felt lonely. She huddled in a corner looking at the people who had something to discuss and with whom. They all had someone who was supportive. When she got into bed, she started to cry. It was hard for her to stop. That's when Dr. Ed sat down with her. He understood her pain, but she thought she was weak. So he decided to ask her if she knew how farms treated children who were born without limbs. He was sure she knew about it. Edmund decided to share with her that in his life, like hers, there was only pain and agony. But it helped that one day a teacher told him a story. A wagon had been in an accident and overturned, and the man riding in it had broken his leg. Then the teacher asked if the person who broke the limb was lucky. Aryan thought not. Ed added that the others who were riding with him ended up dead, and he was lucky, because unlike them, he had managed to stay alive. Then he decided to ask her if she thought the man with the fracture was lucky or unlucky. She decided that in that case he was lucky. But he reminded her that his leg was still broken. This situation really got her thinking. She even fell into a sort of stupor. Her eyes bulging, she couldn't decide what to call it. It was clear to her that it didn't fit either happiness or unhappiness. A very difficult question. Edmund had said that all people tended to define what was happiness and what wasn't by comparing themselves to others, but that didn't change what people were like. He tried to explain to her that it's okay to be sad, to be happy, to cry, to laugh, to feel despair, hope, pain, fear, courage, and being out of sorts. Another day, Grandpa resented the doctor for being a quack because he finally managed to ruin him without ever trying to cure him. Tom was sorry. And still the patient kept repeating it. And when he finally calmed down, he admitted that the doctor had done everything he could to save a man with no family and no everything. After he said that, he handed him a whole bag filled with coins. It was all he had saved up in his life, and he was ready to give it to Edmund, but still with the words that he was a charlatan who was so broke he couldn't even buy proper medicine, and this was for his expenses. After saying the word quack for the last time, Grandpa passed away. Edmund had a very hard time coping with his death like so many others. Everyone was close to him. The next day, Aryan decided to ask him if she could be like him. She wanted to be useful and help people in the same way. She decided that starting tomorrow she would help him. That's when he realized he'd made the right choice in taking her with him. She could do whatever he said. Since then, Arian had been on the go all day long. She didn't even have time to sit down. Everyone needed her help, and she was trying to get everything done. People had a lot of hope for her, which was a relief. Edmund looked at it all and marveled. He had managed to raise her right. However, she didn't understand why he was looking at her like that. He shared his thoughts that just yesterday she was a small child on the verge of death. And now Arian had become a completely different person that he just couldn't help but be proud of. He even gave her a compliment that made her blush. After a while, Edmund told her about his dream, which had been a bad omen. It happened that when they went camping, it started snowing heavily. Arian asked if they could go back. She knew it would take several more days to get to the village, so going back was the easiest option. Then he told her about a man named Robert. He ran out into the weather so that everyone would know that nothing could stop him. He didn't even make it a kilometer. He froze to death. So without realizing it, he set a great example to those who stayed behind. After a couple of hours, Edmund noticed he was coughing up blood. A deep, racking, endless cough with a sharp pain in his chest. Sticky mucus with blood. He could feel that the hypothermia and constant drafts were making them worse. It was clear that without proper treatment, they would not survive. He had to moisten a gauze with mustard solution and place it on their chests. It helped circulation and expectoration. And drink a medicine with extracts. This included eucalyptus, thyme, rosemary, elm bark, clover, and other herbs. 3 large spoonfuls of this mixture twice a day for 3 days. However, he realized that this would only be enough for one person. Then he had to make up his mind. In fact, he didn't even have to decide. He knew. He knew who he had to save. That's why he decided to give it to Arian. She didn't even realize they had the medicine with them. But he was a doctor. All the medicine had been drunk. Then Edmund asked her to promise him something. He realized that what he was asking might sound selfish, but there was no other way. He warned her that she was in for a heartless, cruel, embittered, ruthless world. Ed reminded her of how much he'd cared for her all this time. He wanted her to follow in his footsteps and those of his teacher, that she would dedicate her life to the sick and always help those in need. She was scared because she still thought she was clueless and clumsy. She doubted very much that she would keep that promise. He didn't agree with her saying that she was the strongest child he had ever known. If she believed in herself as he believed in her, it would all work out. After saying that, she promised him to do as he wished. She remembered everything he had done for her, so she decided to dedicate her life to saving others. Then he calmed down. He had heard what had been bothering him for a long time. Now they could fall asleep sitting by the fire under a blanket. In the morning, the girl told Edmund that the snow had stopped. She felt very well, but when she turned around, she saw that he wasn't moving. This frightened her very much because she was already worried about him. She thought it was his end, but suddenly he laughed. He was playing a trick on her. He did it on purpose to scare her into thinking he was going to the other side. But in the end, he was glad they could start packing. He was embarrassed that she was standing still. Arian admitted that she remembered everything clearly and would never forget that day. He didn't really wake up at that hour. He thought she was joking because he was standing right in front of her, alive and well. He kept saying that now they could live happily ever after. It seemed pointless for her to stay where things were unreal, but he tried to explain to her that there was only misery outside and she would not find happiness there. Arian realized that there was a child who had been asking for help all his life, and if she didn't come to him, he would hate the world until the day he died. It pained her to say goodbye to him, but she had to go and help that child. It was hard for him to understand her desire to help when it wouldn't be appreciated, but still. Putting his hand to her cheek, he said he believed in her and was proud of her. He was glad he had managed to raise her to be such a brave girl. It was time to say goodbye. As her eyes filled with tears, she woke up. She had managed to do what no one else had ever managed to do. She had overcome herself and left the world of illusion. Ian was shocked to realize that Arian had woken up. She immediately rushed to Gunther, hoping that she could wake him up. She really needed him. But in his sleep, he hit her to keep her away from him. He was too good to be happy there at last. He'd found what he'd been missing. He mumbled something as if answering to his parents, smiling all the time. He was incredibly happy to be in a world where he was finally loved. Arian was still trying to get through to him, explaining to him that everything he was seeing was an illusion. It's not real. If he didn't wake up, they were all dead. But Gunther started screaming that this was the real place for him. He asked her to shut up, to disappear, and just leave him alone where he felt good. She wanted to see if he was really happy there. But looking at his contented face, she realized how much Ian had guessed what he wanted. He had found his happiness. In that case, she decided she wouldn't bother him if he was happy. She didn't want him to blame her for ruining his best life one day. So she accepted it and pressed herself against his chest and declared that this was where their journey would end. She decided that if she was to die, it would be in his arms. In his dream, his parents offered him something his father had made for him to try on. He admitted right away that his sewing was far worse than his mother's, but still, Gunther looked at him and told him not to worry because everything he did was cool. At the same time, Arian decided to confess something to him before they died. His parents immediately noticed that he had a change in his face, so they started to worry. But Arian kept going. She reminded him that they had known each other for a long time. She admitted that someone had told her not to trust him, cursed him, but she still liked him. He managed to make her laugh. He'd hit Leonard first. When she told him about Reno's constipation and his joke about it, which amused her, he started unclenching and clenching his hand as if he heard her well. And when she said about the rabbit he caught for them, which turned out to be very tasty, he smiled. She was lying on his chest and didn't see it. When everyone was tired and starting to lose hope, he always stayed true to himself and moved forward without question. Arian was insanely grateful to him for that. She was sure she wouldn't have gotten this far if it weren't for him, so she had no regrets. In her last moments, she finally saw him happy. Looking straight into his eyes, even though they were closed, she talked about how lucky she was. Lucky to have met such a wonderful man to light up her world. Finally, she decided to tell him what she couldn't tell him until now. She never thought she'd say it so late, saying goodbye. Hugging him tightly again, she said she was happy to have known him. She thanked him for coming into this world, his dearest words. After them, he seemed to remember everything as it had been. Memories of her with Reno, Audrey, Leonard, and the others began to flash before his eyes. Everything else that had been in the illusions for him had faded into the background, and he couldn't hear anyone. He began to see only those who had spent so much time with them. When he realized that everything he saw was false, he burst into tears. But as soon as he woke up, he hugged Arian. He told her that no one had ever loved him. That's why he couldn't feel what it was like to be loved. And she understood. He didn't think he deserved to be loved because he couldn't even love himself. And she said again that she understood him. She'd been through it too, so she saw him as a reflection of herself, the closest thing he had to a soul. He was so happy to have her there to support him and understand him like no one else. They lay like that in his stomach, cuddling. Ian didn't know how they had both managed to wake up, but he was still sure he would wipe them out. After all, they were still inside his own body. No matter how hard he tried to squeeze them in his stomach, Gunther managed to break through his jaws with Arian. He just couldn't believe it. Unthinkable. Gunther paid attention to the indicator and realized that they only had 5 minutes to find his heart and destroy it as soon as possible. It was about time. He remembered that there was nothing in the main body part. That was how he realized where he needed to hit. Ian, on the other hand, didn't think there was any way he could handle him with one arm. At least he managed to get everyone in his stomach free. Audrey didn't understand what was going on. Arian didn't explain. She just mentioned that Gunther had woken up for them. And for their sake, he was now climbing into that vampire's jaws trying to find its heart. A true hero. There he saw his mother again, who didn't understand how he could do that to her after all. But he wasn't so naive anymore, so he hit her. Anyway, Ian's heart was hurt. Gunther was amazed to see his real appearance. It seemed to him as if he'd been burned at the stake. And he was right. The men chained him to a pole and roasted him to a crisp. He was in a lot of pain because not everyone can take it easy. One accusatory sentence was enough to burn him alive, and then they just watched him scream and beg for mercy. The witch. Gunther didn't have time to listen to this. He suggested he tell the story to his friends who were waiting for him in hell, but the man said there was more to it. He said that even if Gunther killed him, it would not change the fact that people will lead themselves to the grave. He wanted him to cut off their tongues for slander. He prayed that he would cut out every single one of their tongues, so that they would never open their ugly mouths again. Gunther was tired of putting up with him. That's all. In the afternoon, they traveled on. They learned that they had less than 5 kilometers to Julius. Ronak tried to convince Audrey to dismantle Gunther's body, but she reminded him that they couldn't give up their illusions, but he could, and even willingly. So without him, their chances would be slim to none. She said that even if they didn't trust him, it would be proof of how hopeless people are, and she didn't want that. Besides, they couldn't attack him when he looked so peaceful. Ronak even envied him watching him cuddle Arian in his sleep. In the evening, they decided to continue their journey again. Gunther did not understand why Arian tied her hair up. She said she had always done it that way until that day. Now, she thought she should go back to that hairstyle and asked him if it suited her. Rolling his eyes, Gunther admitted that she looked pretty cute. Audrey heard all this, so she let out a tear. She found it all quite charming, but the knight didn't like the way she acted. She decided to go back to the question she had asked him before. As their journey came to an end, she wanted to hear if he liked her or not. When he answered that he didn't know Audrey was glad, she realized that it was much better because he didn't deny it. Finally, he asked them to leave him alone. Ariani turned away and even blushed. Everyone noticed it, but she decided not to show them her face completely. It was all private. Ronak put his hands behind his head and noted that someone was having a good time, hinting at Gunther and Arian. At that moment, the wagon behind him just exploded. It was Denise, who had already collected quite a large number of wrists, but it was not enough for him. 10,000 couldn't collect themselves. He wanted to attack Ronak before he tried to escape. The guy immediately started yelling for any of his own to hear him. He was very lucky. Gunther showed up and pushed him away so he wouldn't get hit by a rock. Then he told him to run away quickly to survive. He's not a fighter. Denise recognized his enemy Gunther. He even remembered blowing up his wrist once. And he loved the fact that he could take his new wrists. He was sure that this time the dead knight would not be able to escape from the place of his death. After saying that, he took the stone and prepared to shoot Gunther. Arian tried to lead the knight away, telling him that Denise was invincible. But he knew they couldn't just abandon the black wagon, they would need it badly. He said he would fight to the end until the winner was decided. He was impressed with the way he avoided the blow. He didn't realize what the trick was. Gunther admitted that he thought Denise was very strong and didn't think he could beat him. But running, putting his back to him, was much riskier than a battle. To deal with him, he needed to see absolutely every move he made. If he could see where and how the blow was coming from, he would be able to repel it and counterattack. To do that, he had to face his death. Now he finally understood how to fight this supreme vampire. Tom liked his expression where he said he wanted to face his death. At this point, Denise picked up another rock to throw. Gunther was able to repel one stone after another with his sword. It seemed that at this rate he would be able to hold on for a long time, but not at all. Denise had had enough of this game, so he decided to switch to heavy artillery, and when Gunther didn't expect it, he ran up to him and hit him with his fist. Naturally, he thought that this blow was fatal because the knight as if flew into space. But no, he instantly returned and pointed his sword at his head. But he didn't take into account that the vampire's skin is very thick and can't be penetrated so easily. As a result, Denise managed to take his wrist in one move. Even with only one arm, Gunther did not give up, and while he was admiring his prey, he attacked again. However, Denise reacted quickly and threw him aside. The vampire declared that his fight was futile, for he was his inevitability. He wanted his left hand, but the knight was going to give it up, even though he was wounded. He said he would fight to the end because he could not let those who believed in him down. They need him, cannot leave them in such a dangerous world. Gunther looked at Denise and still could not understand where his weak spot was. It was clear that his skin was as hard as stone and unlikely to be penetrated by anything. He thought about the fact that it might be his mouth, the most vulnerable part of his body compared to the rest. The only thing left to do was to confuse him and make him open his mouth. He kept trying to find it, smashing rocks and stuff. Denise wasn't going to leave him alive and let him disappear this time too. No way. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Gunther's left hand lying on the ground. Seeing it, he opened his mouth and marveled at how beautiful it was after all. Then Gunther jumped on his shoulders from the side of his back. He stated that he did not mean that he was the one who was his death. Not at all. Then he looked inside. He wanted Denise to meet his death. He saw the face of a vampire who was just inside this very mouth of many brushes. The vampire even felt amused at his self-confidence. It was strange for him to hear it from someone who had willingly entered his mouth. Gross. Denise had stated that as long as he had the knight's wrists, he could nibble him to the bone, so he was still of the opinion that Gunther was finished today. However, the man disagreed with him. He noted that by the time he gets to his body, Gunther will have already had time to kill him. It was time to get down to it. The dead knight began to gnaw at the vampire, but he couldn't reach him properly. In the end, he had no choice but to throw him off himself. Gunther had nothing left but his head and chest. He still managed to get to the main man, and he managed to take those all-important bites, at the cost of a body. Denise stepped on him and declared that this would not do. After all, he had to fulfill his norm. It was too early to lose. They weren't done yet. He noticed that Gunther had gotten stronger, and he thought he had found something much more valuable than his life. At that moment, Arian and Audrey came running towards him. Everything became clear to Denise. He said that one day Gunther will have to experience the pain of losing someone for whom he lives, and the mere thought of it made him very sick. He wondered if a dead knight could bear the weight of the pain that awaited him. Denise just wanted someone to experience that feeling like him. As he began to talk about the pain he felt after the death of his child, his body began to vaporize. He just didn't have time, and it was dawn outside. Left behind on the ground was the very hand that he and everyone else had so desperately worshipped, the very wrist that had belonged to his child. Looking at it, Gunther admitted that for him, Denise was indeed a difficult target. But Arian was still proud of him because he'd handled it. And when she said that he once again managed to survive, he corrected her by saying that he was not fighting for survival. But he didn't want to elaborate. With their battered wagon, they had to move on. Gunther tried to pull it as hard as he could. In any case, they had some distance to go. Audrey noted that a lot of things had happened on their journey, so they arrived later than expected. But they had arrived, and the end was near. They saw a hill and realized they had to cross it. Velvet said that Isabella was buried behind it, but Gunther was more concerned about who else was left of the vampires. Audrey remembered that they'd missed Linnell, but she wasn't sure she had any strength to fight. and Arian added that they didn't know about the last one. It was unknown how many blood marbles were left, but they were clearly short on supplies right now, and Julius with half a heart would be easy to defeat. Gunther looked into the distance and thought that after they crossed the hill, the battle with the vampires would end with the victory of mankind, the long-awaited ending. Suddenly, he heard sounds from the other side. He thought someone was coming, and in large numbers, that is about 100 living heads. Arian thought it was impossible because it was still a long way off before sunset, and Audrey couldn't believe there could be so many inferior vampires. It was crazy, but it wasn't them at all. Gunther knew immediately that those footsteps belonged to an army, a human army. In just a minute, they were already visible to them. Queen Olivia immediately signaled her men to halt. She was pleased to meet the glorious hero of mankind, the dead knight Gunther. He wasn't so happy. He wanted to snap at her, but she shut him up, was willing to forgive him for the audacity of his accomplishments and contributions. Patrick, too, had decided to smooth things over and praise him. Olivia hoped they weren't too late. She had a hard time getting the troops together to organize supplies and prepare for the march. Everyone had been very surprised by this. She noted that until today they had worked hard, which was valuable. So now they were ready to take it all on, and they were allowed to rest. Audrey immediately objected, saying that this decision was unfair since they had struggled to get to this stage. Ronak was also against them interfering. The queen said she was aware of what they had been through. She wanted to reward them for all their hard work in her own name. She wanted to convince them to back off so that they would no longer watch their friends shed blood in an unequal battle. That was it. Ronak was outraged, not understanding how this could be done, and Audrey appealed to Gunther not to just stand there and finally defend their opinion. But for some reason, he was amused. This, of course, made the queen angry, because it was not allowed to laugh at her. She ordered the knight to wipe that smirk off his face. He explained to her that whoever she ruined, whatever nonsense she did behind his back was none of his business. He didn't care about anything but his life and Arian. Audrey, of course, wanted to hear something about the others because there were other people in the company besides the two of them. So he agreed and mentioned them. Olivia noted that she would not dare to harm the glorious heroes of mankind. She promised them a life free of suffering and hunger. And since she thought they had come to a common decision and they had agreed, she hoped that now they would let them finish Julius themselves. Gunther said that it was up to her, but for a long time he wanted to ask her something, namely if she was sure she didn't need him. It seemed to her that they wouldn't need him. Then he said he would only fight if she personally started begging him on her knees. But she continued to be confident in her words and said that the royal family members would not give up on them. If help was needed, she would ask for it. When evening came, he was asked if he was really willing to let her get away with it, and he saw nothing in it because the battle was already coming to an end. At that moment, he remembered Denise's words that sooner or later he would have to feel the pain. So he decided that they would not spill the bed again. Ronak was embarrassed by the fact that in the end, she will go down in history, and not Gunther. But he was even amused by his worries, because he did not do it all for the sake of history. Hugging Arian, he said that he only cared about his life and hers. Then with shouts came Leonard, who forbade him to touch the girl with his hands. Gunther was not happy to see the man with the weird chin again. He hoped that he was already dead, but the others were very happy to see him. Leonard immediately began to thank Arian for saving his life. He wouldn't have made it if it hadn't been for her kind prayers. Only he didn't realize where everyone had gone. When he learned that they were the only ones left, he realized how difficult their journey had been. Nevertheless, everyone was amazed at their valiant feat. Heroes. He looked up at the sky and thought that his sacrifice had been worth it. He was pleased that he had made a huge contribution and that the loss of his arm had not been in vain. Gunther confirmed that it was worth it, but noted that his hand had a foul odor for a long time. This even hurt Captain Leonard's feelings. But still, he asked Gunther not to be sad, because no matter how the battle ends, the fact that they fought desperately will live in him forever. After all, it was they who had done the most important thing for the people. If it wasn't for their determination, the queen wouldn't have gotten this far on her own. They're very good men. Gunther wasn't impressed with his speech. He said he didn't care. He just took a boiled potato and broke it in half so Arian could eat it in peace. Leonard was disgusted. Later, he decided to ask Audrey if he thought something strange was going on between Gunther and Ariane. There wasn't. In his ear, she explained everything. The captain was shocked to hear it. He refused to believe it was true. He knew he was invincible, but still. Leonard confessed that he thought Gunther was a real scum of the earth, a bum. He couldn't have him with Ariane and wanted to change things. In the evening, Patrick informed Olivia that several of the nobles had been delayed, but they would perform well tomorrow. They had to be ready for battle. She needed to be remembered as the kind and selfless ruler who had eradicated all evil that threatened humanity. Her name should be in history. Patrick also reported that he had invited the best artist in the country to capture that triumphant moment when she would throw herself in front of the enemy. Meanwhile, Linnell came to Julius with her child. She stated that Rak's psyche is very unstable and he will not be able to stop fighting. That is, he will fight until the rising sun turns him to ashes. It was going to be very scary but definitely effective. Her question was just whether he wanted to use it exactly this time in this battle. But he knew that this was humanity's last army, their chance. Destroying it would ensure that humans could never fight again. Rak had promised him that. That's why he wanted her to do the right thing. Right after she said that, Lino whispered in Rak's ear that there were enemies ahead of them. He immediately panicked because he was afraid for himself and his friends. Finally, using his own blood, he created something terrible. He ordered him to prepare for battle and destroy all his enemies. Defeat them once and for all. The soldiers, meanwhile, wondered if the battle was really coming to an end. But for some, it was obvious. They had gone through a lot to get it. However, one of them did say that it was too soon to relax because he felt that the real carnage was just ahead, and it was about to begin. Everyone knew that whoever raised the flag of victory would change his life for the better. He would rise from dirt to dignity in the blink of an eye. They must win. In fact, he concluded that they must fight in the front rank so that the queen would notice their bravery. The other was very afraid of that, a great risk. But he asked him not to chicken out. He thought Thomas was too cowardly. From this dialogue, it became clear to him why he was still a sucker. He reminded everyone that battle means opportunity. It was a great opportunity for the commoners to rise to the top, and there was no way they were going to miss it. Thomas noticed that Igor was very strong in spirit, even envied him in a way, and he went on to say that the plan was to stay alive, and everyone would look at him and admire his feat. Thomas lowered his head down, deciding that it would be enough for him to at least survive the battle. At that moment, Patrick flew into the queen's room, saying that they were under attack and needed to run for cover. But she was surprised, because she thought there were no more vampires. When she asked him what he looked like, he said it was someone in human form and couldn't say anything else. Then she was worried about the number of enemies. Patrick was confused, and Velvet, while everyone was in shock, was overjoyed. He only thought Rak was dead, but he turned out to be more alive than ever. And here he was. Rak Legion was one of the crazies the vampire had told them about. What amused him more was that the humans had an army of 2,000. Though even that seemed pretty good to him, he was surprised that the humans had managed to gather so many people. Still, he doubted it would be enough. After all, Rak's army had 1,000,000 soldiers. When the people saw the darkness, they had to get ready. They had to gather at an emergency assembly point. Audrey ran to Gunther to warn him, but he reminded her of the queen's condition. He needed her to beg him on her knees. Since she wasn't even on the horizon, she didn't need to. He decided to leave this battle to her. With Ariane, he planned to escape from here. And Ronak understood him perfectly. He knew Gunther was incredibly strong, but even he couldn't handle an army of 1,000,000 vampires. Time to go. When he threw his backpack behind his back and was about to run, Audrey was surprised. It didn't make sense to her when he had time to pack his things. It was as if he had known in advance. Meanwhile, the soldiers had brought up the ballista and were planning to destroy the road leading to the camp. It was clear that the vampires were strong, but it would help them temporarily. After firing one arrow, they realized that they had no chance, since they were outnumbered. Their army seemed countless and immortal, a nightmare. They had to retreat, so someone had to take over and stall. But the army was already too close to them. Patrick tried to hurry Olivia along, showing her where to go while their soldiers held their defenses. He tried to keep his eyes on the queen and keep watch. But something went wrong, and when he turned to her, he saw that the enemy was about to attack her. He was literally already in the air and was practically thrusting his sword in. Immediately, she clutched her eyes shut, ready for her hour to come. But she was lucky that Igor was nearby and killed the one who wanted to attack Olivia. He told them he was from the outer garrison. He finally managed to stand out and accomplish such a feat. The queen promised to remember him. Impressive skills. But Patrick distracted her by telling her there was a valley nearby. The passage was narrow enough for them to hold off an army outnumbered. But a soldier standing nearby reminded them that they were fighting vampires. Patrick pointed out that these ones alone were weak. So if they hit them one at a time, they would have a better chance of survival. It's a big risk, but if they can hold out until dawn, it's worth the plan. So the soldiers on the front lines heard the queen's orders to retreat. They decided to go ahead with Patrick's plan after all. Then they had to use arrows to keep the enemy out. The commander-in-chief said they had to hold out until dawn. No cowardice. While everyone was panicking and crying and saying they didn't want to die, Igor acted. He had a goal to go down in history and become a hero of this battle. The commander immediately told one of the soldiers that during the battle, always remember the hammer and anvil. He didn't really understand why it was necessary. Then it was explained to him that it is necessary to decide which anvil to crush the enemy and which hammer to crush all his bones. This is one of the most effective practices. If they're only on the defensive, they'll be ambushed. And to turn the battle in their favor, you need a powerful hammer to smash them on the anvil. And now, he was telling them all that the vampires had to be pushed back. They could not be allowed to overwhelm them in numbers. Only go forward and destroy the enemy. When the soldiers saw their commander-in-chief brutally sent to the afterlife, they were more frightened than ever. The men were just being crushed like a wall. You could see from above how bad it was. The vampire army had already killed many souls. They just came at the humans as if they didn't see any obstacles in front of them. Igor struggled and couldn't figure out where Thomas had gone. He told him there was room for him up ahead, but when he turned around, he realized he was gone. The soldiers realized that there were too many enemies and they were being pushed. If this continues, they won't even be able to hold out for 2 or 3 hours. Seeing this, Patrick went to Olivia to ask Gunther for help. They needed him to pave the way to the front lines. It would help them. But she remembered that in order to do that, she needed to kneel before him. However, she didn't think a queen should kneel before a lifeless body. In that case, it was easier for her to die in this battle along with the others. So he decided to push her to her core and tell her what awaited her then. If they lose this battle, she goes down in history, but only as the most incompetent monarch ever. And those words hurt her. The rest of the soldiers also felt that kneeling before him was the best option. Humanity could not be allowed to lose when so many had passed. Annoyed but annoyed, she walked over to Gunther. He immediately began to sarcasm and laugh at her, deciding that she had finally wised up and decided to ask for help. Just in case, he would clarify if she remembered what she had to do to get him to help. Just wanted to remind her that according to her it was a matter of honor, and she wouldn't do that. The guards were pulling up a tent so no one would see it. Patrick said it was nothing to be ashamed of. A man of honor should make such a sacrifice. He also whispered to her that Gunther would go down in history as an unscrupulous villain, and as a selfless majesty, she had nothing else to do. She stood and thought about something without reacting to the servant's words. Gunther was tired of waiting for her to make up her mind because he thought she had come for that. Finally, she said she would never kneel before him. Patrick was shocked because they had agreed, but Gunther was not surprised by her words. He came over to her and put his hand on her shoulder. She remembered how her father had also approached her and said that she was never fit to be a ruler. It had been painful. He had told her then that he was disgusted by her stubbornness and thoughtless approach, not at all what he had hoped to raise her to be, not fit for such a role. He was offended that his own daughter would go down in history as the most worthless monarch ever. And not just him, but the entire royal family. A mediocrity. Gunther went on as the king did then. And now his words hurt her just as much as her father's words did then. She wanted to take again and burst into tears on the spot. The knight decided to ask Arian what they should do next, but she saw no point in answering him as he knew exactly what she was thinking. Before the army had met Gunther and the others, Thomas had complained about how tired he was of living like this. Igor consoled him by saying the same thing over and over again. He said he would become a hero and his name would be carried through the generations, but he doubted it. Igor was determined to prove to him that it was possible. He couldn't wait to enter the battle to make his contribution. He already imagined the whole world chanting his name, and he advised them to prepare as well. He always said that good fortune only comes to those who are ready to receive it with all honors. His comrades looked up to him and admired his aspirations. It seemed to Thomas that Igor was the strongest, bravest, and smartest of their group, and the other also agreed with his opinion. It was just that they were far away from him. But they wondered if it would do them any good if he became famous. And he did not doubt it because they had fought side by side for many years. Igor dreamed that if he became a hero, he would buy a 5-story mansion overlooking the ocean. As friends, he would give them the first 2 floors. One liked the top floor better, and the other was already envisioning opening a tavern on his first floor. It made their lives feel so much easier. Tomas even had time to change his mind and decided that if he had a wife and children, he didn't need a tavern. Igor didn't care what they did there. His companion was thinking that it would be great if they did. He remembered that he had promised them that he would be able to get away with it. Igor remembered Thomas's happy face, but now half of it was gone. In a panic, he began to ask for help from others. He needed a doctor urgently, but since it was a battlefield, no one cared. On all sides, the wounded were also asking him to help them. When he turned around, he saw an army of enemies, voices everywhere, all crying and screaming. When he thought he was finished, which was quite realistic because he was literally trapped, Gunther appeared, as always. Igor was shocked because he didn't expect that someone could destroy them so easily, but the knight just asked him to get out of here and offered to enjoy watching. After his appearance, they began to make some progress because he was much better and more effective in fighting. He was taking down a lot of people with one punch. When Olivia heard everyone around her discussing the knight and admiring him, she started biting her nails. She was very worried, but there were still 6 hours to go. Patrick decided to ask the queen if she wanted to get rid of Gunther. Even though she saw no other choice, he reminded her of the time. Dawn in 6 hours. Gunther can only operate for 2 hours without a charge, and then he needs a respite of 20 minutes to recharge. So, within those 6 hours, he could take the fight 3 times. So he suggested she try to stop him from returning from the battlefield. That's a clever plan. And after all, they all realized that history only needed one hero. Olivia could tell by the look in his eyes that she liked his idea very much. The soldiers were taking notes. When they saw that 2 hours were up, they sent Gunther to recharge. During these 20 minutes, they had to hold back the enemies. Igor was shocked to see Gunther without his left arm. The knight was very lucky that they had a spare. It was unfortunate that it was the last one. The army fought desperately to buy time until Gunther could get back to them. They just couldn't let him down. They had to fight. Igor immediately informed Phil that Thomas was gone. Although he was upset, he realized that in that case they only had to think about themselves. There's no getting him back. The human army, thanks to Gunther, was able to even the odds. That is, if they were squeezed in the beginning, now it's as if their numbers have evened out. That's great. How happy the soldiers were when the dead knight was with them again. They couldn't believe it had been 20 minutes. They were holding up well after all. Gunther was killing one enemy after another, which made it very easy for the others. Without him, it's unlikely they would have been able to fight for long. They would have all just died. Phil watched him and marveled at how excellent his fighting skills were. Meanwhile, another 2 hours passed. They flew by so unnoticed by them. The soldiers realized that this was the last 20 minutes they had to get out on their own. They had to give their best this time. Gunther was back again, only without his right arm. Arian said that there were no more arms left. She was afraid he wouldn't be able to fight, but he didn't agree with her. Igor looked at everything that was happening and could not believe that the end was near. All they had to do was wait for Gunther to recharge once more. After finishing off another vampire, Igor heard the knight tell everyone to move away and give way to him. Another 20 minutes had passed. A little more. In general, the order was given since there was only an hour and a half left to give the remaining enemies to the dead knight and all others to retreat. Igor realized that Gunther is very strong but still was sure that with such a damaged body, even he will not be able to reach the morning. We need them. But the captain insisted that they must retreat. It was an order from above. They were not to intervene until the knight had finished off all the enemies. Igor didn't understand their logic at all. Then he explained that they had lost many men in this battle. To win, they must not suffer any more losses. In the end, he did not understand what the soldier wanted. The captain decided to ask him directly if he wanted to die in his place. They would wait for that. The dead knight was risking his life for people like this. It was clear that he would die if it continued like this. It was very painful to watch. The captain kept telling them to hold formation and not to move. That was the order. They were not to move even a millimeter. Allegedly, if they went to him, they'd jeopardize the whole operation. Anyone who disobeyed would be court-martialed. They did everything they could to stop them. They said Gunther wasn't worth sacrificing their lives for. At that moment, the knight was already being attacked from all sides. He couldn't get up. Igor, remembering his promise to go down in history as a hero, decided to disobey the captain. He was taking a risk, so he couldn't just stand there and watch. They tried to stop him, reminding him that it was an order, but nothing worked. He didn't care about that at all. He just wanted to help the knight. The others also decided to follow his example and protect the dead knight. It's just that individually, not everyone could dare to take such a step. When dozens of spears were thrust into Gunther's body and he could not get up, the voice of the woman who raised him was heard. She wanted to know what he was doing. After hearing that he was at the center of the massacre, she decided to find out what had become of his thirst for revenge. She spoke of revenge against his parents and the world that had rejected him. It was hard for her to watch his pathetic attempts to fight for life. She couldn't understand how he dared to cross out all the previous years of struggle. And more confusing was what for the sake of a stupid girl or a couple friends. Taking him by the face, she declared that he had been tricked. They were using him like she had. For a moment, it was as if he had found that very body of his. This time, he decided to fight back. She thought he would regret his decision. A senseless sacrifice. He didn't care about anything anymore. He knew he had no chance of survival, so he was proudly ready to take the death blow. But they didn't. Soldiers came to his aid. It was hard for him to believe that someone had come to fight to protect him. After all, before, everyone had only wished him dead. He didn't understand why, but they explained that it was thanks for his battle. But he decided to stand up and show them how it really should be done. Gunther declared that he'd fight all those bastards better than them, and this despite the fact that he was missing one limb and generally wounded. Human bodies were minced underfoot, guts scattered everywhere, the smell of blood, the screams of horror. Finally, dawn came. Rack closed his eyes as the sun began to appear. He sobbed because he'd stepped on his friend's brains, and they were no different from a pig's. A man died yesterday, Mr. Frank from the next village. He was in unbearable pain knowing they'd lost. Even the army stood still. The vampire agonized that he had failed. The goal had not been accomplished because he should have destroyed his enemies. He should have killed Gunther before him. With all his madness and the nonsense he was carrying, there was silence. Finally, the sun rose from the horizon and the entire vampire army fell. The best day ever. While everyone rejoiced, Igor looked at Fili's lifeless body. He recognized that he had died in the last 20 minutes of the battle. He had just been stabbed in the heart. Igor cared if he had suffered. He was comforted by the fact that his heart had been instantly pierced by a sword and there was great doubt about his suffering. The soldier recognized Igor as the man who first dared to disobey the queen and ran to defend the knight. Without him, they would have been doomed. In general, he found his deed impressive and wanted to meet him. He thought brave soldiers should be known. But Igor didn't need that anymore. Even though he had been telling his friends for a long time that he would become a hero, it had become meaningless. He tried for their sake. And in the end, there was no one to appreciate it. He didn't want to buy a mansion or anything, especially when he walked along the path lined with the bodies of soldiers. Immediately after the battle, Linnell came to Julius to tell him that Rack was dead. But he didn't have much to say to that. Humanity had won. Hearing the cheers of her people, Olivia became angry. From every corner there were cries that they had won because of Gunther. He was their true hero. She decided to ask Patrick how it had happened. They all talked about the dead knight's exploits, but she was more concerned about why he was still alive. The servant advised her to temper her anger. He felt she owed Gunther a debt of gratitude for the contribution he had made to them all as a human being. Olivia reminded him that he himself had said that history needed one hero, so she'd get nothing if all the credit went to this dead knight. It seemed to her that Patrick was just like her father in mocking her. She saw that people like him and her father thought she was pathetic. Olivia held him. And to get her to let go of his face, he drew her attention to the fact that people were looking at them. One had to be able to hold one's own like a true queen. When she pulled away from him, Patrick bowed and said that he had always believed that the only ruler who could lead them was Olivia. She was the only one. He asked her not to worry about how she would be remembered in history. After all, she would be written by future generations, and he promised to take care of that for her personally. Patrick was determined to make the queen the wisest ruler of all. That is, he wanted to fulfill her childhood wish. So she ordered him not to leave her side. From now on, he was to be by her side no matter what. He understood her. In the afternoon, Gunther, Ariane, and Audrey climbed a hill. From there, they could see the place where Julius's beloved Isabella herself was buried. The place was beautiful. But it looked dilapidated, especially since it was the reason why vampires hated humanity. Julius was there. Velvet noted that their journey was coming to an end. He couldn't tell how exactly it would end, but he recognized that they had done a great job of it. When they were almost there, Audrey wanted to say something, but Gunther interrupted her. He said that with a body like that, he wasn't a fighter. It would be nice to just stand around. Before the next battle, a council was gathered to discuss a very important problem. If they didn't solve it, they couldn't kill Julius. It was clear that this problem was not simple, but they had to come to a consensus. Now that they had gotten this far, they needed to settle the matter once and for all. It was time to decide in which order they would march beside the queen in the final march. In fact, many had thought of this before. Some man jumped up and said that he would go first because his troops were the most numerous, and he was determined at once to denote that to Count Lancelot. Another objected, saying it was only because his soldiers were hiding behind the others, and he was the most invested in the food supply. A third replied that they were just lucky. If his barns had been intact, he would have contributed the most. He was the one who had the largest collection from his property. The woman condemned him for daring to broach the subject of money on the threshold of such a momentous occasion, but he reminded her that he had saved her father. She was about to lash out at him when someone shouted that they could have a duel, fight in the arena, and be done with all this bickering. It was starting to get a little rowdy, but the queen stepped in. She appreciated that they were all so eager to help her in the final battle. Dignified, Olivia reminded them that they were in a winning position, so now they had plenty of time. We could settle this quietly without fighting. Meanwhile, Lionel and Julius were in the very cabin near Isabella's grave. They were having a rather serious conversation. A question from the vampiress. Since Julius only had half a heart, he couldn't control the blood. Without it, the human army was impossible to defeat. Then Linnell suggested that he create more superior vampires. He replied that a pureblood could only turn 8 in a lifetime. He stated that he thought it was pointless to retreat. He wanted to stay here and spend his last moments with Isabella. He wasn't going anywhere. Linnell said that if things were going to go this way, she was going to have the baby. It would be blood he could control even with only half a heart. But Julius said that was impossible. Whatever she created, a vampire with a damaged heart wouldn't be able to control it. That was their nature. She could drink human blood and convert it into the compact concentrated substance that was blood marble. She wanted to try it. To try to transform his blood. And then something he could control could be born, but he repeated again that the process was unrealistic. She begged him not to give up, because if they didn't stop the humans, humanity would suffer forever, so their victory would do nothing to help them. Finally, the day for the army to gather came. Patrick believed that world history would remember this momentous occasion forever. It was time to take command. This was to be their last battle. The queen gave the order to attack, and all her soldiers marched towards the vampires in one solid wall. The famous artist Castillo said he was mesmerized by the blinding glow of the ravishing armor and the clatter of hundreds of horses galloping. These sounds proclaimed to the heavens themselves that it would not be long before mankind would be victorious, and thus sealed the triumph into the earth. Olivia sat on the horse and thought of her father. She wished he could see his daughter leading an army of heroes in the name of humanity, and he had so little faith in her. She had become a true ruler, though before she'd always been a disappointment to him, a disgrace to the family, unworthy to sit on the throne. And that's what she's achieved. Her father was defeated and she would go down in history as the victor. She thought she would finally be a true queen. She would prove him wrong. Meanwhile, Julius decided to accept Linnell's proposal. He didn't think it would work, but there was nothing to stop him from trying. And so one attempt after another failed. She just couldn't even make a normal blood marble. It just dissolved. The soldiers were already breaking in, but Linnell still refused to give up. Even if their end came, they would at least try to make a difference. It's worth a try. The soldiers had already destroyed the front door and started to break through the one where everything was happening. The vampires were undeterred because they were trying to concentrate. At the last moment, Linnell managed to do what needed to be done. With pride, she held out the bloody marble to Julius. It was time to try it out. When people broke in screaming that they would destroy Julius, even somehow hovered at the entrance to the room. Something subtly separated their heads from their bodies in an instant. Gunther watched everything from the hill and somehow concluded that it was all over. It seemed to him that they really wouldn't need their help. He wondered if anything would change if Julius could control the blood. But Arian had said that the higher vampires thought like humans. They can change the shape of their blood at will, but purebloods can change themselves into anything they want. And if he could control the blood, they wouldn't survive. Meanwhile, the soldiers began to leave the cabin and run into the sun. The only thing that could save them was that the vampires wouldn't come out to them. Velvet could even feel what was going on outside. He immediately realized that Linnell had spawned something incredible. He crazily enjoyed it. The humans were finished. When something huge and dark like a giant shadow started to come out of the cabin, Olivia was shocked. She didn't understand why it wasn't burning. Linnell was happy that she had finally fulfilled her mother's dream and given birth. Now she knew for sure that human suffering would end. Then a huge stream of black dust or something similar headed into the sky. It resembled some sort of pipe if it wasn't clear that it was a vampire. In parallel, the King of Kings wrote that pureblood vampires could become anything and create anything they wanted. The beginning of the last chapter of the story. He prayed to God to spare humanity. It was only fair to give victory to the vampires because they were not so terrible. Gunther was shocked when he saw something incomprehensible. He realized they were screwed. They needed to destroy it before it got worse. The soldiers tried to shoot at the creature, but it wasn't penetrating. But the queen still demanded that they do something, not just stand by and watch. She had already started yelling at them, reminding them that they had not come this far to surrender. At that moment, she was distracted by a soldier saying that it was changing shape. The queen looked at this soldier who had his head back. He thought there was no point in fighting. There was no chance that they could defeat him. He couldn't believe that people had spilled so much blood, argued with each other and despised each other, all to be crushed by it. Olivia saw everyone running off somewhere and started to get angry. She demanded that they all come back and fight to the end, not run away like cowards from the battlefield. Suddenly, she saw Patrick running. Olivia immediately stopped him, saying that he should stay with her and fight together. After all, he had a duty. But he didn't think so. It was clear that they were all going to die here and she was still playing queen. No one wanted to risk themselves for her. Then he hit her. She ended up standing alone in the middle of a battlefield about to be crushed. And so died the queen who wanted to be a hero on principle. Velvet was madly glad that it was over. He was impressed with the ending Olivia had led them to, a better end for the royal family. Audrey was shocked to see Velvet start doing things with his blood. She thought he couldn't control his blood anymore, but he didn't. He was amused at how surprised everyone was. He thought it would take him a lot longer to lure Olivia out of Bahal, but it had turned out like this. Gunther couldn't understand why he had to try to lure her out. After all, he could have dealt with her on his own, being a vampire after all, even if he was crazy. But he called him an idiot and said kings couldn't kill each other with their own hands. Julius gave him his word that he'd put an end to the bloodline. Velvet responded by killing as many people as he could. All conditions fulfilled, his role was over. He thanked them for the journey and promised to wait in hell. In the sky was an incomprehensible creature of black color on the face of which began to draw out various emotions. The soldier was very frightened when he saw it. Everyone who saw it in the depths of his soul realized that this world was coming to an end. So everyone who survived decided that they had to get out of there as soon as possible. It seemed like dozens of souls were following them. They were like those that could only be found in hell, but it was incomprehensible where they came from. No one would grieve for people. No one would suffer for the people. It was clear that not a single tear would be shed now. Humanity had lost this battle. Human obsession and greed and pain and suffering would all disappear. The world will finally be free of human oppression. The world would cease to suffer from them. Julius was happily ready to become the destroyer of this world. He didn't want to do it for his own sake. He always remembered how she wanted the world to be. And he was finally ready to fulfill her wish. After all, those things had taken her life and deserved to see the entire human race disappear from the face of the earth. Leonard, meanwhile, was looking at it from afar and couldn't realize how big it was. The soldier reported to him that it was about 3 kilometers in diameter, not the limit. Igor added that no sword or arrow could hit the thing. The captain said the worst part is that it doesn't burn in the sun. It's invulnerable. Ronak had already decided that this was the end of their existence, but Leonard told them not to give up before their time. There had to be a way out. He had come to his conclusion that the further it goes, the slower it expands. So they had a little time to spare. Too bad Julius couldn't be handled like the others. Audrey figured Julius was in that castle in the center, so if they can get through something and get there, they have a chance. Only Gunter can. But even if they manage to modify his body, it will still be difficult. There's more than one of these creatures in one dead knight. We have to think of something. Ronak said the first thing to do is to fix the black wagon. Then they would return to Bachal and figure out what they could put together from what they had. Then Audrey turned her attention to Gunther. He was suspiciously quiet. She didn't like the fact that he wasn't participating in their conversations. Didn't try to speak up. But he was just watching those strange things and couldn't look away. He noticed that out of the big gross stuff came smaller gross stuff, and out of that came the smallest stuff. It all looked like tree roots. The one who appeared last looked like a child. Even his naive expression could tell. Gunther remembered that Julius wanted to grow old and go to the other world when he had children. It was as if he was catching up now. Audrey wanted to say that wasn't the case, but she was prevented by Arian's laughter. She found it unseemly that she laughed at such important things. Then Leonard noticed that the same Gunther he had met for the first time had finally returned. Now everything fell into place. Behind them were the soldiers. They came running to report that there were still survivors, like Patrick. Leonard wondered how he had survived and began to thank them for saving him. He said he'd been on the verge of death many times and barely escaped. Those things are incredibly strong. Each one of them moved like a living thing. They're targeting people. So when a few people scattered in different directions, there was a gap where they escaped, thanks to those who died. Only 2 out of 200 people survived. Their army suffered huge losses, but it didn't matter. The queen was dead. Clearly, the others sacrificed their lives literally as bait. If they can get those things to focus on something, they can control them. Once they arrived in Bahal, they gathered all the materials they could. Several people explored the entire lab and brought back everything they found. Leonard said they needed the most powerful parts to enhance Gunther's body. Audrey wanted to talk more about the plan they had talked about, but he wouldn't. He thought it was the best idea so far, and then he had to go looking for volunteers. They decided to make an immediate public announcement. Leonard told the crowd that they were now fighting the last enemy of mankind. But unfortunately, they had not yet found his weakness. To win, they needed their support. He knew it was absurd, but he asked them to read them. After his speech, he asked them all to reconvene in the square in 10 days. It was necessary to distribute this announcement to all the people. These leaflets said that the Dead Knight had been fighting the vampires all this time. There was also mention of a life energy storage device. People still didn't fully understand why they needed it. They thought that ordinary people couldn't help them, and some even bulged their eyes when they read it. In general, if Gunther can get into the castle, it's highly likely that he can defeat Julius. All that was left was to figure out how he could get in. Audrey noted that if Patrick was able to get out of there alive, they could. But Leonard thought that they needed 200 people as bait. Gunther even laughed at how cleverly they switched concepts by calling them bait. He thought it was more apt to call them human shields. And he couldn't imagine anyone going into such a thing voluntarily. But Leonard had already decided that he would be the first if no one else would. The knight didn't doubt it because he had always thought this kid was crazy. In the end, Arian said she would volunteer if she could. However, Gunther immediately besieged her, saying that she would be the last to go to the other world, even if the world ends. Audrey rolled her eyes at that. Still, she said they couldn't lose Arian. She was too precious to them. Leonard needed to talk to the Dead Knight about something else. Besides human help, he had something to ask Gunther. That is, he wanted him to do something, even though he knew it was an impossible request. Anyway, he was asked to give a speech. It's just that no one else knew that he was the Dead Knight. He was their only hope. Audrey said people are more likely to fight alongside someone they know than some stranger. So this was their chance to encourage someone. That's why they wanted Gunther to introduce himself to the people, to inspire them to join them in this battle. He certainly could. Leonard immediately said that they knew how sharp the Dead Knight's tongue was, so they would write him a text to read. And Audrey added that his speech was being compiled by several writers. He would only have to read it expressively to evoke emotion in people. He didn't really know what it would look like, but still, if there was no way around it, he was willing to do whatever it took, as long as there was a result. When he stepped onto something like a stage, people began to whisper. They all thought the dead knight was repulsive. He was not well received. And when Gunther saw the text, he started to doubt he'd read it. But Audrey said they'd worked for days to write the speech for him. She asked him not to worry, noting that they had smoothed out all the sharp edges of his character. She thought that might be his only problem. So he began to read the words. First, he voiced the idea that they had gathered in this square for one single purpose. They must help the world. As he went on, the audience started whispering and kept asking him what he was saying. They just couldn't hear him at all. Audrey asked him to speak louder, and when he read the words that they were fighting for their nearest and dearest, he turned around and looked at Ariane. And eventually, he got tired of reading it. Stepping back from what was written, he stated that they were all going to die anyway, so there was no point in this nonsense. Of course, the guys wanted to condemn him, but he kept going. He said they were all in trouble and it would be nice if they weren't mocked after they died. Gunther admitted that the chances of them winning were practically nil, so if they're not stupid, they realize now is the time to get out. That's his advice. He didn't really care if they helped him or not, but there was only one way out of this situation and he wanted to take it. He started by being born against his will, but he could choose how he wanted to go to the other world, and that was much more fun for him. Afterward, he was convicted of recklessness. Audrey, however, liked that his speech was more sincere, but Leonard realized that in any case, the choice was up to the people. Tomorrow would be decisive because tomorrow, people would make their final decision. Tomorrow, the townspeople would make their choice, right or wrong. Audrey pointed out to them how close these things are, so they were running out of time. It was time to get things done. During the night, the King of Kings summoned Gunther to him. He thanked him for letting him finish the story of Isabella, but the knight didn't care, so he decided to cut to the chase. He said that most people were against resurrecting Gunther. It was his personal decision. He was listened to. Of all the possible endings to this story, there is only one where he can protect what he holds dear. He wondered if he would listen to him or not. But Gunther was still curious about what the offer was. Then the King of Kings invited him to walk around and listen to the story of how his body was created. It was known that they conducted various experiments using the blood of a pure-blooded vampire in order to achieve this knight's immortality. So they had to cut up Julius's body, pull out his insides, remove the joints from his body. They did a lot of horrible things to him. However, the flesh parts and extracted blood were not stored outside of Julius's body at all, with one exception, his heart, though it was said that he had eaten it. And the King of Kings did not deny that he ate part of his heart, but he also used it in numerous experiments. The heart didn't disappear without a body. It just dissolved into thin air if you took it out. If you cut it in a certain way and put it in the right conditions, there was a reaction. It was reanimation. The piece would instantly come to life when it was exposed to a certain blood. At this point, Gunther began to realize where this was going. He noted that the most violent reaction was caused by the blood of a pure-blooded vampire. It also reacted slightly to other samples. But that was beside the point. The most surprising thing was when the piece itself didn't come to life or move. It was giving energy to the dead organism around it. That's when the creature came back to life. The King of Kings immediately realized what Gunther wanted to say, so immediately, without listening to him, confirmed his speculations. That's why he told him all this. To make him realize that in his brain is a device that allows him to live, that is, revives him. And that device is a piece of that heart. It's the only piece left. And for the drive, they created something closer to purebred vampire blood to control a piece of it. They perfected the human body, though the King of Kings considered this as solid proof of their superhuman efforts in trying to become gods. Gunther was in complete shock because he had no idea it was so messed up. But that wasn't all that shocked him. He admitted that the number of people who sacrificed themselves was more than 126, as he was told about it earlier. The real number had been concealed. The number of bodies that had been used in the process of creating the drive in the last 100 years was 8,806 people. How horrible. Now he could tell Gunther that Baha was built on their bones. A sacred place was presented before him. The dead knight was furious to learn this. That one laughed at the look on his face. He was even surprised, not expecting to be able to get such a reaction from him with this story, but it was a good sign for him. He wondered what would happen next if he had become a monster in the dead knight's eyes. He explained that if he killed 10 men, he'd be a hero. And if you kill 10,000, you can even become a king. Turns out all of human history was written on this template. No wonder. Then Gunther decided to clarify if he kills now, the King of Kings can he thereby prevent the death of 8,000 people. It sounded logical, but he thought it was foolish because there were many people in the world who wanted to ascend to the throne. But what was more important to him now was how the knight's story would end. He was the only one of the kings who could wait for his decision and help him protect what was so dear to his heart. No one else would do that for him. Gunther was interested, so knowing that Gunther wanted to live and secure the life of his life energy reservoir, he offered to protect Julius. Just if Julius dies, the only source of eternal life will be this little piece of heart and Aryan, so the next target would be them. But Gunther doubted that. He was sure that they could only be targets for him, although in fact he was very wrong to think so. Because as he had already told him, there were many people in the world dreaming of sitting on the throne. Every one of them would want to get that immortality. He advised him to aim directly at Julius's head the next time he saw him. Doing so endlessly would prevent him from thinking. The age of humanity would be upon us. He added that in addition to prosperity, he and Aryan would be able to live happily without thinking about wars. He saw and understood perfectly well. The dead knight promised to think about it and decided to find out the name of this king of kings. In all this time, he had never been able to ask him that question. He answered that his name was Hound, but Gunther realized that this is not a name, but a surname. He first tried to explain to him what he was asking, but then he gave up. The king at first wanted to tell him his real name, but then he turned away and said that it didn't matter. The main thing is Hound. Gunther noted how funny he is, knows everything about every person in the country, and to rule for him is easy, but his own name just forgot. The next day, the guys came to the square at the right time. They planned to meet at 10 o'clock at this place with the volunteers, but no one was there. Igor heard that the shore was full of people they were trying to run through the water. Gunther pointed out, said it was smart they'd prolong their lives a little. Audrey was still hoping for their help. However, Gunther asked them not to panic. He was ready to handle everything on his own as he usually did. Just as he was about to leave, they saw a huge crowd of people. They said that they had come to fight him together. They all wanted to help him. Finally, they got ready for the battle. They had to throw off all the heavy things, because the lighter they were, the faster they would run. Not bad. Their job is to distract. They need to dress in bright colors and make noise to attract attention. The main thing is to try and stay alive and stay 5 meters away. Leonardo said they'd have to form a diamond around Gunther while they ran, and Ronak reported that they found all the parts needed for the body. They'll take them with them. So far, they've fitted the dead knight with horse legs, as speed is important now. Obviously, he won't be able to fight with them. Then they'll be replaced. Only he didn't understand what Audrey was going to do. She said she would run with the others carrying one of his body parts, but he was against it. Gunther even got angry and raised his voice, and he explained that he was afraid that Reina will come to him and drag him to the grave. You can't do that. Can't. Leonardo supported him. He, too, thought it was better for the girl to stay. They all respected Rhino and would not want his death to suddenly be in vain. Suddenly, Ronak apologized and said that he was very scared to go there. Leonardo calmed him down by saying that he could stay. They did not force anyone. Gunther told Ariane that he hoped they would see each other again tomorrow. Those were her words spoken to him once. Smiling, she said that it would be so. That don't see. After these words, they jumped on their horses and set off to attack their enemy. The rest of us could only pray that they would succeed. Before this, one of the volunteers, a girl back home, had a serious talk with her mother. She was against her sacrificing herself for others. But the girl knew she had to. When Brown ran into the crumbling house to save the children, she was so frightened that she stood like a dummy. And when Fiala had fought vampires to save the villagers, she'd cowardly run away. So she figured this time she'd do what she had to do. This time she was going to go to battle. But her mother told her not to be stupid, reminding her that absolutely everyone would do that if it were her. Everyone wants to live. She didn't see the point of dying in a horrible massacre when no one would even remember her. She didn't want her to think that the deaths of those were judicious. Mother was sure that Brown and Fiala would be forgotten in a year or two, just as everyone else would be forgotten. She was beginning to beg her daughter to run away with them. And then the father came in. He said that he would remember his daughter's deed even if everyone else forgot. He would remember her always because he wanted her to go. The girl thanked her father for his support and promised them that she would come back from the battle alive, so they had nothing to worry about because she was sure of herself, and she ended up dying on the way to the castle. It seemed to the people that the strategy was working, and if this continued, they would get to Julius. Gunther remembered a man. He had advised him to look his enemy in the eye. It was clear from his gaze whether he was going to attack or not. It's just a hunter's instinct. The knight told him not to show off. He asked him what he saw in his eye, and he warned him right away that he'd changed it several times. And now, during all this mess, this man bravely threw himself on the monster so that Gunther could continue his journey and reach the castle sooner. Before the battle, Audrey told one of the volunteers that it was a suicide mission. That's why they wanted to know his name and what he wanted to leave behind. He had a strong feeling that after all this, humanity would be on a better path, and now he was being crushed by a huge, incomprehensible creature. The others tried very hard not to turn around because there was something behind them. If they turned around, they wouldn't be able to escape from what was chasing them. They couldn't believe that they had made it to the castle. They could see that Julius was up there somewhere, so that left the task with an asterisk for the night. A lot of people made it there alive. Leonard was in a hurry because they had to get Gunther's legs together as soon as possible, and they had to bring all the weapons they had brought. The dead knight didn't have much time left. They'd been going through these things for too long. At this rate, he might not make it to Julius. Then Gunther had an idea and needed the others to hurry up. Leonard didn't even know what he was up to, but he trusted him. They molded his body into something unique. There was no guarantee that the lower limbs would last long, but they would definitely help him jump higher, so he could reach his goal faster. And he was about to leave when he heard some screams. Something had happened to Igor. He was wounded so badly that his bones had turned to mush. It was clear that he was no longer alive. It was a shame because he had done so much for them. And even before he died, all he wanted to know was if the dead knight had made it here in one piece. Everyone reported to him that he was all right. Igor said it was a great honor to fight such a hero side by side. Gunther heard this and said that he was not the hero. He cried and left, gone to the afterlife. Leonard, of course, was sad at what was happening, but still he was forced to hurry Gunther as they had very little time. Then he jumped up and flew high and high. He flew and thought about the things that had already died and did not resist. It was a blessing that they didn't complicate the road. Julius greeted him because he had been waiting for him for a long time. As he had promised him, they would stay in this place forever, depending on how he decided. For that, Gunther was ready to respect vampires because they never reneged on their words. Unlike humans, Julius was true to his promises. To the dead knight, his offer seemed pretty damn entertaining. But first, he needed to figure out if he could trust Julius or not. He needed the vampire to prove that his blood could energize Julius the way his life energy reservoir did, and he gave him his energy back. Gunther was surprised at how fast it was happening. He didn't even have to wait 20 minutes. Everything was just as he said it would be. This confused him a little. After all, Julius wanted to hear the final decision from him. But instead of words, Gunther thought for a while and corrected his mask and walked towards the vampire. For the one, his choice became clear. Forming around himself 4 huge fists, he declared that this is the beginning of their last battle. The strongest would win. In the end, the dead knight put his fist squarely into that huge hand. Of course, it seemed impossible to win in such a case, and so it was. Gunther simply lost that arm because it was suddenly separated from his body. Thankfully, this time, he didn't have it alone. Julius reminded him that this whole place was subject to his will, so no matter what he did, he would never be able to defeat a pure-blooded vampire. Still, Gunther wasn't going to give up, and after many attempts, he almost got to his face again. But a jaw that appeared out of nowhere prevented him. Again, he tried to shoo him away, attacked again, thrown back again. Julius had already told him several times that it was pointless, that he would not win. The knight had already lost 4 of his limbs and it wasn't stopping him. Julius couldn't understand why he didn't give up and fought on. He had seen countless people suffering because of others. He had seen countless people turn their own kind into monsters. And so he came to the conclusion that it was inherent in humans to hurt others. What he did specifically for them. He always thought so. Still, he did not understand why Gunther continued to fight for humans. He saw no reason to support such a tough humanity. But the knight, saying that he had chosen such a path himself, tried to attack Julius again. He simply dodged and let Gunther lose another limb. All his armor came off, but it didn't matter. The main thing was that he was again very close to Julius's head, and after another blow, there was an explosion. He was already happy that it had finally worked. But no, Julius was able to stop such a powerful attack with one hand. He seemed invincible. Gunther's dozens of attempts had always failed. And these things surprisingly stopped participating as if they were waiting. The soldiers saw it and were amazed. Once again, the dead knight pointed his sword at the vampire's head. Again, he was thwarted. Julius repeated that it was all useless. All around him, some dragon-faced heads were forming. It was clear that now the attack would be even more impossible because they were in. People heard the explosion and decided that it meant that the dead knight was now actively fighting there. Whispering began because it was nice that he was there for them. A few dozen times, Julius repeated to Gunther that all this is pointless and useless. Once again, the huge hand fought back. The dead knight no longer had any limbs left at all but his legs. Julius was amazed how he still managed to fight him in such a state. The vampire had always wondered what one person could change. It was a question he'd asked after 100 of Gunther's attacks. Very difficult to understand. And yet, he had come to a certain conclusion. In Julius' life, there was only one king who beheaded him for blood. There was also one woman who helped him. One knight who right now could barely stand on his own 2 feet. But he never gave up trying to stop Julius. Then he realized the meaning of his promise to Isabella. And what Julius was thinking at that moment will forever be a mystery. The very second he thought about the question proved decisive. It created a gap where none had existed before. It determined the winner of this battle. Gunther managed to wait for the moment when he could attack. At that moment, the dead knight remembered the words of the King of Kings, who told him to aim for the vampire's head. He had to decide head or heart. Julius thought about what was possible to change alone. He wanted to keep his promise to the love of his life, but he thought he was wrong. It didn't matter, though, because Isabella was by his side. She approached him as he stood on the ocean and put her hand on his cheek. Just at that moment, Gunther pierced his head with the rest of his hand. He was eager to complete the last chapter of his life. The one didn't want to live anymore anyway. After that, everything around him disappeared. All the evil that Julius had created was finally vanquished. And so Gunther woke up right at the moment when all the people were looking at him. For the first time in his life, he was so welcome. People shouted his name and were ready to pray for their savior, and he himself had not yet fully realized it.